Welcome to Brisbane, Australia, where the fittest in the Pacific are about to throw down in one of the most exciting competitions we have ever seen. 30 men, 30 women and 20 teams all vying for 3 spots to the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin in August later this year. Welcome to Pat Rafter Arena. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semi-Final is here. Pat Rafter Arena setting the scene for the home of the Torian Pro, the official Oceania Semi-Final. Thanks for joining us wherever you are right around the world. And Jeremy Austin with you. Pip Malone, 2-time Games competitor, joining me for 3 exciting days of competition. Pip, a lot of competitors out that we're used to seeing here on the competition floor, so this could go anywhere.
That's right, Jeremy. We are missing some massive names this weekend, but that has left it wide open for a whole bunch of rookies to have a go, and veterans as well.
Who are we going to see on the podium? We're not sure just yet. We're going to find out in 3 days' time. But how did we get here? We started at February 19 with the Open and our qualifying spots from week 1. Week 2 for the Oceania region, 3 apiece for team women and men. And the final week coming up next week. We're going to find out who is going to delve into the pool for the CrossFit Games in Wisconsin later this year. And I tell you what, Pip, an exciting competition, not just because we've got some people not here, some exciting people moving in, but also people moving into teams, which is going to make things more exciting for our team competition coming up earlier on.
Yeah, our team competition this year, we have a lot of new and fresh teams out on the floor this year. A lot missing from last year, but that's going to make it really exciting. 3
teams not there this year. Urban, EXF and Selwyn all disbanding in the off-season. But a team to watch out for, and possibly one of those teams that's going to break our deadlock at the CrossFit Games from the Oceania region and hit the podium. Royce Dunn, Brandon Swan, Marnie Sykes and Christy Hollard with so much experience.
They're going to be a force to be reckoned with this weekend, and are we going to see them go 6 for 6 clean sweep?
Well, we saw it last year. Tia was able to do it. These guys finishing 3rd in the world after quarterfinals. The real test is going to be on the competition floor in the next 3 days. But I think with all that experience, they won't be beaten here this weekend. One team, in fact, that is probably going to go very close is a rejoined 6'4" Army team. They're now called Endgame. So I know what their endgame is, and that is a ticket to the games. And leading the charge, Kendall Peterson, Pieter Hansen, with a lot of experience with that 6'4" Army Steel team 2 years ago, and getting together with Clint Cole, who missed last year's competition, and American Kelly Benfey. Now, if she does qualify the team, she lives in Milwaukee. She's only about 90 minutes away, so that's a nice, easy drive for her to get to Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's going to be a slumber party each time.
Won't it? She'll probably have a few team members joining her as well. Now, female competition is going to be probably the most exciting, I think, out of the whole weekend. Tia Claire Toomey, Baby Willow, popped out 2 weeks ago. Congratulations to Tia and Shane, and I know Tia's probably watching on. Tia, we're missing you down here, but we are hopefully going to see you back in competition later on. But Tia, Cara, 2 of the big names. Cara's daughter, Scotty, goes 4 years of age on Monday, so happy birthday to Scotty as well. So it's all happening down here. But it opens the door for 3 contenders and possibly some repeat CrossFit Games competitors.
Yeah, that's right. Ellie Turner, she's one that's a name on everyone's mind this weekend. This could be her breakout year where she takes that Southern Hemisphere crown. And, you know, my money's on Ellie.
Ellie, building over the last couple of years, an event win at the CrossFit Games last year. She's just got that slow build on, training a lot with partner Justin Medeiros as well. And we think about the names you throw in the hat when it's the Oceania region, and Jamie Simmons is another one of those.
Yeah, Jamie Simmons, so much experience. 3rd fittest female on earth in 2019. Coming back from an injury last year, but a healthy Jamie Simmons is a dangerous Jamie Simmons, and I can't wait to see what she does this weekend.
Getting over that shoulder injury from last year, I reckon she was a little bit underdone, but she's going to be back, and I think the programming of these tests over the next 3 days is really going to suit her, and I know how hard she's been training. And another athlete that we are going to keep an eye on, four-time Games competitor Maddie Sturt, coming in with a little bit of a back injury. She seems to have shaken that off. But you know, as a youngster, because you coached her many years ago, that she's got the goods. Can she go back for 5?
Oh, Maddie Sturt is the silent assassin of the Southern Hemisphere. 4 Games appearances. She's only 26 years old. Everyone would love to see her make it number 5 this year.
Doing some great training down there with Rob Forte as well in Melbourne. And a lady who has been to the CrossFit Games for the last 2 years as a team member, made it as an individual in 2019 and wants to go back desperately is Caitlin Van Zyl. Comes in as the #1 qualifier after quarterfinals.
Yeah, Caitlin Van Zyl flying that strong mum flag.
I'll tell you what, when you speak of mums, we've got a lot of mums around the place, and we've got a lot on the competition floor. 7 mums, in fact, on the individual female competition floor this weekend, so that's amazing as well. Now, we get to the male competition. Big names, they're still missing, and the big one of all is Ricky Garrard. Hits the podium last year, so it's going to swing the barn doors wide open again.
That's right, we have a whole bunch of new, fresh, young male rookies coming out this year. But of course, Ricky Garrard, his dominance is going to be missed this year.
Ricky having a bit of a rough start to last year's competition, puts himself in a hole, but digs himself out and gets to the Games with a podium spot. Cart Porter, another one of those athletes we thought would come back and do very well. Injuries hampered his progress. Cart's going to join us a little bit later on today in commentary, so it'd be good to get his idea of who thinks he's going to qualify. But one guy that was very close last year, and the man mountain himself, Jake Douglas. Is this going to be his year?
Jake Douglas, he came so close last year, placing 5th. We know he's been working on his running. The tests this year really do suit him as an athlete.
And I think with a heavy sled pull to start things off, he might sneak in and stay up the top of that leaderboard. But him chasing down Jay Crouch, I think, is probably going to be one of the races to watch. Another young athlete who has been in the CrossFit Games as well as a teenager, Bailey Martin, and again, oh so close last year, but at the last hurdle wasn't able to close it off. So he's fixed a few holes in his game, and he's going to be back, and he's going to be a threat.
Yeah, Bailey Martin, very well-rounded athlete. As you said, a few holes last year that he's spent the off-season working on. He could be one of our dark horses this year.
Plenty to give young Bailey Martin. And speaking of giving, this bloke's given 10 years to our sport, and he keeps giving. James Newbury, don't be surprised to see him sitting on top of that podium at the end of 3 days of competition. I think he's got that X factor, and I think he's going to really give it to these young blokes this weekend.
Oh, James Newbury, he's a fan favourite down here in the Southern Hemisphere, and he just has such a calm head in competition and so much experience.
And more experience, young Zeke Grove there, but experience with Zeke Grove. He's not hitting the competition floor this weekend, unfortunately. As you know, and I know as parents, sometimes kid duty gets in the way, so unfortunately Zeke won't be joining us, but hopefully he'll be here over the weekend with young Zephyr and Lakey.
Yeah, that's right. Dad duty first. The fans will be disappointed not to see Zeke out on that floor.
An exciting 3 days of competition coming up, Pip, and this crowd, they were milling out outside. They can't wait for the doors to open so they can bolt in here. Team competition not too far away. The Torian Pro, day 1, starts now.
Torian Pro, an official 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal, is brought to you by The Wadlife. Discover what you're capable of at thewadlife.com. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Grow, don't weaken. And Go Wad, the mobility app designed for athletes.
Day 1 of the Torian Pro, not too far away. Heat 1 of the team competition, Pip. Last week, week 1, we're normally week 1. We're week 2 this week. We got to see what happens in week 1, which is a bonus for not just us as broadcasters, but for the competitors as well. Strategy comes into play as well, and an exciting team test 1 to start things off.
Yeah, that's right. Team test 1, 1 athlete per station for 4 rounds of echo bike, 2 kilometres for females, 2.5 kilometres for males, 800-metre run, bear hug, sandbag hold, 150 pounds for females, that's 68 kilos for those metric system users, 200 pounds for males, that's 91 kilos, 150 double unders, and 10 worm clean and jerks in between each of those stations.
Athletes having to rotate through those 4 rounds, so if you've got a weakness, you are going to get exploited.
Yeah, we've got a 28-minute time cap for this test.
The worm introduced into CrossFit competition, and wow, what an implement it is. A heat list for the start of play here at Pat Rafter Arena. Papamoa, Wangapare, one of our Kiwi teams coming over. CrossFit Mecca, the other ones at either end. And CrossFit Mecca, most of their team members have been around for about 11 or 12 years, and that's where we get that experience coming into play.
Yeah, experience really does count for a lot out here, even if you've got it as an individual. Obviously, this is the team competition. We're working as a team, not as individuals, but just having experience on the floor does count for a lot. Helps with the nerves.
Athletes coming onto the competition floor. Aiden Poco there, the owner of CrossFit Papamoa. Greg Lewis, a 35-year-old from Sydney. Talk about going way back when. Greg Lewis was tutored by one young Chad McKay. So we're going way back in time. There's Aiden right there. Aiden actually started his CrossFit journey with me at my gym many years ago, and then moved over to New Zealand and started up his own journey. Cody Campbell and Kim Biddle there. Kim on the left, Cody on the right. And there's Greg there, just getting his rope sorted out. So you think back to Chad McKay times, that's back when you were competing, Pip.
That's a long time ago.
Harry Chapman, the 4th team member from CrossFit Play Star Strength. The tension building. Athletes, probably the worst thing to happen is being in heat number 1 and coming out for test number 1. Dan Gruch as well. 5th visit across the ditch, as they say, from New Zealand. He's got a lot of experience as well. We talk about test number 1 and a true test of teamwork. 4 team members working at once and then having to work as a team and then rotating through. So those weaknesses, as I mentioned earlier, any of those weaknesses are going to be exploited, and you're going to have to wait for your team.
Yeah, this is one of the only tests we're going to see for the teams this weekend, where they are working individually on each station.
Tegan Bittai there, lawyer by trade, CrossFitter by night. Harry Chapman. Take a few deep breaths before we get underway here. The Torian Pro for 2023 is underway. Heat 1 of test number 1. And talk about trying to settle the nerves into an event like the Torian Pro. This is probably one of the perfect ones to do it with a 28-minute time cap.
Yeah, it's certainly not too fast and furious to start off a long weekend.
Jojo Neville, 12 years in the CrossFit space. A couple of years off, Baby Piper out of the way, we're back to competition. Aiden, I'm not sure it's that bright in here just yet, but the sun is rising here in Brisbane, Australia. You're joining us from around the world. Thanks for your company. And our first real look at what the team competition is going to look like. Wani Joe, the youngest part of CrossFit Mecca, firefighter by trade. And we're working in a 4, but we're really working in a 2. So the bike and the assault runner working in tandem, as well as the sandbag and the skipping rope.
Yeah, so the sandbag hug and the double unders.
Oh, I like how you said that. The sandbag hug. That makes it sound nice.
Does make it sound a little nicer.
It's not nice. When you say hug, you mean holding on for dear life.
So if the athlete hugging the sandbag puts it down, the double unders have to stop.
It's a little strategy as well. That sandbag, relatively heavy. 200 pounds for the men, 150 for the women. Convert that to kilos, it's 91 and 68 kilos. That's fairly hefty.
Those are very heavy sandbags, and as you can see from the lean back on the athletes, squeezing that sandbag into their midline, it does get a little bit hard to breathe. If you can reach your hands around and grip your fingers together, it does help, but for those with shorter arm spans, it's not a fun time.
CrossFit's one of those sports where one size really doesn't fit all, so you're going to have strengths and weaknesses right across the park. And as you mentioned, with short arms and a bigger sandbag, it's going to be tougher for some athletes rather than others. Our first change about to get underway. To give you an idea of split times, last week, the fastest split time was 4 minutes and 17 seconds. We're about a minute away from that now. And Mecca, experience counting for everything. They are the first team to move forward. Dylan Mitai, part of that team as well. Sitting there on the far right of screen is the third team member down. He hasn't been back competitive CrossFit competition like this for 5 years. Part of the Zach's Pack East Tamaki team that went to the game. CrossFit plays Star Strength on the left in the whites, and CrossFit Mecca on the right-hand side. Now you got a firefighter leading the charge with a one hit the front. You'd think you'd be okay with an implement to start things off.
He's probably carried a few hoses, I'd say.
Speaking of firefighters, Cody Campbell for Papamoa team, bottom of screen, also a firefighter. CrossFit plays Star Strength. Just ahead now of CrossFit Mecca, and about 30 seconds slower than our split time than we saw last week. Our fastest time last week was CrossFit East Nashville, proven with 19:15. So sub 5 minute rounds.
Yeah, and you can see that sandbag becomes very difficult to hold on to if you don't get those arms right around the middle of it. If your arms start slipping to the top, it becomes very heavy. You have to keep leaning back, puts the pressure on that lower back.
Now talk to me about communication. Holding that sandbag has got to be uncomfortable anyway. How do you hold that sandbag and communicate with your team members at the same time?
Very difficult.
In a word.
Being that it is hard to breathe when you're holding onto that sandbag and squeezing it into your midline.
Aiden Poco doing the best job he can to squeeze that in. and the grip on his hands as well. He's got that in a good position. Third member of our team down on the competition floor. Let's head down. So good morning to Kayla Banfield.
Good morning, Jeremy, and good morning, CrossFit world. Kayla Banfield here, great to be back here at the Torian Pro. And something that I wanted to bring attention to for our viewers, you may not be able to see that, but that is the temperature here in the stadium. So in Brisbane, Australia, we're looking at roughly 14 degrees Celsius, which is about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a nice chilly morning here in Brisbane. In the stadium though, we're looking at probably a couple of degrees cooler. And then in the warm-up area, I went there this morning and it was a bit of a sauna in there. There's lots of nervous energy with the athletes. There's a lot of sun coming through, so they're having to deal with quite a significant temperature change when they're coming from that warm-up area and then out onto the stadium floor. Not only do they have that, but they also have roughly 15 minutes between when they finish warming up and when they're competing. So lots of things to factor in for the athletes, as well as a 15-minute period of potentially cooling down. So you'll see lots of limbs swinging around, lots of arms, lots of legs, making sure that the athletes stay nice and warm. Another thing that I've noticed down here on the competition floor is one of our athletes in lane 3 has a pair of sunglasses. It's not something that you see very often in indoor competition, but the Pat Rafter Arena is a beautiful arena and we do get a little bit of sunlight in here. Something that the teams have to factor in, not so much the individuals, is that early morning sunlight coming through. So I'm not sure if this particular athlete has a light sensitivity or if it's just factoring in the potential sun glare that he might get. Lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8 seem to be the most affected by it now, but I guess we'll find out later on where that sun lands for our athletes, and this athlete is prepared. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you, Kayla. And no, he doesn't have light sensitivity. He just wants to look cool on the competition floor. Aiden Poco facing away from the sun now is Dan Groot, holding on as hard as he can. And some interesting strategy coming in now. Sandbag being dropped while the double unders are being rested. Buy tickets now for the 15th Annual Rogue Invitational taking place Austin, Texas from October 27 to 29 later this year. Scan the QR code on your screen. Great shot of Dan Groot holding that bag, the sweat's pouring off his head. Kayla mentioned it's a little bit colder, but he's working hard.
Yeah, that time under tension, holding a sandbag out in front really adds up quickly. We're seeing a lot of these athletes are resting it on their knees instead of dropping it all the way to the ground, because having to pick it up again just exerts so much energy.
Cody Campbell continues her progress. Jennifer Vong in the background for Picton NCRS. As CrossFit Play Star Strength, CrossFit Play, Carl Porter's regional affiliates down there in Sydney. Still, when he's in town, spends a lot of time training down there. Harry Chapman at the front. Jess Green, Lauren Fitzgerald, the other two team members. Less than 5 now remaining as they'll progress it on to the next segment. Caitlin Porter staring off into the wilderness, trying to take her mind off how heavy it is. And Dan not looking great after coming off that sandbag. Now, if you think about those 4 movements, the sandbag has got to be the worst.
Yeah, the sandbag is the most strenuous out of all of these movements. It's just time under tension. You're squeezing onto that bag for so long, 150 double unders. It takes just a little while.
So if you think 150 doubles, you're going like 100 per minute-ish. So we're talking about 90 seconds to 2 minutes under tension.
that's a long time to be holding 68 kilos and 91 kilos out in front of you.
Caitlin not look like she's having a real good time gritting the teeth now. And it's like, can you please hurry up and finish those doubles? As Mecca finish off their round and move their way back to try and catch CrossFit Play Star Strength. Jess Green, Lauren Fitzgerald in the center of screen. So Jess facing us, Lauren facing away. Papamoa. Papamoa on the Pore team. So in Maori language, that is Hammerhead Shark. So they are on the charge and ready to go. Nixon NTRS. Dylan Seeley at the front. Now Pip, that weight of that worm, not pleasant either, but probably easier to manipulate as a fall.
That's right, 365 pounds. That's 166 kilos for all our Southern Hemisphere viewers. Over 4 people, it doesn't seem like a lot, but the worm's hard to manipulate, especially if you've got any discrepancies amongst your height in the team. If you've got significantly shorter athletes and significantly tall athletes, it puts a bend in the worm, which makes it a lot harder. It means that someone is going to be holding more weight than someone else.
Now the segments differ as well as we move down the worm. There's 2 different weights as we come down. You think strategy, do you put your shortest at the front and tallest at the back, or do you go the other way around? Or do you go tallest in the middle?
We'll see most of these teams with their tallest at the front and have their shortest in the middle. And some of the shortest actually won't have the worm touching their shoulder very much at all. I mean, the taller athletes that are taking the brunt of it.
Victor and TRS, they are back. So we are level pegging with our first heat. Day 1 of the Torian Pro for 2023. Thanks for joining us. Jeremy Austin and Pip Malone with you. Kayla Banfield will join us on the competition floor a little bit later on. Star Strength CrossFit Play team, the left on the white, your current leaders, Heat 1. Not far away. Jojo Neville, front of screen. Probably one of the most experienced competitors on the competition floor. Harry Chapman just taking a quick break while the girls finish off their sandbag hold and double unders. There's obviously going to be a sequence how you place your athletes in a test like this and where the strength is going to come from. So if your strength is going to be holding that sandbag, you're probably going to go last.
Well, every athlete has to have a go at each station on this test. And they can't progress forward until all 4 stations are complete.
CrossFit Play, Star Strength. Moving forward now. A split time, fastest split time from last week, 14:24. So time starting to extend just a little. pace the CrossFit Play have got going with this worm is fairly good. They're not rushing things too much. They know they're in the lead. More heats to come, obviously, but they just seem to be a nice, easy pattern.
Yeah, we've seen tests in the past won and lost on the worm. It's not something that's so foreign anymore. We have seen it a few years now at this level of competition, but not every box has a worm in it. And we do see some creative ways that teams manage to train the movement.
And when Pip says box, we mean CrossFit Gym. So if you're just joining us and don't know exactly what's going on and what we're talking about, so the CrossFit box, very early reference term. We're trying to mimic everything that happens in real life. I'll tell you what, there's not too many times in my life I've been throwing around a worm, maybe rolling up an old carpet or, I don't know, being a removalist. I'll tell you what, when you're doing removalist with your partner, you know how the communication, you know how that goes. So when you've got 3 other team members, communication's got to be spot on, making sure we keep a very level head. Distance ticking over to the far left. 800 meters required from each individual as they progress through. And with more information coming from the competition floor, let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Thanks, Jeremy. And now I'm standing right in front of CrossFit Mecca, and although they're doing quite well in this heat, one thing that I've noticed that might be letting this team down a little bit is communication with the worm. So we all know that in order to work efficiently as a team, communication is really important. And I've noticed a couple of times where athletes are dropping that worm early. So pickup is just as important as put down, because if you're dropping that worm and leaving that weight on the remaining 3 team members, that's quite a significant load. So not only do we have to worry about making sure that we're all picking up our worm at the same time, we have to also be dropping it at the same time. Now, hopefully it's just a thing that's happened 1 or 2 times and won't prevent them any further in this heat, but something that I've noticed with CrossFit Mecca.
Thanks, Kayla. Communication and efficiency of movement, 2 of the keys to a good team and a good team competition. Jojo and Wani nearly done. Now, interesting pairing as well. We've seen Papamoa with their males and their females separating, so they can change at any spot as long as they rotate through the 4 implements.
Yeah, that's right, Jeremy. It might not necessarily pay off to have your 2 strongest together and your 2 weaker athletes together, because no one can move forward until everyone's done anyway. It looks like it's really coming down to the sandbag hug and the double unders on this test.
Breathing, just as important as communication, teamwork, and trying to recover. And when I say doing nothing, they're just standing there holding a heavy load, but you've got to try and relax yourself and get that heart rate under control.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of the athletes really leaning back, trying to pull that mass right back into the middle so that they're not having to use all their biceps with the weight out in front of them.
Jojo Wani from CrossFit Mecca. And a lot of New Zealand athletes coming over the ditch. Very well represented again. I like the fact that Tegan and Dylan on the far right, partnering up on the bike and the assault runner. CrossFit Mecca owners. Lewis for CrossFit Play now, ditching the shirt. As Kayla mentioned earlier on in her report, weather still not very warm, but we are going to get up to a fairly decent temperature today once that sun really breaks over the horizon. Jojo finishing up. Oh, as you mentioned, communication just falling apart. And not going to throw it on the shoulder, we're just going to carry it. And pulling up level with the other three teams. Now with 6 minutes left on our clock, we are going to see some teams finish. We're not going to see them finish anywhere near the time. The test record from last week, 19:15. CrossFit East Nashville proven. Harry Chapman at the front, doing what he's done the last 22 minutes, his lead from the front. This will be a good start competition for CrossFit Play.
CrossFit Play making easy work of this worm. It's also really working in their advantage that they're very evenly distributed with their height.
As our first team to head over the finish line here at the Torian Pro for 2023. 23-18-ish, and there's Mr. Greg Lewis. You wouldn't believe he's 35, would you? A day over 20. They will be very happy to get that one in the books for today. Mecca working hard to finish off their final round. Still plenty of time to get through. And Dan not looking happy on that assault runner. Cody and Kim, they are done. Dan and Aiden just about finished up. As Mecca come down the floor, final 10, worm cleaner jerks. Now, interesting strategy now, moving Dylan to the front, Wani to the third position, and probably taking a little bit more load between the girls. Touch over 3 minutes remaining of our first heat of the day. Two of our New Zealand teams battling it out. It is going to be Mecca over the line first. Last 5 now for Papamoa. 3 remaining for Mecca, back of screen. Mecca, grueling 25 minutes and 40 seconds for them to start competition. Papamoa are done as well. Coming into a competition like this, The goal is to finish everything under time cap.
Yeah, that's right. If you can finish every test under the time cap, you're doing pretty well.
Just those small little goals you got to tick off along the way.
Just one at a time.
And CrossFit NTRS Picton. They haven't got long. They've got about 90 seconds left now. Sealy. You'd love a little bit of spike ball out there, apparently. Spike ball champ of Australia. So he thinks. Oh. And absolutely blowing some big breaths in and out. The final 60 seconds coming up now of heat number 1. Team test number 1. Crowd really starting to fill in here at Pat Rafter Arena. Beautiful form. Hanging on.
She's only got those fingers just touching, but she looks pretty comfortable considering.
Having a good time anyway. But if finger grips all you've got, well, that's what we'll go with. Final 10 seconds coming up now. And heat number 1, team test number 1. All done for day 1 of competition here. And a grueling test, we knew it was going to be a grueling test. And probably one that these competitors were happy to get out of the way. Temperature starting to rise a little bit here as well. And Mecca, good start. But the experience of Greg Lewis bringing home a CrossFit Play star strength for a heat win. One of the hardest jobs for the judges, our volunteers, getting those sandbags back into position and moving those worms back. What a great start of competition.
Very nice way to start off team test 1. Play though, so smooth on that worm the whole way through. The sandbag proving to be not too much of a problem for them. The name of the game was to work with your partner. Try not to spend too much time resting so you can move onto that worm as quick as possible.
Results after our first heat of the day. CrossFit Play star strength 23:16, and just a few minutes slower than our record time last week. Mecca at 25:39 and Wapamoa at 25:49. And plenty more action coming from Pat Rafter Arena all day here. It's going to be a busy 3-day competition. Days 2 and 3 have already sold out, Pip. And day 1, according to event directors Mike Towner and John O'Snape, we are very close to selling out this one as well. Workday here in Australia on a Friday. And I'm sure a lot of remote workplaces today. You might see some laptops popping up in the crowd.
Well, work does clock off at 5 p.m. and Friday Night Lights in Pat Rafter is pretty unreal. Can't wait to see what tonight is going to be like.
I think it's going to be a little bit earlier than 5 p.m. And heat number 2, not too far away. Day 1 of competition, and team test 1. It's a long one.
4 rounds, 1 athlete per station. Echo bike, 2 kilometres for females, 2.5 kilometres for males. 800 metres run on this assault runner. Bear hug, sandbag hold, 150 pounds for the females, that's 68 kilos, and 200 pounds for the males, that's 91 kilos. 150 double unders and 10 worm clean and jerks each round. 28-minute time cap. The bear hug, sandbag hold, and the double unders are done together, as is the echo bike and the assault runner.
Tension, pressure, it's all coming. Athletes sitting out there. Oh, the man with the mullets, Louis Foster. I'll tell you what, it's not just about Louis Foster's mullet today. Partner Kyla's got one as well. Heat list for heat number 2. We've got a full complement now. All 8 teams on the floor for heat number 2. See down there in lane number 6, CrossFit EXF, a full roster change from the team that went to the CrossFit Games last year. And one of our OGs, CrossFit Townsville, probably the most experienced team at competition at regional, sanctional or semi-final level.
Yeah, it's so great to see CrossFit Townsville's name on that heat list.
Dan and,
one of the OGs.
Dan and Amy Strickland up there, north of Queensland. A couple of hours north of where we are right now. Uniforms are on point, hair is on point as well. That's a great, you call those braids?
Those are braids.
Oh, there we go, look at me go.
Outstanding braids.
And Botany. Kathy Sergi, she was here last year as part of the CrossFit Norwest team. Fist bumps all round. And star strength. Massive complement of athletes here this weekend. Underway for heat number 2. Team test number 1 for day 1 of competition at the Torian Pro. 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. This is the official Oceania semi-final. Torian Pro building each and every year. Saw a little bit of strategy come into play in the previous heat. These guys are out the back. They're probably watching on the monitors, but I don't think we're going to see anything too different to what they saw last week in week 1.
No, that's right. In the last heat, the teams that were really smooth on that worm seem to be finishing first. They do have to go back to that worm each round for 10 worm clean and jerks.
CrossFit Chocolate Box, dead set. It's got to be the best name of a gym ever. Liv Lambourne there having a great time already. She must be having a good time. She's doing the sandbag first. She's got the easy one.
She's fresh.
Teams having to strategize how they see fit and how best to get through this test number 1 as efficiently, as quick as possible. They can put them in any order, but you've got to work out what that order's going to be. When you're going, you've been to the CrossFit Games. Sometimes they send some tests, some events out early, you get to test them. When they release the tests a couple of weeks out, how much testing do you actually do as a team? Because you were part of the team competition back with me in 2012 at regional level. How much did you practice back then?
Oh, look, back then I didn't really know what I was in for, to be honest. But a fair bit of trial and error goes into it, because you do need to strategize in the team competition, figure out who is going to do their job and where and how. Because now that we do teams of 4, it really is important that they're working as a unified team and not just as 4 individuals. This test is probably the only test this weekend, aside from some lifting, where we're going to see the athletes working individually on a station. For the most part, they're going to be synchronized and really utilizing that team aspect.
Woodhouse at the back, CrossFit Chocolate Box, and in front of the screen, Kate Gordon, Steel Coast CrossFit down in Newcastle, just north of Sydney. And 2 girls who were so close to individual competition right there on screen, the 2 blondes, Georgia Wellsman to the right, Kenzie Woodhouse to the left. They finished the 2 next spots out of individual competition, so they were close. With some more info on the competition floor, let's head down there right now with Kayla Banfield.
Heat 2 is looking a lot more exciting, Jeremy. We've got a full court of athletes. There's a team in every single lane, which is quite different to our first heat where there was only 4 teams competing. And I feel like that is quite a difference for the athletes. There's a lot more things happening. There's a lot more things to be considerate of, a lot more worms being thrown around, a lot more double under ropes happening. So I think there are some pros, but also some cons in that, you know, they have to be aware of things that are going on around them. The energy in here is definitely picking up as we get through the heats. We're getting better athletes and better teams as we get through to that 3rd and final heat. So lots more energy in the floor now, Jeremy.
Energy is definitely something that we're going to see right across this weekend at Pat Rafter Arena. I cannot wait for tonight. Friday Night Lights here. A few cold drinks after work. Community competition running outside here as well at Pat Rafter Arena, so plenty of athletes, not just inside but outside as well. Pro competition, the pro amateur competition running. We've got some masters later on the competition floor here. We've got some teenagers and some adaptive athletes. It is all happening this weekend. Brisbane, Australia, so thank you for your company. Left of screen. 6'4" Army, Plan B in the orange. And buy tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational taking place in Austin, Texas. October 27 to 29, 2023. Scan the QR code on your screen. And Louis Foster with a fairly decent stance there in the far left of screen, supporting that sandbag. Louis there with a very good posture and keeping that torso nice and upright.
Yeah, with his stance just that bit wider, it means he doesn't have to lean back as much. He's got that weight just resting at the top of his hips, feet are nice and wide. The more your hands slip up to the top though, the harder it is. It's hard on your biceps holding that sandbag. There's 68 kilos for the women, that's 150 pounds, and at 91 kilos, 200 pounds for the males. That's a lot of weight to hold out in front of you. for a bit over a minute or so. And the athletes that have just that little bit longer arm span that are able to get their whole hands around and link them seem to be able to find just that more comfortable position to squeeze the sandbag into their middle. You'll see the athletes that can only just get the tips of their fingers linking, having a harder time at just blowing out their biceps just that bit more.
Louis looks really comfortable with that sandbag hold. Really relaxed, trying to keep that breathing under control, the heart rate down.
Some people are just made for a sandbag, let's be real.
Carla McKenzie, she wasn't going to be outdone with the mullet, so she went in and got a bit of a trim as well. With Lambert in front of screen, and Steve Machevsky, great athlete in his own right, on the assault runner. All looking very relaxed. But I'm saying that we're only about a third of the way through test number 1.
Yeah, and from our semi-finals last week and watching the previous heat, this test really is all about that sandbag hold, the double unders and the worm. The echo bike and the runner is just adding to that fatigue, but it doesn't seem to be won or lost there.
Botany on the far right in the yellow. Jack Dicker about to finish up those double unders. Francesco Laparco, bit of a lean to the side with that sandbag. I don't know what that's all about, but that's interesting, unless he's favours one side and he's stronger on one side. Jack Dicker, 34 years of age. Been crossfitting since 2016, and this is it. He's pulling up stumps after this. He goes, that's it, I've had enough.
We've heard that before.
Yes, haven't we, what? We heard that yesterday from Brandon Swan. He reckons this is the Swan song until next year.
We've had 3 Swan songs, haven't we?
Yes, we have. We'll come back to John Farnham.
My guys, checking in. We are 5 minutes in. See a CrossFit Townsville going out of lead 7 of that first team to make it back to the work.
Great battle going on. 4-way battle, in fact, for this lead. We'll start to see things space out a little bit the deeper we get into test number 1. Star strength on screen. More on that. Let's head to Kayla.
Jeremy, we could say this till we're blue in the face, right? Communication is key when it comes to our team athletes. And we see a lot of talking, a lot of stop, a lot of start, a lot of go. But one thing we don't see a lot of is non-verbal communication. And in my 10 years of reporting, I've seen something for the first time this year, and this is CrossFit Star Strength using hand signals and perhaps a little bit of sign language to indicate what I'm not sure. One of our athletes, when she was on the assault runner, was putting her hand up in the air. She was, I think, signaling numbers perhaps. She had 3 fingers in the air, then 5 fingers in the air. And a new one as well, 2 arms out. Now, I don't know if she was stretching or recovering or communicating to her other athletes, but when you're under fatigue, it's very difficult to talk. So a different way to communicate might be using hand signals, and that's something that I haven't seen before.
Bit of YMCA out on the floor nice and early. We'll ramp that up a little bit later on. Thanks, Kayla. And Liam Ford out in front and pulling his team forward into the lead. Chocolate box. And the first 2 team members having to go back a little bit quicker than the other 2 to get onto Rogue Echo Bike and the assault runner. talked non-verbals with Kayla just before. Sometimes it's better to save your energy rather than talking for the sake of communicating.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of these teams have been working for a long time together, or maybe not as a team, but they've trained together, so they know how each other work. You do get to learn, even if you haven't done these tests before, how to communicate with each other.
+6'4", plan B. I wonder what their plan A was.
I think plan A is still to come.
Down, 15 remaining. Grueling test number 1. And our top time last week, 19:15. CrossFit East Nashville proven.
Both are
6'4" Army plan B in the background in the orange shirts. Finish off the second round of the 10 worm clean and jerks.
Now team test 1 is 4 rounds, 1 athlete per station. Echo bike is females 2 kilometers, males 2.5 kilometers, 800-meter run on the assault runner. Bear hug, sandbag hold, 150 pounds for females, 200 pounds for males. That's 68 kilos and 91 kilos, 150 double unders and 10 worm clean and jerks, 28-minute time cap.
Forward at the front. Stephen Norman on the runner. Fairly formidable as a team, slowly been progressing through competition stages. Georgie Lloyd there from CrossFit Peak Blaxland. If you don't know that name, you will. Individual competition with Sneaky Pete Ellis from that affiliate as well. CrossFit Townsville in the black and the blue. 2 girls, Ellie Rowan and Sarah Pilflicht. And an affiliate owner's nightmare sitting right in front of you on the floor with chalk everywhere.
These last 2 rounds of test 1 are looking drastically different to the first 2. That fatigue really starting to kick in.
Oh, and the race is starting. Townsville moving forward, only just in front. CrossFit Geo Star Strength. Blake Hart at the front. Rich Saganto, 3rd athlete back. And you talk about height of the worm as well, Pip. Now Reese, he's sitting there in the 3rd position on that worm. Now he's a crane operator. If anyone knows about moving objects like this, it's got to be him.
You would think so, but what I really love is that little double bounce that they're doing on the ground first in unison, so that all 4 athletes have got a really good grip on the worm.
Does that add some extra fatigue? expenditure of energy just doing that, or is that just going to work in their favor?
Look, I think it's working in their favor. They're spending less time having to adjust that worm at the top because they're getting their grip on the bottom first and it's landing nice and straight on the shoulders.
Now, talk me through single reps versus touch and go.
Single rep is going to require a bit more energy. Having a reset at the bottom each time, a bit more time under tension on that lower back, setting up. The athletes that can touch and go, tick over those reps just that bit quicker, are going to have less time under tension.
Heading up into the final round, CrossFit Townsville. Battling hard with CrossFit Geo Star Strength. We're just talking about loading of this worm as well. We're talking about spacing on the worm and where you put each individual team members. The great shot of it just then. Some teams staying very close together with a little bit of an overhang front and back, and some actually extending out so the gaps are in the middle.
Yeah, look, we always see so many different variations on the worm, and each team is going to have practiced it differently as well in their gyms. Some of them are opting for their strongest male to be in the middle of their two females, taking a bit of the load, especially if you do have some shorter females. It just helps take a bit of that load if you've got your strongest male between the two of them. I don't know about the overhang at the front, though, that we have seen some teams have. It looks very uncomfortable for the front athlete.
Jake Loud and Max Jolly teaming up with Kenzie Woodhouse and Georgia Wellsman for Team CrossFit Chocolate Box. Lane 7 is where your leaders are currently sitting. And as our test record time ticks by from East Proven Nashville last week, North American East semi-final. Day 1 competition at the North American West semi-final is currently underway as well. A big thank you to everyone joining us right around the globe. Only 3 days of competition here. Isabel Gosling. She's got a mass amount of experience as well. And Izzy Gosling just in front of the assault runner, got a little bit of a sway on. I'm not sure if that's going to help her take her mind off things a little bit or just transfer the weight between feet. I'd love to know what song's in her head right now. So just counting her double unders with her head. Stephen Norman grabbing the rope again as 6'4" Army Plan B move down to finish off their 3rd round of their 10 worm clean and jerks. Stephen Norman with a Masters of High Performance Sport, Bachelor of Exercise Science. This guy must know pretty much everything there is to know about the human body. Regional competitor from 2016, 17 and 18, Stephen Norman. It's a mass amount of experience. Jessie Ward on the assault runner. It's her 11th year as well. But first time being really competitive in the CrossFit Open, and here she is. came forward looking like he's digging through mud on that Echo bike. And judge's hand in the air, but they won't be in the lead. CrossFit Geo's star strength, and they are going strength to strength. You can hear the call of up every single time. Whether they like it or not, it's moving.
As the athletes get more and more fatigued, that worm starts to get a bit more wobbly through the middle.
And CrossFit Geo star strength 23:20. First year of competitive CrossFit, Jesse, and that's how it feels. Battle on the floor currently. EXF making a big charge. Pete Blacksland will finish second in this heat and overtake CrossFit Townsville. Last couple of reps for both teams. Lanes 6 and 7. This is heat 2. EXF being coached this year by Moses Patallo. Part of the team last year. A few injuries. Oh, we'll have to find out who had the chip timer in their ankle and who triggered it. Probably another important point to talk about as well. If you're going into your last round of worm cleaner jerks, you probably put the chip timer on the person that's going to be closest to the finish line so they can actually dump the worm and then finish.
That would be a very smart game plan, but probably not something that everybody thinks about. Not everyone has a foot race in the back of their mind for the end of a test. We love to see it though, we love a foot race.
So Townsville, Ellie Rowan. Still 4 teams on the competition floor. Chocolate box to the far right, the black. Steel Coast in the center. Kenzie Woodhouse bolting down the floor. This will be a good battle. All 3 teams, Botany as well over there in lane number 8, all starting at the same time. Botany seem to have the lead, but only just. Chocolate box having a little bit of trouble. Just picking up the worm, dropping it in a position where it's easy to pick up.
Yeah, that's right. It's just little things like that in these tests that can chew up your time. Making sure that worm is nice and straight each time so you're not having to spend that time wiggling it back into a straight position.
Team. Francesco and Jack adding a little bit of height, eats the load, and and they do finish up just over a minute before time cap. Steel Coast strolling over the line. Jake Law not in a rush. Obviously, Kate Gordon had the chip timer in her ankle, so she's the only one that needs to sprint across the line. Chocolate Box finish up as well. Sixth-Form Army, Plan B, our final team. The last 30 seconds of heat number 2. Stepachevsky getting down. How many reps are they going to get? Not too many. Louis Foster's still on the Echo bike. And 1 rep in the final round for +6'4", Plan B. CrossFit Geo star strength, Liam Ford leading from the fronts. Good start of competition for them. Steve, I think star strength name we're going to be saying a few times over the weekend, not just in team competition, but individuals as well.
Heat 2 for the teams, test 1. It's been and gone. That sandbag, though, really is the problem child of this test for a lot of these athletes.
It's just a brutal element to add to something like this where you're elevating your heart rate, and then you've got to sit there and try and be composed.
It really is. It's just time under tension. It is hard. It's very fatiguing. But the worm, once again, in the team competition, events or tests rather, are won and lost on that worm. It's star strength, no problem at all.
We are 2 down. We have 1 heat to come. Test 1 of the team competition before we turn our attention to individuals. And I don't think anyone in Brisbane is currently at work today because they're all here. Their results from heat number 2. CrossFit Geo star strength 23-22. Good result for them. Big Blacksland and CrossFit Townsville our top 3. And pretty tight right between middle section of heat number 2. Chocolate Box our last to finish, about 45 seconds under that time cap. Talk about excitement building over the weekend. This is just the beginning. The nerves have settled now for 2 of our heats. We've got another one coming up very shortly. And for the first time, we are going to see the big guns, the big qualifiers coming out of the quarterfinals. And our first chance to have a look at that Mayhem Torian team up against the 6'4" Army endgame. CrossFit Creative as well, they are in the next heats coming up. A big support crew from Melbourne. Tell you what, the temperature, I reckon, in about the last half an hour has gone up about 5 degrees Celsius. It's almost pleasant.
Well, today is supposed to be the warmest day here over the 3. By 1 p.m. it should be very steamy in here.
The flames are going off as well, so we're going to try and heat things up that way as well. As our 3rd and final heats of test 1 hit the competition floor. And you can start feeling the vibe and the energy already, Pip.
Team test 1, 4 rounds, 1 athlete per station, Echo bike. Females 2 kilometres, males 2.5 kilometres, 800-metre run, bear hug, sandbag hold, 150 pounds for females, that's 68 kilos, 200 pounds for males, that's 91 kilos, 150 double unders, and 10 worm clean and jerks each round. They've got a 28-minute time cap, and I think there's going to be some teams that absolutely annihilate that time cap.
19 minutes, 15 seconds. Our test record from week 1 semi-finals. CrossFit East Proven Nashville. Getting that done last week. Pressure building. Athletes got to know this is where they've got to start their progress towards the CrossFit Games. And our heat list for our third and final heats of test 1 for the teams. And we're going to be looking in lanes 4 and 5. Torian Mayhem. Can they clean sweep? The results important. Spots 2 and 3 still up for grabs. James Noonan there from some creative. Underway for a third and final heats. And far left, we talk about OG, Josh Santhau. Back mid regional level, he was there constantly, individual team member. Another one of those Newcastle teams. There's a fair few Newcastle teams here this weekend.
Yeah, it's great to see Newey out there on the floor.
Jade Williams also in that team. From the concept crew, moving from individual competition last year into teams. We've seen a bit of moving and shaking from people. Royce Dunn included. And I don't think I've seen anyone more relaxed on an echo bike ever than James Noonan. And one team to watch, that one in particular, Jack Laker from Jack's Pack, East Tamaki. Don't be confused with Zach's Pack. Zach's now their coach. So it's now Jack's Pack. Jono Dunlop from the other Torian team, Torian Black. Can Torian send 2 teams? Christy Hollard, part of the Torian Mayhem team. Trying to build a team for the CrossFit Games to break that podium drought that we've had ever since inception. So if you're not exactly sure what I'm talking about, we've never had a podium placement from team competition at the CrossFit Games. Are we going to see it from Torian Mayhem this year? They finished 3rd in the qualifiers. Marnie Sykes, another athlete with so much experience. 6'4" Army Gold 2 years ago, CrossFit Selwyn last year.
And I think when we're talking about the team competition, individual experience is one thing, but having so much high-level team experience really does pay off. As we were saying earlier, this is one of the only tests we'll see over the weekend where in the team competition, the athletes are working individually on a station. For the most part, they do work in unison, either synchronized or all 4 of them at once.
Judges' hands in the air already. Make sure you jump on and buy tickets now to the 5th annual Rogue Invitational taking place in Austin, Texas. October 27 to 29 this year. Scan that QR code on your screen to grab your tickets. Brandon Swan sticking out with those red shorts in the middle of Pat Rafter Arena. 2-time individual Torian Pro champ. Back before it was official semi-final. But he wants to make it 3 titles. And then hang up the shoes for good. Torian Mayhem, no surprise to see them out in front, grabbing the worm. Torian Black right alongside them. And here come the other team, 6'4" Army Endgame, Jack's Pack, East Tamaki, two of our New Zealand teams, and Tribe HQ all the way down there in lane 7.
Now, Torian Black were top 60 in the world in the quarterfinals, so they are a team to watch this weekend.
Royce is almost doing it with one arm.
Just give Royce the worm, he'll be right.
Oh, they're on a mission. So split time from CrossFit East Nashville, proven last week, 4 minutes 17. So very comparable. If they continue that progress, they are possibly going to get a test record. Tribe back very quick. Torian Black now on, and 6'4" Army Endgame. It's Concept Crew. Brody and Jade hitting the Echo Bike and the Assault Runner. Creative. Jenna Lenich, Maddie Huggins. Seth Vargas joining. James Noonan, who is now on the Assault Runner.
Now, the sandbag has proven to be the hardest part of this test. And as we saw, the first athlete that got to do it first, a lot fresher than the athletes that are going to do it in the next couple of rounds. As the rounds go on, that sandbag just looks heavier and heavier under fatigue. For the athletes that have longer arms that can link their whole hand around it, just makes it that bit easier to squeeze it into the midline. For the athletes that are just holding on at the fingertips, that weight's just out in front that bit more, putting more pressure on the biceps.
Holly Heine with that bag, Tremaine Jensen. Two of the team members from CrossFit our side who were so close to qualifying last year. I'm not sure chewing gum and working out is possibly a good strategy, but it seems to be working for Holly because she's communicating quite well.
Well, considering she's only got her fingertips just touching around that bag, she made pretty easy work of that.
PJ Tafidi and Alex Bullock, your team from 3076, the FC 3076 down there in Melbourne. Background, Ebony Simmons looking to the heavens for some help. John O'Dunlop on the Assault Runner coming over from Western Australia in the off-season, joining up with Jack Jeffrey and Lisa Campbell.
If we talk about arm placement around that sandbag, for those viewing that have never held a sandbag for an extended period of time, especially one that's 150 pounds and 200 pounds, arm placement, super important. The higher up your arms, the harder it is to keep holding. If you can get those arms around the middle or just a little bit lower, hold it just a bit higher on the hips and lean back a bit. It just takes some pressure off the biceps.
PJ Tafidi doing a great job, but as a mother you will know, dead weight out in front and carrying children is very similar to a heavy sandbag.
Well, if we're comparing it to everyday life things, if you're a parent and have ever held a child that's sleeping for an extended period of time,
we all know how bad that is.
That's what I would compare it to.
Torian Mayhem into the second round of 10, clean endurance with the worm. 365 pounds, 166 kilos, 2 separate segments. 6'4" Army Endgame and 3076. Is this the podium we see in 3 days' time?
Too early to tell, Jeremy, too early to tell.
Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Thanks, Jeremy. And we're in Heat 3, which is arguably our fittest teams for the weekend. And one thing that I notice is a real difference in this heat to the earlier heats is how these athletes recover. So there's not a lot of time in this particular test where the athletes are standing around doing nothing. They're going straight from the worm back into their individual elements. And especially CrossFit Torian Mayhem, their recovery is immaculate. So when they're back on that runner or they're back on the sandbag, you can see like Brandon Swan at the moment, he's sucking in that air. He's probably recovering on that air runner, which for me as an unfit athlete is insane. I recover when I rest, but our fit athletes have to learn to recover in the movements. Marnie is possibly recovering in her double unders as well. And you really notice that difference between this heat and the earlier heats.
I fully agree, Kayla. I am not recovering on any piece of equipment ever.
And I think just going on what Kayla's saying about recovery, it's really about transitions. CrossFit Torian Mayhem just have such smooth transitions. They're not using those to rest, they're using transitions to move quickly to the next station.
Got a team captain like Royce Dunn. We know how fit Royce Dunn and we know how strong Royce Dunn is. You don't want to let Royce Dunn down. So you're going to do whatever you can to keep up with Royce Dunn. So poor old Swanee, sucking in the big ones. Brandon Swan, one of those athletes who had a great start very early on. Made the CrossFit Games as an individual. 2012, 2013. Then went back as part of Project X in team competition and looking to go back. I'm sure he's missed it.
Yeah, we were joking with him yesterday that this is the 3rd time he's come out of retirement. The 3rd time's the charm.
There is every chance that that team will be heading to the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin in August this year. And hopefully for the first time represent the Oceania region on the podium. Alessio Angelucci moving his team forward, Tribe HQ. And they have lost a little bit of ground. Tribe, your top 3, Torian Mayhem, 6'4" Army Endgame, and PFC 3076. Tremaine Jensen already been to the CrossFit Games, part of CrossFit our side. Laura Clifton's affiliate, who we'll see a little bit later on in individual competition. Are we going to see her go back to the CrossFit Games after qualifying in 2020?
We haven't yet talked about the assault runner in this test, and it's not often that the assault runner is missed, but it seems to be the easiest part of this whole test is the 800-meter run. And for those watching at home that aren't familiar with the assault runner, it's like a treadmill, but self-propelled by your own legs.
So when you say self-propelled, we're utilizing more muscle groups rather than a motor generating the force for us.
That's right, it's not run by a motor, it is run by your hamstrings pulling down on that belt. It rewards good running technique. I personally find it a little bit harder to run on, but it's more comfortable and preferable to running on the road, I say.
Kayla mentioned recovering on the assault runner, and Brandon Swan doing just that. I was talking to Brandon during the week, and he said, how's preparation going? And he said, I'm in the middle of Australia, in Uluru, which I didn't expect to come out of his mouth. So he took wife Kel and young son Nate out to the middle of Australia for some downtime before they get into competition here. Not actually expecting to compete because he is now a firefighter. So they booked the trip a year ago. And they went through with it, which is great. Family time, always good. Torian Mayhem in the lead by a long way.
You can really see the team experience here. They're not having to communicate at all to pick that worm up at the same time.
Now our split time for the third round is 14:24. Torian Mayhem are going to go very close to that, 3:07.6. Are now moving ahead into second position, just ahead of 6'4" Army Endgame. Torian Mayhem a little bit slower with 1 rep remaining. What can they do with this back end? Great communication from Josh Santh out the front. The Frenchman, Clint Cole, fortunately missed out last year, wasn't able to get back into New Zealand as a French national, strict regulations. So couldn't compete with the team, didn't qualify in Europe, all out at sea, but big Clint, massive unit and a very fit athlete back, the 6'4" Army team. Exceptional. Jumping back into that second spot ahead of PFC CrossFit 3:07.6. Feels like Torian Mayhem are racing the rest of the world, not the rest of the field here. I'm sure they've sat there and looked at all the split times from last week and go, that's our targets. If we're going to be competitive in Madison, we have to hit these targets.
Yeah, I don't think they would be worrying about the clock that is here in this stadium. I'd say they're racing the clocks from last week.
Talk about team competition with CrossFit Games and that Mayhem tag. You throw it out there, it's going to be another Mayhem team on the podium. Swanee looks like he is in a world of hurt.
Doing the sandbag last, as the last athlete in the fourth round is a punish.
I think that's why you'll see this is Swanee's last year. 91 kilos, 200 pounds, and a whole lot of struggle.
Well, once you're already fatigued, it's really hard to get that sandbag in a comfortable position on your body where the weight is manageable to hold on to, even picking it up off the ground. Also, sweat being a factor, it gets pretty slippery.
It's our time to keep an eye on 19:15, just over 1 minute. I just don't think Torian Mayhem have enough juice in the tank to get close.
round 4 looks very different to round 1.
Tremaine Jensen. Oh, everyone's looking for some. Brody's looking for some as well. There's got to be something up there. Oh. That exclamation said it all. I feel sorry for the athletes that had to test these tests. Oh no, that one's not heavy enough. Oh, maybe that one was too heavy.
Look, when Royce Dunn is grimacing at the weight, we know it's heavy. All just trying to get that lead back and take the pressure off their biceps.
And this last round has really hurt all of these teams. And you can see just how impressive that time was. CrossFit Nashville proven last week. And you mentioned, Pip, the biceps. Oh, 6-4 Army endgame. Now jumping into the lead. Now this is crucial. The way they've been moving the worm over the previous 3 rounds is going to tell me we're not going to see a clean sweep. Coach Comey Mitchell says to me 2 days ago, keep your eyes out, we're coming. PFC CrossFit 3076 are on the way. They won't be as fast as 6-4 Army endgame. Torian Mayhem in some trouble. Oh, touch and go PFC. Can they catch up some time? And this is what we came to see. But it's 6-4 Army endgame. Test 1 win. Just under 21 minutes. And what a start. PFC 3076. 95 points for them. The concept crew, they're level pegging with Torian Mayhem. They're working on the double bounce method as well, as we saw in the previous heat from CrossFit Townsville. Torian Mayhem. The tank looks empty. Concept. They're in lane 1, far left of screen. And they're going to take 3rd here. Last rep. CrossFit Concept crew. Oh, what a result. Brody Preston comes over the line. And now Torian Mayhem. 2 reps to go. Oh, and the collapse on the floor now. Torian Black, they're close. Still 2 reps remaining. Torian Mayhem. They need to move. Torian Black is finishing fast. But it will be Torian Mayhem to finish 4th in this heat. Torian Black in 5th. And probably not the result we're expecting.
All right, talk about throwing a spanner in the works. Swanee. He is in the hurt locker.
And we've seen the hurt locker a few times on this competition floor in the last couple of years. Ricky Garrard in the same position after test 1 last year, comes back and wins the next one.
It's going to be interesting to see how they come back from this and how the fatigue is going to affect them in the next test. But we're still on test 1 and have to bring these other teams home. CrossFit East Tamaki Jack's pack. Oh. Just a brutal test, test 1.
Oh, Swanee. He's probably going, why didn't I retire last year? Tribe HQ. They are all done, 24.5 minutes. Our final team on the floor. CrossFit Creative, lane number 8. Royce not looking in great shape either. The boys had to work hard. James Noonan at the front. Matty Huggins, Seb Vargas, Jenna Lenich. Still plenty of time on the clock.
CrossFit Creative still well under the 28-minute time cap. They got 2 minutes to finish off these worm clean and jerks.
Only a couple of reps to go. 3 in fact. Some teams, I think, came into this not expecting to get as much energy sucked out of them as does happen on a competition floor. That adrenaline starts pumping. Someone pulls the plug. It drains straight out. As CrossFit Creative finish up our third and final heat of test number 1 for day 1 of the Torian Pro for 2023. And what a result, 6-4 Army endgame. And exactly the start they wanted and needed. Torian Mayhem will do a little bit of study on that one, find out exactly what went wrong. And no doubt we will see them back up the top in the not too distant future.
Yeah, CrossFit Torian Mayhem came out the really competitive pace to last week, what we saw in the East. But 6-4 Army just chugging along, and they didn't seem to have any problems in that last round where the fatigue really hit, and they just pushed forward ahead of Torian Mayhem. Absolutely crucial win for them. Grabbing themselves 100 points.
And let's head down to Kayla Banfield on the competition floor.
6-4 Army endgame. Congratulations. Great start to the weekend. Now, I spoke to you as you finished across the finish line, and you guys said to me that you actually had never practiced it in that sequence. So what prompted the change of approach?
So when the workouts first came out a couple of weeks ago before the first semi-final, we originally thought one person would be on the skipping, other person on the sandbag. Once the person has finished skipping, they can help the sandbag, and that needs to be up the whole time for the run. But then when we saw last weekend of the first semi-final that they switched, we're like, oh snap. That's not what we thought, so we had to quickly adjust it. It was a little bit too close to this weekend, so we thought we wouldn't actually try it. So we just stick with what we thought would be the best case scenario if we had tried it. And thankfully, it turned out it was, and we managed to come out with a win.
You guys are obviously very agile and able to kind of handle things as they come to you. You weren't really leading for the entire test until the last minute. How do you maintain composure and stick to the plan when there's other teams in front of you?
You have to have blinders on, really. And every little section of that workout was like its own individual workout, so it's not over until it's over. So until like I was sitting back on the bike, I started to look around and was like, oh, things might be changing. So yeah, you just have to trust the plan and execute.
Well, guys, execute you did. Great job, and we'll see you out here for test 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kayla. And 100 points for +6-4 Army endgame 20:55. About 90 seconds shy of that test record from last week, but still enough to propel them way up that leaderboard. PFC with a great result coming in 5th, qualified from the quarterfinals. And Concept Crew getting that 3rd. Torian Mayhem, Torian Black making up our top 5. And I love a shake-up, Pip Malone, and I think we just got one.
Oh, we love a shake-up. It's only day 1. Lots more shake-ups to come.
Oh, I'm sure. Plenty of action coming up as well later on throughout the day, individuals and more team competition to come. As the crowd really starts to pile in here to Pat Rafter Arena. We are going to see a very full house come the afternoon. Our standings for our teams after test 1. So our top 4 in the final heat, and Star Strength from CrossFit Play. So they did very well in heat number 1. And the other Star Strength team from CrossFit Geo. Getting either side of the Torian Black team. Jacks Pack East Tarmac, an important result for them. They came in 4th place qualifier into the semi-final, and rounding it off, CrossFit Townsville. Our OG team, very happy to see those guys on the competition floor once again. Our 11 through 20. Tribe HQ in the 7th spot coming in, but they are going to finish in 11th. But plenty more action coming up here from Pat Rafter Arena. Test 1 for the teams is done. Individuals coming up next.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta go fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
CrossFit Games, in my opinion, is like the promo package for what's possible.
Most folks in an affiliate work out 1 time a day for 1 hour a day, where the CrossFit Games competitor is obviously trying to increase their capacity, but for a dramatically different goal. They are literally trying to become the best athlete on the planet. They're trying to establish functional dominance over other competitors, where one here inside the affiliate is trying to maximize their capacity and be competent outside the walls of the gym.
The games probably have helped pushed everyone a bit more forward because people started seeing like what could actually happen.
What happens at the games is just an extraordinary version of what happens inside ordinary affiliates, where they're coaching athletes to move well, to move fast, to progress in terms of their strength and their skill and their aerobic capacity, the way they move their body. And what you see at the games always inspires a different training approach in affiliates. So what you'll see on Sunday at the finals, when we're crowning the fittest men and women on broadcast television worldwide, will also be taken down to a local affiliate level. Those movement patterns will be broken down, and they'll be instructing ordinary athletes how to perform those same movements, maybe a little lighter or with fewer reps or with less load, but that same movement will start bleeding into ordinary affiliate training.
The CrossFit Games is where the CrossFit community or affiliates can see the peak of fitness on full display. The best of the best do what we do within our affiliates every single day, but at a level and a degree that probably shouldn't be tested within our affiliates. But they need to see it there to know what people are capable of.
Doesn't matter what sport you follow, you can find a highlight reel and you look at that and you're like, man, that is just the coolest thing ever. Difference with our sport is that you can actually go and like do that thing and it's going to have a positive impact on your life. You're going to get fitter and healthier and better, more able to handle everyday life. And you never even have to get close to what those guys out there on the field are doing. So to me, it's a inspirational, aspirational highlight reel for everybody else to get fired up to commit to another year of training. And that cycle comes around, you see what those guys are doing, you're like, holy crap, that's the coolest thing ever. And I want to get in there and get my training taken care of.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. Day one of competition underway. Beautiful day here in Brisbane, Australia. Jeremy Austin and Pip Malone with you. Caleb Banfield will be joining us a little bit later on. And our first look at competition here, Pip, an exciting team competition underway. But we turn our attention now to the individuals and the individual ladies.
Individual test one is a 3,000 meter echo bike, 84-foot hand over hand pull, 2,000 meter run, hand over hand pull again, 1,000 meter ski erg, and then a third hand over hand pull, 92 feet to finish, 30-minute time cap. It's a big one to start the weekend off for these individual athletes.
Shake-ups already starting in the team competition. We didn't see any early shake-ups in the individual women starting things off. As you mentioned, another long time frame for our first test for individuals. 30 minutes. If you were looking last week, you know exactly how this thing is going to go down. The heat list for heat number one. A couple of newcomers to competition. Amber Cohen, one of those. Lakin McCloof back to competition after having a baby as well. Maddie Schelling coming off team competition. And also Olivia Smoothie. If you don't recognize that name at all, because Liv Kelly got married, so she's now Olivia Smoothie. Annika Roberts, one of our oldest competitors in the field, and she's got her son competing in the individual male competition. So it's a family affair this weekend.
I honestly think that's the coolest thing ever when I heard that her 18-year-old son was competing in the men's individual and she's in the women's. Absolutely unreal.
And I think we've just gone through back all the stats. I believe it's the first time it's ever happened at this type of level of competition. So that's like great. Like you're throwing down and you're actually comparing your results with your son. That's crazy. pattern as well in this field. CrossFit by design. Competition floor here last year at the Torian Pro. There's Emily on screen. Underway for our first of our individual women's heats. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals, live from Pat Rafter Arena and home to the Torian Pro, the official Oceania semi-final presented by TWL. Maddie Schelling there left of screen. Currently finishing her thesis, only 100,000 words. She's got to take time off to do some training in between that.
Only 100,000.
Laken McCloof. Great to see her back in competition. Saw her a couple of years ago as Laken Watts. She got married as well. Love to see the number of mums. 7 mums in the field. Individual female competition. Great to see them be able to bounce back. Giving birth's hard enough, let alone coming back and doing this stuff.
What I love about the female competition this year in the Oceania semi-final is that the average age of the women is more towards the late 20s, early 30s compared to the men who are all a lot younger last year and this year. The average age being more towards the early 20s. Lots of mums out there. So if you're watching at home and have been wondering if it's too late, it is never too late.
As you mentioned, Annika Roberts in the white and black, blonde hair in the centre of this first heat. One of our older competitors, 35 years of age, equal with one of our other mums. Next heat coming up is Jaylee Mancy. And I had the opportunity to chat to both of them, both Johan and Annika, during the week. And they were both just so excited to be here. Johan as a podium third place getter at the CrossFit Games last year in the teenage 16-17 division.
I'm just never going to get over all weekend how cool it is that they're both in the individual competition, mum and son. It is awesome.
I actually did ask them during the week if you were going to compare times, and they went, no. I went, come on, you've got to. Olivia Smoothie. CrossFit Highfields. Just west of where we are, a couple hours west, up in the mountain ranges.
She's been doing a bit of weightlifting though of late. She's stepped back into the fitness.
And 5 kids as well. Try juggling that. It's crazy. A very proficient weightlifter as well. And trying to explain to the 5 kids when the anti-doping people come around to do some testing, what are they here for? Maddie Schelling moving into individual competition this year after team competition. And part of CrossFit Selwyn last year, 6'4" Army Gold the year before. As we've seen in the team competition, anything can happen once you hit the competition floor here at the Torian Pro. Our recipes for success, so thanks to Trifecta.
Individual test point recipes for success. Use your hips on the sled pull, and we will see why shortly when they come up to their first sled pull. Just using the biceps, it's too heavy for that. Don't start too fast. These athletes are showing us exactly why. It is a long echo bike. If you go out too hard on it, you're going to be blown out for that sled pull.
And the fastest split time from last week, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. No judges' hands. Oh, as I say it, no judges' hands in the air. And then Liv Smoothie's judge's hand goes in the air, as does Maddie Schelling's. So getting close.
I wouldn't say that any of them are at an easy pace, but they're definitely not sprinting on the Echo bike.
And the first chance we're going to look at the competition floor now with the sled pull. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Jeremy, as I was standing backstage with these athletes getting ready to come out onto the floor for test one, they were just about to go out and I heard them muttering some things to each other. It was almost like a little bit of Chinese whispers. And then Olivia Smoothie looked me in the eye and she said, pull over the green line. And I said to one of the judges, what's she talking about? And she said, they've got to be careful. They've got to make sure that they pull that rope over the green line. And it really made me think that when the athletes are out there, there's so much that goes on in their head. It's not just a matter of executing the movements or completing the reps. They really have to think about the finer details of, you know, where they pull that rope to. And pull over the green line was something that she was repeating to herself over and over again to make sure that she didn't forget it. And Pip, I wanted to ask you, is that something that as an athlete you have to do, repeat things in your head to make sure that you don't forget those technicalities?
Yeah, that's right, Kayla. Those little technicalities really can cost you a lot, especially if you are going for one of those tickets to the games. We have seen at games level and semi-final level athletes really get hurt in tests where they haven't looked at what is required on the floor. Just like pulling the sled over the line and not moving your feet. You have to do what the standard says, otherwise it can really cost you.
6.5 minutes down. Olivia Smoothie on her third and final sled pull for round one. And time to head back to the assault runner. Now, if anything's going to start warming up your hamstrings early in the morning, a heavy sled pull is going to be doing that. Emily Atten onto the assault runner, 2,000 meters. So Emily Atten way quicker than last week. 7 minutes 25 was our split for the first sled pull. Emily about 30 seconds under that.
Now, we said in our recipes for success, use your hips on the sled pull, and that is exactly what we meant. Those feet have to stay planted on the pull, so squatting down and moving the hips as you pull hand over hand, just so you're not just using your arms.
Amber Cohen. There it is. Picture perfect. This is what you should do. Amber, her first experience at this level. Is chasing down our leader, Emily Atten, to the far right of screen. Make sure you buy your tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational taking place in Austin, Texas, October 27 to 29, 2023. Make sure you scan that QR code on your screen. Grab your tickets now. Annika Roberts just shaking her arms out a little bit. They're going to blow up massively with a very heavy sled pull.
And your arms do blow up more if you keep them tucked in one little position, especially after a sled pull. You'll see a lot of the athletes moving their arms a bit more as they run, just to get that blood flowing, shaking out that lactic acid.
82 kilos on a sled pull. That's going to be weighing more than pretty much every single female athlete out there.
Oh, definitely. And as we saw on the Echo bike, these ladies aren't sprinting this 2-kilometer run on the assault runner. I find the assault runner is the type of piece of equipment where it really hurts at the very beginning and then you find a groove that you can settle into once you get that belt going and find your stride.
Maddie Schelling. If we're going team competition this year, let's have a crack at individual and see what happens. Whilst managing to juggle your thesis.
Olivia Smoothie made easy work of that sledge. She's got to work a bit harder on her 2K run, but when she gets back to that sled, she can do some damage.
Annika Roberts was here on the competition floor 2 years ago. Torian Pro wasn't here last year. And the long grind that is the 2,000 metre assault runner.
And where you place your feet on that belt really does matter for how well the runner works for you. If you're too far back, it just doesn't move as smoothly, it doesn't move as fast. You need to be almost in between those bars just as it starts to curve so it picks up a bit of speed. If you start falling too far back behind those bars, it's just harder to pull back there. You're using more hamstrings. Lakin McClube's got a great positioning there on that assault runner. She's right in that little dip.
Her shoulders seem to be up a little bit compared to Annika Roberts on the right-hand side. Annika's shoulders seem to be dropping a little bit. Lakin seems to be really upright with her torso, making airflow a little bit easier into those lungs. Now, Lakin's not one of the tallest athletes out there either, so she's going to be having to take a lot more strides. And Annika's sitting just under that 6 foot mark. Emily Atten, the same problem. She's up around the 6 foot mark as well.
Yeah, you can see Annika is dragging that belt with her legs just a little more than what Lakin was. Lakin was sitting in that dip. That belt was moving nice and fast for her. Annika's having to use her hamstrings just that bit more.
Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Jeremy, I'm on the competition floor and I'm practically standing right in front of Olivia Smoothie in lane 5, and I've noticed that she's actually started walking twice in this particular run, which I do find quite strange for an athlete of this caliber. Most of the other athletes have been running the entire time, but Olivia has gone down to a walk twice, and I'm not sure if that's an injury that she's trying to manage or whether she's just trying to gather her energy back again from some fatigue, and she's doing it again. She's walking. Her face is looking quite concerned. You can see the brow is a little bit furrowed, and I think she's actually talking to someone in the crowd right now. It looks to be her coach. They're having a conversation, and she's looking at the screen. She's picked up a run again, so I'm wondering if there's something that hasn't quite gone to plan. She does have the support of her coach right in front of her, though.
Maybe her coach asked her to speed up and she was opposed to that as being an option. She is more of a strength athlete, Olivia. I would say this assault runner is probably not her favorite part of this test. So many variables though out on the floor. You can test things over and over again in your own gym, but when you get out here, it can be so different. Adrenaline, weather, different equipment.
Emily Atten, far right of screen. first one onto 2,000 meter assault runner. And 16:11 is our split time. Still a little bit away from that. As Olivia Smoothie continues the walk slash run, almost like a fartlek type recovery agent. Run, jog, but she's doing a jog walk. About composure on the assault runner, or in actually any aspect that you're doing. Maddie Schelling, right of screen, she just looks so comfortable. Liv to the left, looking a little bit heavy through those shoulders, but Maddie, again, nice and upright, striding out very well.
Yeah, I think on the assault runner, if you can get that stride out that little bit further, it's just more comfortable. You are propelling that belt with your legs. It can start to feel like it's getting away from you when you start to move your feet really quick.
So that time of 16:11, the split time from last week, has been and gone. The time for Danielle Brandon. And she had no trouble ripping that sled up and down the floor. So 3 days of competition here at the Torian Pro. There you go. I've actually predicted something that came off. Maddie looking great on the assault runner and first off. Laken McCloof as well. Lane number 3, she is off now as well. So she's going to be trying to charge down. And Maddie Schelling looking great.
And we didn't really talk about it on the first round of sled pulls, but the athletes are not allowed to move their feet at all while they're dragging that sled. Feet have to stay planted. If they move their feet while they're pulling, they have to go back. The sled will have to go back to where their feet started moving. And Laken really using those hips on the sled. She made quick work of that sled for a smaller athlete. You can see Olivia trying to use those hips. She's just not quite reaching full extension.
And Laken getting her rope caught underneath her sled. And they're those little 1%ers that could cost you positions and cost you spots at the CrossFit Games. Maddie Schelling. Oh, last pull, use of those hips before arms. You talk about core to extremity violation with CrossFit all the time. Using your big muscle groups before your small muscle groups. This is a perfect example as why you should use your hips first.
That's right, just planting your feet and pulling with your biceps. You're gonna blow out pretty quickly. But as we see these athletes pushing through their feet, extending at their hips and then pulling with their arms, they're using their lower body as well. And that sled just moves so much further. You can see Maddie Schelling getting her body to full extension and then pulling.
final sled pull in the second round for Maddie Schelling, your leader for heat number 1, test 1. Day 1 competition here. We were worried about the temperature early on because it was so cold. You're gonna have to take that jacket off very shortly because it's warming up in here in Pat Rafter Arena. Let's head to Kayla for an update.
Jeremy, all these athletes have the same ultimate goal of getting the rope and the weights over the line, right? But there are many different ways that we can approach these movements and lots of different strategies and lots of different ways of pulling. If we look at Annika Roberts, she has a bit of a smaller bite, so she takes more frequent smaller bites. But if you had a look at Lakin, who's actually now already on the ski, she took really big bites. So she leant back quite a fair bit and leant forward then to grab onto that rope for the next rep, whereas Annika's doing those kind of smaller bites. So every athlete's going to have a different way of doing things that works best for their body types, but obviously Lakin's is paying off because she's doing quite well in this test.
Emily Atten, looks like she's having a bit of a chat to Maddie Schelling on the way, but Emily Atten is making up so much ground on this sled pull, as is Olivia Smoothie, so she might have gone a little bit slower, and that might have been a strategy on the assault runner. We talk about pulling, and we know Olivia Smoothie is such a great weightlifter. You go to a pulling movement like a ski erg, that's probably going to suit her a lot more. So maybe you go, okay, which one can I ease off just a little bit to save myself?
Well, you have to work to your strengths in these tests. You can't look at the worst part and focus on that. Olivia Smoothie, very strong athlete. She would know that that sled poses absolutely no problem. She also looks very comfortable on a ski erg. So she would know that she just has to get through that run and then put in at the things that she's really good at. And as we saw last week, this test is won and lost on the sled pull. It is not won and lost on the Echo Bike ski erg or the run. It is all about the sled.
1 minute away from our split time on our ski erg. Give you an idea of where these athletes are in relation to our semi-final last week. The more North American East in Orlando, Florida, produced some amazing results. And coming up to that halfway point of the ski erg. And that time, you see that 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 11 now. That's the time that it will take to do 500 meters. So that pace continues. Expect us to be done in about 24 odd minutes. That's Emily Atten's screen. At 32 strokes a minute, possibly a little quick. She's got a big reach.
I think Emily Atten is one of the taller females out on the field. So that's going to be a more comfortable pace for her. And she's got a really high reach, so she's able to pull all the way down and bend all the way over. She gets so much bang for her pull. Whereas some of these shorter athletes that can't pull down quite as far, they're not going to be able to stay at the same pace. Bearing in mind, though, that they do have to pull on the sled after this 1 kilometre on the ski erg. So will it pay off? We will see.
Maybe that ski erg sucking them in a little bit. False sense of security. Our first 6 ladies onto the competition floor here today at the Torian Pro. To kick things off for day 1. Thanks for your company, wherever you're joining us right around the country. Maddie Schelling, all done with the 1,000 meters on the ski erg. 3 final pulls of this sled. Now, another thing we haven't spoken about as well is the chip timer. How do they stop the time? Well, we put the chip timer on the sled, and you've got to pull it a little bit further for your last round over the finish line, which will trigger their time. Emily Atten is coming and coming fast. Now, the shorter the rope gets, the easier the pull gets. Athletes having to work a little bit harder at the start, but it gets easier as they progress. Maddie Schelling still in the lead, only just. Emily Atten coming in second, Laken McClure finishing off her first length in third.
We're not seeing it so much in this heat, but we will see it in some of our heats to come, where little things like not pulling that sled all the way over the green line in one pull at the end could cost you if you've got a girl either side of you that's racing with you, or if your rope gets in the way, or if you have to go back and pull the sled back a bit because you've moved your feet. All could be costly.
Maddie Schelling, 2 down. Last length remaining, still 4 minutes on our time cap. Atten, she's done with 2 as well. McClure, a couple of pulls left on her second length. Can Maddie Schelling hold off a fast finishing Emily Atten? Remember, they've got to go past the red line here. And the grip is absolutely blown, and head judge Michael Berg will come down and tell Maddie Schelling she's got to get behind the red line this time, not just the green one.
Yeah, that sled has the chip timer on it, not the athlete.
Schelling, 2 pulls away. And Schelling is all done. Unofficial time 27:10. Last pull for Emily Atten. She'll be having to lay in the sun for a bit, I think. Laken McClure about to finishing off her third and final. And a great finish, Laken McClure. We have just over 2 minutes left on our time cap now. Lydia Smoothie. I think the rest has done her well. Amber Cohen, bottom of screen in the purple and black. Oh, can you get any cuter? Seriously. Oh, Team McClure, there it is. And Liv Smoothie finishing up. Just under 29 minutes as Amber Cohen finishing up her second round, the part-time physio. Try and get the next length done. The final 2 athletes, Annika Roberts and Amber Cohen. Poor old Annika thought she was done. She's got to get it over the red line. And Annika getting under that 13-minute time cap as well. Maddie Schelling very happy with her first test of the Torian Pro 2023. First heat for the individual women. Done for Friday here in Australia. Team competitor going back to individual, Maddie Schelling. That's exactly how you want to start.
I'm excited to see what Maddie Schelling is going to bring us this weekend. It's her first year back in the individual competition. Olivia Smoothie making easy work of her sled at the beginning of this test. But Maddie Schelling was just a lot faster on that run. And Laken McClure, just silent assassin, one of the smaller athletes out on the field, also making easy work of that sled. Emily Atten.
Great result from Maddie Schelling. She actually got her two aunties here watching her this weekend. She found them via Ancestry.com. Didn't know they existed. So they're here this weekend, cheering her on. Great start from Maddie Schelling. That crowd really starting to fill in now to Pat Rafter Arena. Our results after our first heat of individual women, Schelling in 27.08. It was a great battle with her and Emily Atten, and Laken McCloof finishing up in third position. If you think about time caps, and they're about 3 odd minutes underneath it, that's not too bad considering. Grueling test for the start here of the Torian Pro 2023. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. Heat 1 for the ladies. Done and dusted. Heat 2 about to commence. This is day 1, 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal, and this is the Torian Pro. The Oceania Semifinal. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone with you. Kayla Banfield will join us a little bit later on. 27.08, Maddie Schelling from heat number 1, and a pretty good showing from the get-go.
Yeah, I thought those girls absolutely ate that up.
Love it.
Individual test 1, 3,000 meter echo bike, hand over hand, pull 84 feet. 2,000 meter run, hand over hand pull, 84 feet, 1,000 meter ski erg, and then finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull. 30-minute time cap. All of our athletes in Heat 1, no problem at all getting under that 30-minute time cap, so we're only going to see them get faster and faster.
Keep you up to date with some split times that we had from the North American East semi-final last week. Give you a gauge. Jaylee Mancy coming out of team competition back to individual as well. And one we're all ready to watch, Grace Walton. Keep your eyes on lane number 5, especially in this sled pull. Getting started with individual test number 1. A 3,000 meter echo bike. Definitely not one you can send too early and too hot.
No, definitely not. 3,000 meters. It's pretty far on the echo bike. Our recipes for success: use your hips on the sled pull, and you'll see why shortly. The last heat, making a really good use of their hips. Don't start too fast and run steady, pull hard.
Well, thanks to RP Strength, their recipes for success. Alice Scott on the screen, the white and green. He's one of our babies. And let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Jeremy, one of the benefits of being in that second heat is that not only do you get to watch the athletes before you do the test, but you also get an opportunity to speak to them backstage in that transition. And I saw in the transition between Heat 1 and Heat 2, Maddie Schelling going up to the women in this heat and giving them some advice about how to attack this particular test. And I think, Pip, you probably agree with me, it's one of the most beautiful things about the sport of CrossFit is the camaraderie. So, you know, when they're on the competition floor, they are competitors, but behind the scenes, they're always willing to help each other out, which I think is one of the great things about CrossFit.
Yeah, that's right. There is no secrets on these tests. They're all sharing a tip or two out the back. If there's something going on in a particular lane, then at the next heat in, usually you'll give your fellow competitors a heads up that, hey, that particular lane has something on the floor or something to that effect. Especially in the Southern Hemisphere, we have great camaraderie down here.
That good old Anzac spirit. Alice Scott, a baby, 18 years of age. And a massive future. Adrian Geary. One of our local affiliates here, CrossFit Cross-Axe. Clannister also on a North Brisbane affiliate. Danny Ford coming over from New Zealand as well. She had a great competition last year. And Grace down in the heats this year compared to her other results. She did get a penalty on one of her quarterfinal results, so that bumped her down a little bit. Amanda Mackay flying the flag for New Zealand as well. And Talia Jordan, I said I'd say a big shout out to son Ethan. Ethan, if you're listening or you're watching, hope you're going well, buddy. Mum's killing it. And Jaylee, part of that successful CrossFit Urban team in the last 2 years, heading to the CrossFit Games. And hey, if you beat CrossFit Mayhem in a team event at the CrossFit Games, you're going okay. So she's equal oldest with Annika Roberts. Love how all these mums are getting back out on the competition floor and throwing it down.
Danielle Ford could be one to watch on this test one, if I remember correctly, last year.
Oh, she's a firefighter, so...
She's got an engine and she can pull a sled.
So she's been busy of late with all those floods that have been hitting New Zealand. One of those unsung heroes. And big raps on Grace Walton after last year, and she is trying to rip the handles off that Echo bike.
She seems to just be up a notch on the intensity on that bike compared to the other athletes, and she's going to be first off.
And now ahead of Emma Carey's split time from week 1 last week. And you talk about athletes and having a few holes in their game. This is one young girl who sits there and dissects everything and fixes those issues so they don't come around for the second time. Adrian Geary, Beck Glenister, Danny Ford, and now Amanda Mackay trying to catch Grace Walton.
One of our recipes for success was use your hips, save your grip. The athletes are not allowed to use their feet. The feet have to stay planted. They're not allowed to move them. So you'll see a lot of them doing this hip kipping motion, pushing through their feet and popping their hips up to full extension before they're pulling, just to take that pressure off the arms and get the lower body into it. Danielle Ford just made easy work of that sled pull.
Grace Walton, bottom of screen, last sled pull. Now Grace used to be a swimmer, and I don't talk about pool swimming. She's done the Perth to Rottnest Challenge. And that's a fair hike. I think it's about 60 kilometres swim.
That's so impressive.
And she does it every year for men's mental health. She's done it 5 times already. She's going back again to do it again this year.
Also terrifying that it's open ocean. And if you aren't familiar with the west coast of Australia, there's a lot of sharks.
We need McFanny out there punching them. But family of 8, 6 kids. So busy time in the Walton family, but part of CrossFit Dignus, Costa Illic over there in the west. Sorry, pardon me, 19.7 kilometre swim, 60. Where was I getting 60 from? Danny Ford looking pretty comfortable. She's had a really good start to test 1. And make sure you buy your tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational, taking place in Austin, Texas, October 27 to 29. Later this year, scan that QR code on your screen. Grab your tickets now. I'm going to love this battle between Danny Ford, Grace Walton. Danny surprised us last year with a few great results. We're going, oh, hang on a minute. Been doing a lot of fishing in her spare time. Bought a boat, go out and do some fishing.
Living the dream.
Something like that. Lannister wasn't overly happy and impressed with her performance last year. Things got the better of her, so she's addressed a few of those issues, and she's come back bigger, better, faster, stronger, healthier. So Anchor Fitness, just in the north side of Brisbane here. She's a trained nurse and paramedic as well. Amanda Mackay. She's part of CrossFit Mecca and the Shed as well. Trained at both, and a midwife. cheerleader for 8 years. Got plenty of cheerleaders here this weekend, including us. Part of OG's Rob Noy's affiliate here in Brisbane. Same as Christina Lividatakis, who competed the Africa semi-final last weekend, finishing 4th. I just love the diverse background of athletes that we have in the sports they've competed in prior. Adrian at the bottom of the screen in the orange. Used to do some equestrian events earlier in her life, so a lot to do with riding horses. Minute time cap for test number 1 for our individuals. And if you're just joining us, thanks for your company, wherever that is right around the planet. Team test 1 already done, plus 6 for Army Endgame, taking that one out. Grace Walton, WA leading heat number 2 of the individual women. Maddie Schelling taking heat number 1 in 27:08. Strain really starting to tell now. Grace went out very hot on that Echo bike. Is it going to come back and bite her? But hey, if you don't take risks, you'll never know.
That's right. You don't come and compete at these events to be comfortable. You definitely come out to put in 110% effort. But it is test 1, day 1. We want a bit left in the tank for the next 2 days.
Grace's display 1,150 metres, so over halfway point. Our split time for the end of the assault runner, Danielle Brandon, last week, 16:11. So keep your eye on that time as we tick along. It looks like she is well under that. Let's head down to Kayla.
2,000 metres is quite a significant distance to run, and one thing that I'm noticing and watching among the women athletes is where their eye gaze is. You know, it's important to stay focused, but it's, you know, potentially over 10 minutes of doing the same exercise. So some women are looking down at their monitor, some women are looking up in the crowd, some women are looking at their feet, but personally I know when I'm on the air runner, that's not a great thing for me to do. We know the air runner is self-propelled, and if you change your pace, it can often put you off balance a little bit. So I find that when my head is neutral and I'm looking ahead at something, I'm more likely to stay balanced. So the looking at the feet option wouldn't be a great one for me. There are a few athletes that you can see looking to their side and looking at the other women. I'm not sure if they can see the screen or not. When we spoke to our teams earlier today, they mentioned that you've got to have blinkers on sometimes. You can't really worry about what's happening around you or what's happening with the other athletes. But, you know, when it comes to competition time and you're out there on the floor, there's always going to be that element of wondering where you are. When you're on that runner, you're not sure if you're coming first or you're coming last. So constantly looking around at where the other athletes are placing by your side is probably something that they're going to be thinking about as well.
About a minute away from our halfway points. A time cap for test 1. Fast and furious start to competition here at the Torian Pro. Alice Scott's the youngest person ever to qualify in the individual competition, the Torian Pro. Grace chasing down that time from Danielle Brandon last week. 26:35. To give you an idea of how well Maddie Schelling did, Maddie went 30 seconds slower than Danielle Brandon. That's exceptional.
Maddie Schelling, she's got a lot of experience. It's not surprising to us.
As we wait patiently for the judges' hands to be raised, give an indication of how far away these ladies are to finishing. Probably got the toughest portion of test number one, and Grace Walton is going to go close.
And I'd say that Grace Walton hasn't started this weekend in the heat that she wanted to be in, so putting up a competitive time is going to be really important for her moving forward. She's got to give those next heat something to beat.
I spoke to James Newry during the week as well. He said exactly the same thing. He got a massive penalty on one of his videos from quarterfinals, which shot him down to about 28th in the field, which puts him in the first heat. He said, I'm not too worried about it because I know when I come out of the blocks on the Friday, I'm going to try and propel myself up into one of those later heats. Not only does it give you a little bit more time to recover, because if you're in the first heat on day one and you're on a later heat on day two, but you also get to witness what's happening on the competition floor.
Look, it has its pros and cons not being in the top heat. The con being that you do set the time to beat and it's chased down. The pro is that maybe a little less pressure, a little more time to recover.
Danny Ford is going to rip this down the floor. Grace nearly done with her first length. Danny making up a heap of time on that one.
Grace Walton really using those hips now. She's getting down into that squat position, pushing through her feet, extending her hips up as she pulls. The athletes are not allowed to move their feet. If they move their feet while they're pulling, they have to go back, which could be absolutely catastrophic for their time.
Danny now pulling alongside Grace Walton. Danny in the red, crop top and black pants. Grace alongside her. And this will be a great shot of the race, if you can call it a race, down the floor. Danny's getting a lot of distance out of her pulls.
Yeah, Grace looks like she's starting to fatigue now on those pulls, but Danny Ford's pulls have not changed since her first.
Danny Ford now in the lead.
Now Danny Ford is also a taller athlete and coming onto the ski erg. Crucial.
It's all that fishing she's been doing. She reckons she's not very good, but you're sitting in a boat fishing, you're doing exactly that, pulling in the marlins. Danny Ford, seconds ahead of Grace Walton. And And has Grace sent it a little bit too hard too early? Now, recovery and ski erg don't really rhyme with me. I don't recover well on a ski erg. I don't know about yourself. But is this somewhere that Grace could potentially recover a little bit, get the meters keep ticking over, stay in touch with Danny and then bring it home?
Look, considering the ski erg is a pulling movement, I'd say there's not going to be much recovering done moving on to another sled pull after this. But it is 1,000 meters. If you get into that groove, get the blood flowing through the arms. And as we said about using the hips on the sled pull, if the athletes are using their hips as well on this ski erg in a similar momentum, it does help take the pressure off the arms. But Danielle Ford, being that bit of a taller athlete, I would like to see her reach her arms up just that bit higher, just to get a few more meters out of her pull. I can say that though, I haven't been pulling an 82 kilo sled this morning.
True story, that. And 20 minutes down. Danny wide on her pull on that ski erg. Grace going a little bit tighter, but Glenister going tight as well. So whatever seems to work, with less fatigue on those triceps, I think is going to be the best thing to do. In test one, it's pretty grueling, and a long test. We started all the way back with that Echo Bike, 3,000 meter Echo Bike.
For those watching at home that might not have been on a ski erg before, more for that, the individual test one is a 3,000 meter Echo Bike, hand over hand pull, 84 foot, 2,000 meter run, another hand over hand pull, 84 feet, 1,000 meter ski erg, and then finishing with a 92 foot hand over hand pull. 30-minute time cap. I was about to say, to compare it to something for those watching that may not have been on a ski erg before, if you've ever been on a rowing machine, when you only do small, short strokes on a rowing machine, you don't get as much bang for your buck. It's the same on a ski erg. If you're not doing long pulls, you're just not going to tick over those meters as quickly.
Grace Walton ticking over 750 metres. Danny Ford was just ahead of her when they both got to the ski erg. Danny, oh, this is going to be tight. Judge's hand will go in the air with 100 metres to go.
So Grace Walton now.
150 now for Danny Ford. And Grace seems to up the tempo a little bit. And she's back in the lead. Grace's partner, Zane Shellabere-Healy, coming up very soon in individual male competition.
Yeah, I think Danielle Ford's pull on this ski erg has just hurt her a little bit and let.
But she is making up a little bit of time on that sled. The last sled pull is going to be a touch longer, about 3 metres. Grace just having a quick look up to Coach Costa Illich for some last-minute advice. Danny looks spent. And if you're a coach of Grace Walton right now, potential to go to the CrossFit Games, what do you say to her?
Move.
Move. Pull the sled. I don't care how much it hurts. Oh, Danny Ford is eating up this competition floor with a sled. One length done, Grace Walton. Danny, one more pull. 26:35, our time to beat from Danielle Brandon last week, North American East semi-final in Orlando, Florida. Danny a little bit slow to get started. And Grace really trying to use as much hip extension as she can.
They're both really down in that squat now, trying to get the legs involved. Arms would just be beaten up after that 1,000-meter ski.
Grace throwing the chalk in the shorts. Danielle Ford, here she comes. Grace done with her second pull. And the Danielles are ripping apart. Test one. Week one was Danielle Brandon. This week, Danielle Ford. Danielle Ford has got about 20 seconds to move this sled 1 meter. And she will have the test record. Unofficially, Danielle Ford takes heat 2 of test 1. And absolutely remarkable from the firefighter from New Zealand.
Oh, this test had her name all over it, just so strong on that sled.
Vander Mackay finishing strong. Grace into the last segment. Test record in the second heat of the Torian Pro. Look out, world, we are coming. Race in 27:15. Maddie Schelling will finish ahead of her. Still 2.5 minutes.
Can I just say, as an athlete, holding that pen after a test is the worst thing ever. Having to try and sign your name.
Please write your name and then sign.
And your hands and arms don't work.
I'll see how that stands up in court. Is this your signature? Yes? Are you sure? Now, one thing that's bugged me over the years is as Beck Glenister finishes up with about 90 seconds to go, why does it hurt less when you win? You win a test, you're up around, you're walking around. If you don't win that, it hurts way more.
It's the massive dopamine and adrenaline boost that you get from winning. It numbs the pain.
See, I don't win very often, so I don't know. Charlie Mancy is done. Beck Glenister, she said coming in she wasn't happy last year. Nerves got the better of her. She overthought the process. She said, I'm just going to come in and do stuff this year.
Yeah, sometimes overthinking really does get the best of the athletes. You can be physically in the best shape of your life, but your mental game, what's going on between the ears, can bring it all down.
It's probably the most important, isn't it?
Some would argue that.
Amanda Mackay, still time to get it done. Talia Jordan in the background. And you can hear Danny Ford in the background yelling at Amanda Mackay. Less than 30 seconds now. Amanda Mackay, 2 pulls to get it done. Oh, it sneaks it in.
Talk about that camaraderie.
Something special in the water down here, especially when it's on tap, Pat Rafter Arena. Danielle Ford, outstanding. A test record in heat number 2.
She was a crowd favourite last year. We had her
absolutely
cohort sitting
loved
behind
it.
us.
And great results, heat number 2. And let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Danny, great job in test 1. I'm not sure if you're actually aware of this yet, but you have unofficially set a test record. What was the strategy going into this test?
Stay calm on the machines and just work really hard on the sled. Yeah.
And how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend? We've started really strong.
Oh, just one workout at a time, yeah.
Well, great job. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Torian Pro's first test record setter. Well done, Danny. Great job.
Exactly what I wanted to see on day number 1 of the Torian Pros, setting records from the start of competition.
In heat 2 of the females, we have a record already. Danielle Ford, though, no surprise. Last year, she was dominant on the sled. This year, she was dominant on the sled. Grace Walton, though, gave her a good fight. I'm excited to see what Grace is going to do for the rest of the weekend. A really good start for her as well. She came out of the gate hot on that Echo bike. She managed to hold on for a lot longer than I thought after that pace on the Echo bike, but Danielle Ford was just that bit faster on the sled and an unofficial event record.
And the results from heat number 2, 26:28. So 7 seconds ahead of Danielle Brandon's time. If your name's Danielle, test number 1 is going to be in your wheelhouse. Grace Walton with 27:21. Great result from Beck Lannister as well. Love it how athletes come back after learning lessons and put it back on the competition floor. Heat 3 for the individual women coming up very soon. Welcome back to day one action. The Torian Pro from Pat Rafter Arena, the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal. The Torian Pro is the official Oceania semi-final. And we have seen something pretty amazing from test number one. We got more amazing stuff coming up.
Individual test one, 3,000 meter echo bike, 84-foot hand over hand pull with a 82 kilo sled, 180 pounds, 2,000 meter run on the assault runner, hand over hand pull, 84 feet, 1,000 meter ski erg, and then finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull, 30-minute time cap.
You say 30-minute time cap as it rolls off the tongue. It's like, this is a grueling 30 minutes. And Danielle Ford in heat number 2, setting a test record, 26:28. Speaking of which, she's just walking past us in commentary as we get to the heat 3 start list. And keep your eyes on the center 2 lanes, 4 and 5, Gemma Hoke and Maddie Sturt. And predicted that Maddie Sturt was potentially going to go back to her 5th CrossFit Games. You mentioned she's only 26. That's ridiculous.
Oh, for 26 years old, she's one of the most experienced competitors out there. But if anyone's going to bring down Danielle Ford's time, my prediction would be Maddie Sturt.
Rachel Ta'amua-Falmoina on screen and ready to roll. Here last year on the competition floor as an individual. And back again. Some very familiar names in this field. Katie Brock, yellow to the left of screen. The local gyms here as well. Seems like the Torian Pro has grown up with her rather than the other way around. Our recipes for success thanks to RP Strength.
Use your hips on the sled pull and you'll see why shortly when we get to the sled. Don't start too fast and run steady, pull hard. As we heard from the last test winner, Danielle Ford, that's exactly what she did. It was steady on the machines and pulled hard.
And you talk about don't start too fast. Did Grace Walton go out a little bit too hot?
She did look like she dropped the hammer a lot harder than the other athletes in that heat. Though, credit where credit's due, she held on very well through that 30 minutes.
Rachel Ta'amua-Falmoina in the purple and black. Just the center of screen. Seems to go a little bit slower than everybody else. Erica Palasti. CrossFit Woolgoolga in the black and yellow.
You can see the difference in effort, in the speed that they're moving their arms on the Echo bike.
You can probably reel in about 300 different strategies for a test like this.
There are so many strategies you could use, but you always want to go with the ones that work.
How do you know if they work if you don't test them out, though?
That's what week one's for, right?
That's right. Maddie Sturt, 4-time Games qualifier.
And you can see Maddie's pushing hard with her arm. She's not overexerting herself, but she's got a decent pace going. She's not going too slow, but she's definitely working. If we talk about the difference between it being on an echo bike or an assault bike, an echo bike, in my opinion, would be more comfortable for the 3,000 meters to sit on as a machine. But the assault bike, you do clock up what they call some ghost calories. On the Echo, you've got to put in that effort. And if you continually put in that effort, it will repay you, but you don't get any sneaky ones.
It will never repay
at the
you.
end.
Oh, you're always making deposits. You're never getting credits on it. Rachel, one of the coaches, manages CrossFit Newstead. Local affiliates here as well. One of the CrossFit Underdogs athletes, Justin Kotler, overseeing exactly what Rach does. And guess what? Out of all the tests this weekend, this is her least favorite. Gemma Hoke, judges hand in the air already. Have a look at Ellie Hutchins' screen. Just to her left, Daisy McDonald coming out of team competition from last year into individual. Gemma Hoke, one to watch this weekend. Chloe Gregory in there as well, coming all the way from Canada. Big welcome to all those North American viewers and Canadian viewers as well. And wherever you're watching right around the world, welcome to day one of the Torian Pro. Katie Brock. Two training partners in the individual male competition, James Thomas, Riley Smith. And that first pull from Katie Brock was easy.
Now, if you're just tuning in, the athletes are not allowed to move their feet on this sled pull. They have to stay planted as that sled's moving. If they move, they'll have to go back and push that sled back to where their feet started moving, which would be absolutely horrible to have to do on a test like this. But we talked about using your hips to save your grip. You'll see the athletes doing a squatting motion and then standing up fast and extending their hips to take the pressure off the arms and get the legs and posterior chain involved.
Now just bottom of the screen, I don't know if you noticed that. Katie Brock put the rope under her chin, walked it down the floor, reached into her pocket and put some chalk on and chalked while she was walking the rope down. Now you talk about the 1%ers that will get you far, they're the 1%ers.
That's some well thought out transitions.
Katie Brock just behind our current heat leader, Gemma Hoke, lane number 5. Gemma doing a little bit of training with Ricky and Ben Gerard down in Wollongong. And she's straight on to the 2,000 metre assault runner. Chloe Gregory joining her as well. Brock picked up CrossFit, couldn't play league or union anymore, so decided CrossFit was her jam. So she works full-time as an associate in an accounting firm, studies full-time as well, and then trains. Thought I was busy.
It's always really impressive when you see athletes out here that have full-time jobs, full-time study, and they're out here competing at this level of competition.
Runner, 8 minutes on the clock. Tell you we saw numbers 12 on the previous heat, but this is heat number 3. Anything can happen.
of people traveling to get here this weekend. We are going to be full to the rafters Saturday, Sunday. Fingers crossed we are going to be full today as well. An athlete has travelled a long way. Chloe Gregory coming all the way from British Columbia. She's lived in Vancouver for 7 years now. It's her second year in Torian Pro. Talk about coming a long way, and a few athletes have done just that. Jamie Simmons has done it, Ellie Turner's done it as well. Chloe Gregory. She's in good company over at Strain West Van with Susan Clark, one of the all-time Masters athletes, the CrossFit Games. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
It's just gone midday here in Brisbane, Australia, and I tell you what, I feel like the sun realised it was the afternoon. I almost feel like it's picked up temperature by at least a couple of degrees in here. It's significantly hotter than it was this morning when the teams were competing. And as someone who's come from down south, South Australia, I've come from a much cooler climate. So for me, this is actually quite warm. I know if you're a Queenslander, this is probably still considered cold for you. At the airport yesterday, a lot of people were saying that it was cold. I disagree, it felt quite warm. But really, it depends on where you're traveling from. If you have come from Adelaide, like Ellie Hutchins, you're not used to this kind of heat, this kind of temperature, and that really plays a part in your performance. A lot of athletes who travel to Madison, for example, for the CrossFit Games, will go over a month or two earlier to acclimatise. Now, I know the distance is not quite significant from Adelaide to Queensland, but the training climate really can play a part in overall performance.
Fully agree, Kayla, and I'm finding the weather absolutely perfect right now. Chloe Gregory ticking off about 650 metres. Still a little bit to go. And 16:11 is our predicted time to finish off the 2,000 metre assault runner. So over a quarter of the way through Chloe Gregory.
Now Maddie Sturt in lane 4. She wasn't one of the first off the sled, but she's a strong runner. We're not going to see much change from her expression and her pace throughout this run. She's very comfortable on an assault runner.
I don't think you're going to see much expression from Maddie Sturt start to finish. We've seen that over the years. She just doesn't give you anything on the competition floor to let you know what's happening.
She's a silent assassin.
Oh, it's one of those things. If you can keep composed and keep as many muscles relaxed. How many muscles are there in the human face? There's a plenty. There's 30 odd, I think, 32. Keep all those relaxed. Everything else is going to be relaxed. Now, coming off the back of a back injury over the last couple of months, she wasn't sure she was going to get here. A little bit of a flare-up a couple of weeks back. We got rid of that. Things are back to normal now. She's feeling really good. And her goal when I spoke to her last week was it is time to go back to the games.
And look, sometimes when that pressure comes off because you're not sure that you're even going to be able to compete, it can make all the difference because mentally you're like, hey, I'm here. I didn't think I was going to be here. Now let's game on, see what we can do.
I have to say that I agree with you fully. Maddie Sturt across the field looks the most comfortable at anyone on these assault runners right now. Chloe Gregory just shaking those arms out a little. Rach Famuina. She's heading at just a very steady pace. Erica Blasty in the yellow. CrossFit Woolgoolga. Halfway down Australia on the east coast, if you're wondering, right near the Big Banana.
People in America and everywhere else around the world are going, what is a big banana?
It's a big banana. The world's biggest banana. Gemma Hoke in the white and black center of screen, right next to Maddie Sturt. She's looking comfortable as well. Said she's enjoyed her time in Wollongong training with Ricky, even though he's a little bit injured with his shoulder. And one that was just on that bubble, potentially going through the CrossFit Games. This is going to be her year. I'm excited to see. Can we just fast forward 2.5 days and find out who's going?
Look, we have so many bubble athletes this year that it is so exciting, and we are seeing, like what we just saw in the previous heat, we're seeing test records being unofficially set in heat 2. It's just a taste of what's to come, I think, over the next couple of days. That time to beat. So just over 1 minute from now. Remembering that the split times leading into Danielle Ford's record were actually quicker. So the last segment for Danielle Ford was faster than Danielle Brandon's. Gemma Hoke, lane 5. The judge's hand is in the air. Great run from Gemma Hoke. Talk about no expression, totally relaxed. And very, very good friends with a young lady who's not here, Bailey Rogers. And I hope Bailey is getting better, injury preventing her from being here this weekend. So I know you're watching, Bailey. So get well soon, we'll see you back here on the competition floor, but let's head down to Kayla.
We all know Maddie Sturt really has her eyes on heading back to the CrossFit Games this year, and currently she's not leading in this particular heat, but you know what, I don't think that would be bothering her. Someone like Maddie Sturt, even when she has qualified for the Games in previous years, has never been an athlete that's typically won a lot of events. And we know when we get to Sunday, it's not necessarily about how many 100-point events you get, it's how consistent you are across the board. So I think that Maddie would be pretty confident in her own game and not paying too much attention to what's happening around her, because this is only test 1 and we have so many more to get through the weekend, and it's all about how we consistently hold those top 10, top 5 positions.
And Maddie Sturt not too far away from finishing. The Gemma Hoke Katie Brock race continues down the floor. Katie Brock winning that first leg. Again, rope in the mouth as she runs down the floor and chalks. Her efficiency on this has been really good on the first 2 sled pulls. Chloe Gregory, fast to get to the assault runner. Not super quick on it, but she did make up time on the first sled pull. So can she do the same thing with the second one? Katie Brock, bottom of screen, about to finish off her second of 3 sled pulls in the middle section. Maddie Sturt catching up some time on Gemma Hoke in the center.
And as we said, Maddie Sturt, very comfortable runner, so the run would not have made Maddie feel a lot more fatigued, because she doesn't have to work really hard to run at a good pace, giving her more energy to pull this sled hard. See great hip extension from Maddie, feet are not moving. Her feet look like they are glued to the ground. She's got fast hip extension out of the bottom.
Will you transfer this fast hip extension to what other movements?
Oh, how long is your list?
I've got all day. I've actually got the next 3 days. So a great way to improve your weightlifting is to work on your hip extension. Katie Brock. Done. Sled pull number 2. So just behind our split time.
Now Katie Brock's got a strong pull on the ski erg.
When I say just behind, I mean 10 seconds behind Danielle Brandon's split time after the second sled pull. Maddie Sturt making up a bit of distance on Gemma Hoke.
Now, as Kayla was saying, we know Maddie Sturt traditionally, she doesn't win tests. She just consistently places well enough to solidify that position at the end of the weekend. And right now, she's moving her way up to doing that.
Consistency is the key. Maddie second onto the 1,000 meter ski erg, which should roughly take about 4 minutes. They should be finished at about 23 minutes. Well, Katie Brock will be if she's on cue. Chasing down Danielle Ford's new test record of 26:28. Watching last week, Danielle Brandon pull that sled along the floor. Like, I didn't think anyone was going to touch that or go near it. So I'm impressed.
In comes the down under, Danielle.
Insert Torian Pro athletes here.
Katie Brock's pace on this ski erg.
Looks like she's holding a good pace. I'd like to see what her stroke rate is. That'll be the number at the bottom left of the display.
I can just see she's been hovering. It was 2:07 to 2:14 pace. If you can hold under 2:10 for 1,000 meters, like where we can see that the biggest number just ticking over at 2:07, 2:09. If you can hold under 2:10 for the 1,000 meters at this point of this test,
At 35,
then you're moving.
35 strokes a minute is going pretty quick as well, so that heart rate's going to be up, elevated going into the last sled pulls. The display showed ticking close to 600 meters. So that time of about 23 minutes. Probably going to be pretty close for Katie Brock. We're going to set a new record. About 30 seconds out from that split time. Keep our eye on Katie Brock's judge. She doesn't look like she has lost any tempo.
No, she's looked the same from start to where she is now.
So 23-minute mark ticks over, but this is where Danielle Ford put the hammer down. 26:28, our time to beat our test record. Danielle Ford from heat 2. Rope under the arm this time instead of in the mouth. So a number of the CrossFit Newstead athletes that are here this weekend. Can't get any better, can it? Let's drive 10, 15 metres to Pat Rafter and sleep in your own bed. Katie making light work of this last sled pull.
Over in lane 4, Maddie Sturt has just gotten to her sled. She's moving.
You know what? I think she has to. Chances are down to 7 tests this weekend. You can't let any slide. (26-28). 90 seconds from now, are we going to see a new test record?
Now, not only are we chasing the test record, but these athletes are setting the times to beat for the top heat to come.
Maddie Sturt moving into second in lane 4, Gemma Hope in third in lane 5. Katie Brock starting the pull. Katie's got 1 minute to break this test record. This is unbelievable.
Can she do it? Can we make it possible for her? Torian Rowe, get loud for Katie Brock. Come on!
Halfway down in the sled pull. Off to go. She's on the clock here. Pat Rafter arena here across the line.
This Pat Rafter crowd really starting to get alive.
Final meters, final pulls here for Katie Brock. In lane 1, can she do it?
Katie Brock, she's got 20 seconds. She's got about 10 metres to pull the sled. 26-28, the time to beat. Katie Brock, 1 pull and a new test record. The Torian Pro in the Oceania semi-final. We are on fire down here.
Here comes Maddie Sturt, lane 4, an important finish for her. It's still going to be a very competitive time from Maddie.
Now keep in mind, Maddie Schilling's time from heat 1 was 27:08. So this may sneak in. It will sneak in Maddie Sturt into that 3rd place position now. Now that's a good result for Maddie Sturt. That's the start she wanted. Gemma Hope. She's going to be a pure challenger this weekend. She needs to get moving.
It's only heat number 3. We have an entire other heat left to go.
Ellie Hutchins with the walk back. She's got 2 lengths to go, 2.5 minutes left. Daisy McDonald, Wolfden CrossFit, part of the Wolfden team last year.
Everything counts here. These ladies are battling for 3 spots to the CrossFit Games. 1, 2, and 3 are going to make it. It's only test number 1.
Just over 90 seconds now. Chloe Gregory. Starting to move hers back. Great result, Daisy McDonald. Jumping ahead of Gemma Hope, that'll be an important one.
Just over 1 minute remaining.
1 minute unquote, 1 minute.
Final 60 seconds now. Hope finishes up. Two test records in the last hour.
We're not even at the top heat yet. Chloe
Gregory trying everything she has. As Ellie Hutchins is trying to bring it home. 2 pulls to go. Will she have time? Ellie Hutchins is in. Chloe Gregory is in. Wow. When you were up for something special this weekend, when getting test records, the last 2 heats, Katie Brock. Just crazy stuff. Let's head down to Kayla.
Katie, incredible work. We have another test record here at the Torian Pro. Well done. What was going through your head in that last rope pull? I could see you looking between your legs, probably thinking, I want this to be over. But what got you through?
I don't know, I wasn't thinking, I was just pulling. Heard everyone's noise, I knew what the time was to be, which is good, and heard everyone yelling and just kept going.
And I feel like the other thing I have to ask is the rope in the mouth. Talk to us through that decision.
I could chalk my hands while I walked back, so it just saved me like maybe 2-3 seconds every pull, and every second counts. You don't know, I knew Maddie was catching me, so I just had to go.
Well, it worked. Great job, and good luck for the next test.
Thank you.
There you go, every second counts, and counts it did, because we have another unofficial test record. Katie Brock, just dominant from the get-go, closely followed by Gemma Hoke and Maddie Sturt. Very impressive performances from the 3 women. But Katie Brock just kept her composure. She clearly had a plan from the start and stuck to it, and it paid off. She was the same from start to finish on all the equipment. And another unofficial test record. And we still have 1 heat to go.
Exciting times. Only 3 heats down, we have 1 to go. And our official results, 26-22. We're getting quicker and quicker. Maddie Sturt, just over 27. That'll be a top 5 for her. Daisy McDonald, 28. 31. Gemma Hoke came out with a really good start. Tended to fade a little bit at the end. 2 test records in the last 2 heats. What are we going to do for heat number 4? The roar of Pat Rafter Arena. We're going to be listening to that for the next 3 days. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals, live from Pat Rafter, Brisbane, Australia, home of the Torian Pro in the Oceania semi-final. And test number 1, we're at heat 4 already.
Individual test 1, 3,000 metre echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 foot, 180 pounds on the sled, 82 kilos, 2,000 metre run, hand over hand pull, 1,000 metre ski erg, and finishing with a hand over hand pull a bit further, 92 feet, 30-minute time cap. And we have seen 2 unofficial test records already.
Danny Ford in heat number 2 with 26.28, and then Katie Brock just then in 26.22 in heat 3. And I tell you what, hold on to your hats, people. We've got some big guns out to play, and I don't think this sled has got any chance. Our top qualifier coming in, Caitlin Van Zyl in lane 4. The return of a fully healthy Jamie Simmons, 2-time games competitor Ellie Turner, Laura Clifton's back, Julia Hannaford's in town, and the young guns, Emily DeRoy, Georgia Pryor, and Bryony Chalice. I'm just so excited to see how this is all going to unfold over the next 2.5 days. Julia pretty happy about how things are about to start. I'd be excited too. Doesn't mind a sled pull.
Look, there are a number of females that don't mind a sled pull in this heat.
Talk about Tia and Cara not being here this weekend. The new brigade that's coming through, Emily DeRoy is one of those. Georgia Pryor, Bryony Chalice. I'm so excited about what's going to happen at the Oceania region into the future because we've got so much talent down here.
Oh, look, it's wide open. There's obviously a whole handful of athletes that are veterans, like this woman on screen, Caitlin Van Zyl. Lots of experience, lots of years out on the floor, but this new generation that we've got coming through, so talented.
And our recipes for success, thanks to RP Strength.
Use your hips on the sled pull, don't start too fast, and run steady, pull hard. Now, it doesn't look like any of these athletes are starting too fast.
If anybody, I was going to say Laura Clifton, 2 athletes in, next to Julia Hannaford just here, probably going a little bit quicker than anybody else. Bryony Chalice, very steady. Now, she hasn't got a lot of competition experience as an individual. Went to the CrossFit Games last year with CrossFit EXF. And one test in particular at the Coliseum there, at the Alliant Energy Centre, gymnastics test with the parallel bars. She absolutely smashed out of the park. She can transform that because she's a very good proficient weightlifter as well. She is going to be a dominant force down here for years to come.
Approaching that halfway mark of the 3,000 metres.
So nearly at that halfway point, Caitlin Van Zyl.
Caitlin Van Zyl is one I've got my eye on for this test. She has got a really good engine on her. We know she loves a run. She's also not bad on a sled pull.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You can be very proficient at one aspect. If you're not good at sled pulling, this one's going to bite and bite hard. But Caitlin, our #1 qualifier in the Oceania region, coming in. It's like painting a target on your back, isn't it? And I like the fact that Jamie Simmons has been way under the radar. She's just going about doing her stuff.
Jamie Simmons coming back from an injury. Let's not forget that she came 3rd at the 2019 CrossFit Games.
And coming all the way from the Middle East as well. And looks super casual, super composed.
I wish I looked like that on the echo bike.
Ellie Turner, two-time games competitor. Now you're going up against Tia and Cara. You got your work cut out for you. If you make that top three, you're going pretty well. Ellie's done that the last 2 years. She gets an event win across the games last year. You think confidence going into the Torian Pro event. What do you bring from the CrossFit Games back to this competition?
I think Ellie Turner has been on an upward trajectory since the games last year. She seems to be just getting more and more confident. She is so young still as well, but I think not having Cara and Tia to chase this year is going to be really interesting because it gives her that chance to really shine on her own.
As you mentioned, Pip, no messing around. Caitlin Van Zyl and Laura Clifton. I can't wait to see what Laura does with this sled pull. We are in for a tight race for test number 1.
Caitlin's got a very good hip extension on that pull. Very fast work of the first lap. The athletes are not allowed to move their feet.
And don't forget to buy tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational taking place in Austin, Texas later on this year, October 27 to 29. Scan the QR code on your screen. Caitlin making easy work of this sled pull.
I've done a few sled workouts in my time and I've never had to compete one where we weren't allowed to move our feet. It's always been just stay behind the line or in the box. Not being able to move the feet does just add that level of difficulty and just something else that the athletes have to be mindful of. It means they've really got to get into their squat, use their hips. Can't just rely on the arms because you won't last long.
Currently, Caitlin Van Zyl in 1. Ellie Turner 2, Laura Clifton 3. It looks like Emily DeRoy in 4. Caitlin underway, 6:32. Our split time was 7:25.
And Caitlin can do some damage on an assault runner.
Ellie Turner straight to work Laura Clifton on. Now, once the athletes start fatiguing, Laura Clifton in particular is really going to relish this heavy sled.
Yeah, I think that Laura will just be hoping for this run to be over so that she can get back to the sled, whereas a lot of the other athletes don't want to be on the sled.
Georgia Pryor battling with this sled. Julia Hannaford at the far end. Lane number 8, the same issue.
I'd like to see Georgia just get her feet just that little bit wider. It might help her get her hips up just that bit quicker. She's got such a strong upper body.
Georgia also one of those athletes that's done a lot of running in the off-season. Sled may not be your jam, but you can make up some serious time because you're spending so much time on the echo bike, on the assault runner and the ski erg. of our athletes in heat 4 now onto the 2,000 metre assault air runner. I had a quick chat to Ellie Turner during the week as well. And she said she's been doing so much training with Justin Medeiros in the lead up, through the open, through the quarters and everything like that, and then left him there. I'm coming out here. And she goes, it was so weird not training with him.
It's not a bad person to train with.
So we are 1/4 of the way through 2,000 metre assault air runner. Caitlin Van Zyl, still your leader. Your leader coming into competition. She had a great quarterfinals. And let's shoot down to Kayla.
One thing I noticed with Caitlin Van Zyl is that she's really aggressive in how she approaches this test. So in her transitions, she aggressively went from one movement to the other. You know, she wasn't walking when she started on the air runner. She picked up that speed straight away. So she was very aggressive, very assertive, and in my opinion, very confident. A confident athlete knows that they can sustain and maintain that kind of output throughout the entire test. And I feel like that can be quite sometimes a good way to kind of approach the workout, to let your competitors know that you are ready and you are confident in your abilities. And if she can maintain this throughout the rest of the test, we might see her take a test win.
Down. Still 20 on our clock. Time to beat Katie Brock. Test record 26:22. And Ellie, probably one of those athletes that's had to compose herself pretty quickly. You're up against two of the most dominant CrossFit athletes of all time in the female division with Tia and Cara. You've got to grab whatever you can from them. You're rubbing shoulders with them and like just be a big sponge.
I think it can go two ways. You can either be really intimidated, or you can learn from them and just gain confidence and learn from the best and then bring it out into your own game, which is what I think Ellie is doing. Also training with Justin as well.
Not the training partner I would pick, but pick someone unfitter.
That's because you're slow.
And old.
1,000 meters done is Caitlin Van Zyl.
Caitlin still comfortable out in front. We know the tank is massive. How much do you empty it? Do you push that 90%? Do you ease back a little, knowing you've got the ski to come and you've got a sled pull to come?
Oh, I don't think Caitlin is going to be fazed by this run at all.
That's over 1,000 meters down for Emily Leroy. So, making up the bit of ground, there is just 50 or so meters separating.
I think if anything for Caitlin, she might even run that bit harder because she knows some of the other girls are so strong on the sled. She'd be wanting to give herself a really nice buffer between her and her sled and, say, Laura Clifton and her sled.
So Jamie Simmons has made her way to second place. Very close with Emily Leroy.
Laura Clifton's stride length. She has extended that from when she got onto the assault air runner at the start. So she's doing less strides. Is that going to be easier or harder on your hamstrings?
Laura Clifton's hamstrings?
Yes.
Probably not hard at all.
Quite
She's
strong.
got the strongest hamstrings in the room right now. I can't wait to see what Laura Clifton does this weekend, though. We know she's been working hard to get back to this level. She wants to go back to the games.
We go through our games qualifiers in years past. Laura Clifton, Ellie Turner, Jamie Simmons, Caitlin Van Zyl, Maddie Sturt from the previous heat. And you've got Tia, then you've got Cara. And it's just like this multitude of talent that we can't package up and just send off year after year. Someone's got to miss out, unfortunately. Start of competition here. Day number 1 of the Torian Pro. This is test number 1 for the individual. Women now, the men will be coming up soon.
Individual test 1, if you're just tuning in, 3,000 meter echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 180 pounds on the sled, that's 82 kilos. 2,000 meter run on the assault runner, hand over hand pull, 1,000 meter ski erg, and then finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull, 30-minute time cap. We've already had 2 unofficial test records in the previous 2 heats.
You couldn't have asked for a better start as a spectator coming to the Torian Pro today. Thought last year was good. This year's really ramping up.
Look, I think if the last 2 years hasn't proved to the world how strong we are down here, then this year, without our big names, we should be putting on a show all weekend.
Now, the judge is getting a little bit antsy. Caitlin Van Ziel's assault runner, I knew it was close.
She set the world record, in fact. She got off the air runner at 16:21. We just hit 15 minutes, and Caitlin is very close.
We'll be well ahead. 16:11 is our time to beat on our split time. Danielle Brandon last week. Danielle Brandon with 3 very quick segments. The girls down here, Pacific, are roaring along in segment number 4.
Kayla spoke about Caitlin's aggressive transitions. She had some sneaky chalk in her short. She's already chalked up for her sled.
Jamie Simmons has had an exceptional run. And she has made up a lot of ground. The sled's a little bit heavy, chalking while she's running. Love it. Caitlin, the first pull. As you mentioned, Pip, that hip extension from Caitlin Van Ziel. It's sliding that sled so much easier. Emily DeRoy tripping on her own rope in the background, jumping into second now.
Jamie Simmons also off her runner and onto the sled.
Laura Clifton, Ellie Turner, not too far away either. Van Ziel well out in first place. Our 4th and final heat of the individual females for test 1, day 1 of the Torian Pro. Caitlin, 2 lengths done. 3rd and final leg coming up. $18 minutes 50 is our split time to look for after this last sled pull from Caitlin Van Ziel. This 3rd one has started to tax a little bit harder. Caitlin finishing it up. 50 seconds ahead of schedule. We're going to see our 3rd test record in 3 heats.
Well, we're certainly not going to see her slow down now.
Jamie Simmons battling Emily DeRoy as Laura Clifton battles Ellie Turner.
Emily DeRoy is hot on Caitlin's tail. She's a youngster to watch for the next couple of years. She was very impressive last year as a rookie out there.
Queensland in water polo. So you've got to think that upper body strength is really going to pay off here.
Emily DeRoy is one of those athletes that just looks comfortable being uncomfortable.
Caitlin now rating at 40 strokes per minute. That's a lot. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
I just wanted to bring attention to Caitlin Van Zyl's energy conservation. When you look at the way that she's pulling on the ski erg, she looks to me like she's doing a, potentially a 1 RM for every single stroke. She's really going hard. And while it may look like she's outputting a lot of energy, she's actually able to maintain this through. I mean, so far we're, 19 minutes in. It's just the way that she works. She's an absolute workhorse, and her ability to conserve energy, yet exert so much at the same time is really, really incredible. And for a long event like this of 30 minutes, the ability to output that much energy and maintain it is something that a lot of athletes don't have.
Caitlin Van Zyl on top here. Female competition. She came in on top after the quarterfinals. But she has got some competition coming in hot. Georgia Pryor. The sled has been a battle. She's got one pull left. Now time for some catch-up. Emily DeRoy, can she make up some ground on Caitlin Van Zyl?
Don't count out Laura Clifton over there in lane 7 doing some work on that ski erg. I really want to see a sled off between Ellie and Laura.
I think we're going to get it anyway. Two strong, powerful women. Stroke for stroke. They've been there the entire time. Keep your eyes peeled for those judges' hands. Trevor, not perplexed at all about what's going on that display just yet.
Caitlin has not changed her pace from the start of this ski to the end.
Trev puts his hand in the air, signaling 100 metres to go. How far away is Emily DeRoy? Not far. About 50 metres back, Emily DeRoy. This sled pull, this is going to be epic. Caitlin off now. 30 seconds ahead of schedule. How fast can Emily DeRoy get down the floor? There she comes. Keep in mind, Emily's rope getting twisted. Crucial seconds. That could be the difference. The final sled pull a little bit further than the other two. Here comes Jamie Simmons. Emily DeRoy giving it everything she has got. The Ellie Turner-Laura Clifton battle is going to go on, but it's going to go on with Jamie Simmons as well. Caitlin, has she got enough in the tank? Oh, it is starting to burn. Oh, Caitlin having another break. Here comes Emily DeRoy on the outside. crucial. Ellie Turner making up ground on Laura and Jamie. Emily DeRoy only one pull away from Caitlin Van Zyl. The last length. Can you give Emily DeRoy those 3 seconds back from the first pull? What happens? This crowd is about to come alive. 26-22, our test record. It is going to be smashed here. Caitlin, can she hang on? She's got to get to the red line. I think she's going to do enough. 2 pulls, Caitlin Van Zyl. Caitlin, 100 points. Test record. And has absolutely wiped the floor with it. It's her first career semi-final all-regional win. Caitlin Van Zyl, Emily DeRoy finishes in a very strong second place. As a coach, Justin Kotler goes, empty the tank. That's what emptying the tank looks like. Ellie Turner will be finished next. 26-22 was the previous test record by Katie Brock. And that'll be a 3rd place for Ellie Turner. Can Jamie Simmons get under that time?
Jamie Simmons, just a few meters remaining.
Still 4 minutes on our clock.
Giving chases Laura Clifton.
Katie Brock looks like she's going to hold on to 4th place here in test 1. Jamie Simmons will sneak under Danny Ford as well. Important results across the board. Laura Clifton. She is trying with everything she has. Some advice, exactly what you don't want to hear. Come on, let's go. No, I don't want to.
That's Aussie camaraderie at its best.
Bryony Chalice coming home strong as well in the background. Bryony. She's got to go back though. It'll be Laura Clifton next up at 27:32 unofficially. Just going to lie here for a bit. You know it's bad and you know it hurts when the best in the world are lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Talk about tests over the weekend. This is going to test them.
I love that they've had to empty the tank on test 1, and we still have a whole weekend to go.
We had the same thing last year with King Arthur here in Torian Pro 2022. Georgia Pryor. Great comeback from her. She got better and better as the test went on.
She just seemed to have needed a bit of time on that sled to figure out what the best way for her was to pull it. Very respectable finish for Georgia Pryor.
test that she was suited to most. A little bit of damage control there. Lots of points still on the board. Less than a minute now. Can Bryony Chalice get finished in time? Julia Hannaford battling in lane 8 with that sled. Bryony doing a lot of training with Torian Mayhem team. Maybe the last pull for Bryony Chalice. There it is. Less than 30 to go. Julia will be heading back, trying to get as much distance as she can. Some outstanding performances in our first four heats of the individual female competition here at the Torian Pro. None more than Caitlin Van Zyl. What a performance. Minutes ahead of our test record from last week. Minutes.
When this test came out, I thought this had Caitlin Van Zyl written all over it. Just an engine.
Massive crowd in here now, really appreciating the efforts of these top ladies. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Now, Caitlin, we're so used to seeing you with your posse by your side. Urban Energy, your husband, your teammates. You're normally out here with the team, but this year you're out here as an individual. What a great way to start the weekend. A test record, 100 points. What's it like in the individual field?
Well, to be very honest with you, it is so stressful. It's really stressful. It's just completely different going from having like a team around you, having that support, but then like Johan's been amazing. Oh God, I'm gonna cry now. But the only person I can see in the crowd or hear in the crowd is him, so.
Even though he's not here, he's actually still with you.
Yeah, he is. He's my biggest supporter for sure.
You're gonna make me cry. So obviously it's more stressful being an individual. What prompted the decision to make the transition?
I think for me, it's just like, I just wanted to see my potential, you know, and in a team, you can reach a team's potential, but it's really hard to reach your individual potential. So I'm ready to tap into that a little bit more.
And we're ready to watch you do just that. Well done, Caitlin. Emily, another great competitor in this test. You were hanging on the entire time, and in the very last pull, you were going neck and neck with Caitlin. What was running through your head?
I just thought I just have to bloody hold on and just keep pulling. Like, it's definitely different being out here than in training, having the people around you. So in training, I'd probably like take a little second, sort myself out. But just having Caitlin just across the floor from me, seeing her in the corner of my eye, it just definitely gave me a little bit more adrenaline, just kept me going, and I just had to try and hold on. And
well done, ladies, and good luck for test 2.
We're going to see those two at the top of the podium later on Sunday afternoon. We'll have to wait and see, but a great performance from Caitlin Van Zyl in Heat 4.
Oh, we knew Heat 4 was not going to disappoint, but Caitlin Van Zyl, from the beginning, just in her element, on an assault runner, on a ski erg, also proved to be very strong on the sled as well. But Emily DeRoy, she's so impressive, and for such a youngster, I cannot wait to see what she does this weekend and in the years to come. But 100 points for Caitlin Van Zyl, something that she really needed after coming off her performances in the quarterfinals.
Our Heat 4 results, 24-52. Outstanding from Caitlin Van Zyl, Emily DeRoy, Ellie Turner in the 25s as well, minutes ahead of the time from Danielle Brandon last week, so impressive. Great to see Jamie Simmons in there as well. But Emily DeRoy, the youngster, she made a little bit of a splash last year. We're going to see a bomb out of the top tier of the tower into the pool this weekend. Test 1 for the individual females, all complete. They can go now and have a little bit of a rest crowd about half full here at Pat Raft Arena already, just after midday here in Brisbane, Australia. Here's our results. Test number 1. Katie Brock, we knew it was going to be a good time. And Danielle Ford in the 5th position as well. So Danielle coming heat number 2, Katie Brock in heat number 3. Maddie Sturt doing what she needs to do in heat 3 as well. Grace Walton in there. Massive shake-up, love it. Emily Atten from heat 1 as well, getting into that 10th position. Very respectable time and good start to competition here.
Great start to competition here. Just shows you how hungry this talent is this weekend.
Individual females all done. We'll be back with individual males very soon. Day 1 of the Torian Pro. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. Live from Pat Rafter Arena. The official Oceania Semifinal. Test number 1 for the females all done. We now have the males coming up. 3,000 metre echo bike. Sled pull. So 3 lengths, 2,000 metres on the assault air runner. 3 more sled pulls, and finally 1,000 metres on the ski erg. The last sled pull will be a little bit longer. We've got a 30-minute time cap, and most of the females didn't even need it.
No, they didn't.
Test records in heat 2, 3, and 4 for the females. Caitlin Danziel, 24:52. Heat number 1 with a very familiar face, all in white. And it is Mr. James Newbury, his 10th competitive season at this level. And I'm excited to see what he can do. We're talking about long endurance tests. This guy has got it covered.
He's also one of the most composed athletes on the floor that you'll ever see.
underway for heat number 1, test 1. The individual male competition here at the Torian Pro. And some familiar faces coming in as well. Zach Thomas coming in after Ricky Garrard withdrew from competition. The irony is Zach and Ricky trained together down in Wollongong. So it was like, hey buddy, I'm not going, here's your ticket. Zach here last year as well. Matt Gilpin, Matt was leading after day 1 of Torian Pro last year. What can he do this year? Mitchell Case in there in lane number 3 as well. And Riley Martin, top of screen in the black shirt. Brother of Bailey, so plenty of fitness in that family. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
I spoke to James Newbury yesterday, Thursday, when most athletes were spending their day preparing, getting ready, resting, getting massages, those kinds of things that athletes are doing leading into competition. James was pretty much on his hands and knees building his Stand for Fibre, which is a business that James has started recently and is at the moment juggling. So he's juggling being an athlete and running a business. And I asked him how he felt about the weekend, and he kind of, you know, accidentally qualified. Let's say he hasn't had his eyes on the prize in terms of competition or anything like that. His priority has been running a business, and he said he's really actually looking forward to the weekend. He said he likes the look of every single test this weekend except for test 2. So he mentioned that's the one that would probably test him the most, but outside of those he was really looking forward to every other test. I asked him how much he'd been training. You know, I used to spend a lot of time with James. He used to train often up to 3 times a day, and he said that his lifestyle is quite different now. So leading into the quarters, he said he was doing roughly 4 to 5 sessions a week, around 60 minutes, but he's increased it from the quarters up until the semi-finals, still the 4 to 5 times a week, but now 90 minutes. So when you compare that to the other athletes, it's actually not a lot of time training. However, one thing that James does have up his sleeve is 10 years of being a competitive athlete, and you can really see that shine on the competition floor when athletes have that experience. He said that he loves the look of the test this weekend as well. It reminds him of 2018, he said. And, you know, I personally think James does have a chance of making it back to the CrossFit Games, and I'd absolutely love to see him standing on the podium at the end of the weekend.
You and me both, Kayla, and I'll tell you what, James Newbury does Ironman triathlons in his spare time. He's got plenty of fitness up his sleeve. Competitive landscape, the Oceania region changing. Some of the old brigades stepping out. Not seeing the likes of CrossFit Townsville's Baden Brown anymore. Zeke Grove not here, Khan Porter not here. Brandon Swan's going to hang up the shoes after this year. The number of athletes that will just start changing. We'll get that new brigade in. And it's exciting new brigade, I tell you.
And looking at the list of male athletes this year, they are, like last year, they are youngsters. There's a lot of guys in their early 20s that are just coming out onto this stage, and it's really exciting for the next few years to come.
Well, if you look at Hiko Tarangi Curtis and Johan Roberts, well, we're talking like young. They've just competed at the CrossFit Games.
18 years old.
In the teenage division, and they're already on the floor here. It's exciting times. Mitchell Case, CrossFit uplift. Judge's hand went straight in the air. Men's split time about 4 minutes and 6 seconds. That was Jason Hopper from last week. So about 10 seconds slower than that. I pulled this sled yesterday, Pip. It didn't move that easily.
Oh, I know, I watched. It was certainly not at that speed. For those watching at home, that sled weighs 225 pounds. That's 102.5 kilos if you use the metric system like us. The athletes are also not allowed to move their feet as they pull the sled. We're going to see them using this strong hip thrust almost. Using their hips, getting to a vertical position as they pull, so they're not just using their arms. It's a lot of weight to only pull with your arms.
James Newbury doing exceptionally well on this sled pull. We know how good he is with everything else. Anything endurance-based, he's got that nailed. But he's already caught up to Mitchell Case in less than 3 pulls. Kayla mentioned it, it's exciting. There's a chance he'll go. I've got every belief that he will go back and qualify again. I know Test 7 on Sunday is going to really suit him. There's going to be some others in there that really suit him.
He's also just got a calm head, which really does pay off when, you know, your whole weekend is under pressure. It's, even if you're not feeling the pressure, you're walking into an arena that just has an atmosphere of pressure.
James Newbury now in the lead. We're talking about a 2,000-metre run.
And he's doing it in bands, which shows that he's really not bothered by it.
So James finishing up with competitive CrossFit a couple of years ago and moves into triathlons and ends up doing Ironman triathlon. In an Ironman triathlon, you need to run a marathon. So we're talking 26 miles, 42 kilometers. We're talking about a 2-kilometer run. This is not even his warm-up. But keep in mind, James Newbury, for tomorrow, we go to Linda. He was the guy that won Linda in 2018 in Sydney in a time of 12 minutes. So
he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Oh, he's got them all, and I think we're going to see all of them this weekend.
Matty Gilpin, though, he also loves a run. We've seen him pull out some great performances on these day 1 tests in the past.
Our recipes for success thanks to RP Strength.
Use your hips on the sled pull. We just saw them do that. Not allowed to move your feet. You got to use your hips. Don't start too fast and run steady, pull hard. We saw the females do just that. Run steady, pull hard.
James doing it very easy. Now living on the Gold Coast. That's why wouldn't you? So coming up from Adelaide, a bit over 12 months ago. Mitchell Case, oh, just all about the expressionless athlete, Torian Pro 2023. No one's giving anything away. Mitchell Case from CrossFit's Uplift in Lithgow, New South Wales.
Up in the Blue Mountains.
That's where it's cold. Don't worry about Adelaide. It's cold up there. Ex-rugby league player as well, Mitchell Case. As is James Newbury. It's a number of athletes who have transitioned from team sport into individual competition. Maybe get their team fix, jump into a team as well. Zach Thomas, spoke to him a few weeks ago and he said, let all the ladies know that he is single and he'll be at the after party later. Of course he is. Trained by one of the OGs down here, Rob Downton, in fact. Seen Jess Coughlin come in and out of female competition. She got her first, back then, event win on the competition floor here.
We spoke a bit about the assault runner in the early heats for the females. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering what it is they're running on. They're doing it 2,000 meters on an assault runner, similar to a treadmill, but it's self-propelled. So you only get out what your legs put in. There is no motor. So it rewards good running technique. And you'll see your stronger runners running up towards the front of the machine, just where it curves off. That's where the belt moves faster. As you start to slip down towards the back of the belt, it goes slower and it's harder to pull with your legs. It's blowing out your hamstrings just that bit more.
James still looking super comfortable. Think about the shape his body's gone through over the last 10 years. He's going through his strength training and doing different bits and pieces. He's looking in the best shape I have seen him in a long time.
It's amazing what happens when you take the stress off as well. He's focusing on other things, and I guess this is just fun for him now. As Kayla said, focusing on his business. A sneaky trip to the CrossFit Games, though, wouldn't go astray.
Oh, you got to still let these young kids, oh, you still got it. I'm still here. So 14-18, so less than a minute now. Our split time from Jason Hopper last week. North American East semi-final. North American West semi-final. Day one of competition wrapped up already for the teams. I'll head back with day two of the teams and day one of the individuals tomorrow. And if you're joining us from over that side of the planet, welcome. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Kayla Banfield with you. Test records flying out the door. Individual females just sending it. Caitlin Van Ziel doing a great job. 24:52 on test one. And James Newbury. And Maddie Gilpin, you call it, Pip. Zach Thomas. All three now make that four. Mitchell Case has joined us. Zach Thomas is off first.
Lane one seems like the lane to be in, or lane two rather. That outside lane where it's a bit harder for the other athletes to see you. It's where you can do some little secret sneaky business.
That's it. Zach Zach's another one of those athletes. You get him onto that ski erg, magic stuff happens.
Zach doing a really good job with that violent hip extension before he pulls, keeping the feet planted. The sled weighs 225 pounds. You do not want to have to go back and move it a bit further than where you've pulled it.
James done with 2.
Ski, just 16 minutes about on the clock here. Plenty of time left to go. We're just under halfway done.
Zach, about 15 seconds ahead of Jason Hopper's split time from last week. Avery now. He'll have plenty in reserve still.
Zach Thomas looking like he still has plenty in the tank. Minutes on the clock of a 30-minute cap.
James Newbury at 151. Not bad. Steady. The bodies tend this first 500 pretty conservative. And that last little bit really started to give it some.
Back on this ski, Jeremy, because even though you've got a further sled pull coming up after it, everybody's dropping the hammer at this point of this test, as we've seen with the females. Going easy on the ski only puts you behind. So everybody's fatigued getting onto that last sled pull. You've got to give yourself extra time ahead of the other athletes onto the sled.
Start of competition here at the Torian Pro 2023. Teams kick things off. The shake up there, then we went move to individual women, and now individual men, and now it's test 1 for 4 heats.
If you're just tuning in, the athletes got test 1, 3,000 meter echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 2,000 meter run, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 1,000 meter ski erg, and finishing with a 92-foot hand-over-hand pull. 30 minutes on the clock. And that sled weighs 225 pounds. That's 102.5 kilos.
So you think about athletes having to lift certain weights. We often see that number 225 on the barbell for clean and jerking, or for snatching, or for deadlifting, or whatever it may be. We're in a different plane now. We've got a big pile of stuff, and you've got to shift it.
You've got to shift it without moving your feet.
Yes. So different challenges that Adrian Bosman has come up with, and just something a little bit different. It's going to test these athletes right across the weekend. And the Thomas Newbury battle continues. Zach will be off first. Yes, he does. The last 3 sled pulls. James is having a bit of a sneaky look up to see what's happening with Matty Gilpin's display. He need not worry, he better go chase down Zach Thomas instead. Zach Thomas right on the split times for Jason Hopper from last week. It's James Newbury progresses down the floor. Final 10 minutes. Heat 1, test 1 of individual men's competition. Newbury. 1 down, 2 to go. Zach Thomas, 2 down, 1 to go. minutes, 18 seconds. Zach Thomas, we're going to see another test record tumble here at the Torian Pro.
Zach Thomas's sled pulls have not changed from the start to the finish. So powerful. He's just got so much hip extension out of the bottom. It's making it a lot easier for his arms. That sled making a lot of ground.
5 meters and plenty of time. Zach Thomas. The records keep tumbling here at the Torian Pro. And we got another. Zach Thomas. 21:54 unofficial. About 20 seconds shy of Jason Hopper's time. That's heat number 1. Look out. Year-old from CrossFit Wollongong, home of regional competition for so many years, where you ticked off your 2 CrossFit Games spots. Good memories.
Lots of good memories. This will be an important finish for James Newbury.
Just over 5 meters. James Newbury now. 23 on the money. That's not a bad start from James Newbury. Gilpin, Mitchell Case, having a good tussle, but Gilpin, enough of a lead. Matt Gilpin doing exactly what he did this time last year.
All right, guys, good news. Mitchell Case almost done. Right.
Riley Martin is done with the ski. 3 sled pulls. He'll be well under time cap as well. Still 6 minutes. Mitchell Case with a half pull to go. He ticks off at 24:25.
James back.
very good mates with one of our favourites here, Luc de Jong. The man with the fro. Riley Martin just shaking those arms out. Buddy, we are not surprised. Probably need about another minute of that. And in a game of inches, he was about half an inch short. Riley also coming back to competition after a back injury. CrossFit Games teen competitor. Last pull for Riley Martin. 26.50. $21.54. Great start. And he kicked things off pretty quick. But he was chasing down a guy that is full of endurance.
That's right. Heat 1 of the males underway. Somewhere we're not really used to seeing James Newbury, but James will do James things whatever heat he's in. But Zach Thomas, just so strong on that sled pull from start to finish. Didn't look like it bothered him at all. Just silently chipped away on that assault runner in lane 2. James Newbury, an important finish for him as well, finishing second in the heat with a very respectable time to beat. But Zach Thomas, an unofficial test record.
21.51, there we are, official time. And getting Jason Hopper's time from last week by about 30 seconds. 3 test records in the last 3 heats. Like that 4 in the last 4 heats, in fact. Exciting things happening here on the competition floor. See how that 23 minutes stacks up for James Newbury as the next 3 heats hit the competition floor. Heat 1 done, Heat 2 coming up soon. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. The records keep tumbling here. Brisbane, Australia, Day 1, the Torian Pro 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. 3 test records for the women in heats 2, 3, 4. We've just had one in the males. What are we going to see here, Pip Malone?
Well, we're going to be watching individual test 1, 3,000 metre echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 2,000 metre run, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 1,000 metre ski erg, and finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull. They've got a 30-minute time cap. The sled for the men weighs 225 pounds. It's 102.5 kilos.
21:54. Our test record from Zach Thomas, heat 1. I can't wait to see what comes up next. Talk about experience in the field. We've got a whole lot of it, and then we've got some guys that are coming in that don't have much of it in this arena. Hiko Tarangi Curtis, one of our youngsters, CrossFit Games competitor, teenage division as well. You're down to the list of Rob Watt, who missed 2018 by half a thruster. And then you go to Luke McMahon, who missed out down in Wollongong at Regionals 2015. Can these guys shake things up? Greatest redemption story will be Luke McMahon if he gets there. He's been out of competition for a little bit. There he is, second from bottom of screen. Underway, heat number 2, test 1 for the individual males. And thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. CrossFit competition for the next 4 days straight. With the North America West semi-final underway for the teams earlier on. We're going for about the next 5 or 6 hours and then kick in to Day 2, North American West and Anacapa Sur, South American semi-final will get underway as well. I think you had anything planned for your weekend? It's completely full now. Bailey O'Brien back there. I think that's a party. Now this guy is under pressure. Partner's about to give birth. I'm going to go and compete at Torian Pro. But in saying that, he's got a little bit of time. He just goes, if I leave the competition floor early, you're going to know why.
I think that's a fair reason.
Partner Maddie's in the crowd today. And no doubt you will be able to hear her. Darcy Hancock as well. I am excited to fast forward to test 4 tomorrow and see what Darcy Hancock can do with that barbell after he gets off the 800-meter assault run. And for test 1, our recipe for success is RP strength.
Our recipes for success: use your hips on the sled pull, which we will see shortly. Don't start too fast and run steady, pull hard. We've seen how starting too fast can end on this test. You've got to have just that little bit left for the last sled pull. And in previous heats, we've seen it coming down to that last sled pull.
Harry Cavalier, bottom of screen there, one of our newcomers, Taurus over in New Zealand. Rob Watts, another Kiwi, but with so much experience. Rob Watts, checking himself out on the big screen as well. Yeah, mate, you're looking good. Party from CrossFit Botany team competitor last year and will be heading over to Madrid for the Madrid CrossFit Championship later on this year. mind himself a flat white either. Reckons he's a bit of a connoisseur.
You could bring one us.
Yeah, bring one up here
us one.
when you get off the floor. Actually, I'll go a latte. More of a latte man myself. But former rugby union player as well. Some athletes choosing the path of CrossFit early, some choosing to go team sport and then getting into CrossFit. Darcy Hancock, first hand in the air. We're going to tick over 4 minutes. We're going to head down now to the VIP lounge. Kayla Banfield's got someone special.
You said it, Jeremy, the VIP lounge, and it's a new addition to the Torian Pro this year, and it is right in front of the finish line. You get the best seats in the house. Not only am I in the VIP lounge, but I'm joined by a VIP. And Khan, we've seen you as an individual competitor, we've seen you as a team competitor, a demo team competitor, but you're a spectator this year. How are you finding it on this side of the fence?
It's awesome. Look, obviously I'd love to be out on the competition floor. It's sort of tough sitting back and watching when it's like your region, and I was really fired up for this year being out with the guys out there. But the level of the event that they run here is so good that it makes the experience unbelievable no matter which side of the fence that you're on. Like, everything is taken care of, from making sure that there's the vendors and all the stuff outside as well, that you've got access to be able to watch the guys in a good spot, and the energy is electric. It's really, really cool. Yeah, love to be out on the floor, but hey, it's not a bad place to be spectating instead.
You're right. A lot of people that come to the Torian Pro talk about how well the event is run, which makes it really great for the spectators. But we've got to ask, why aren't you competing this year?
So unfortunately, I had a bit of a back injury. It's something that's kind of been a nagging injury for the entire time that I've been competing. And then, yeah, just at the start of the year, I was getting ready for Whataburger and was laying on the ground. I stood up and felt something go. It was nothing exciting, so annoying. I wish it was something cool, but no. And then, yeah, I kind of expected it to come good, and we sort of kept pushing on with trying to train. But yeah, unfortunately it just didn't, and so we've had to go through the process of rehabbing it, which is a slow and steady process, but the last kind of 2 months we've started to see some pretty good progress. So yeah, frustrating, but I've been doing this for 11 years, and for this to be the first year I've had an injury, it's not too bad.
It's a pretty good strike rate. So if you're not competing this season, then what's on the cards for you?
Good question, Kayla. Good question. No, I'm super excited to be here supporting the guys and the girls. This weekend, I head off to Berlin next week to support the guys in Europe over there, because we've got a lot of the training plan crew there. And then, honestly, you guys will have to wait and see. I think we'll see how the back progresses in terms of doing more competitions. Got some other cool stuff on the cards happening over here. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Now, last year was a great season for you. You got to be a part of the super team in Iceland. What was that experience like?
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, being around that group of people and that caliber of athletes for a consistent period of time just completely changed not only how I looked at like competition and the sport, but just being an athlete in general, and like as a human being as well. You go over there and to see the level of professionalism, the intensity, the effort that goes into everything, and the attention to detail as well. Yeah, it was a game changer, and obviously great group of people. These have become some of my very good friends as well. Honestly, the way that it all happened and it being so last minute, it was unreal. Like, it was such a cool experience.
Serendipitous, you might say.
Yes.
Now, you travel a lot. You said you're going back to Berlin next weekend. How does that affect your ability to perform? Given you're not performing this season, but you have traveled a lot before mid-season, how does that affect your body?
Yeah, so look, the long travel, as anyone that's ever gone from Australia to compete anywhere will tell you, that long travel is challenging. But at the same time, it's something that as you do it more often, you get used to. And as you kind of get used to it, you figure out a routine with it, and you're able to kind of get into it. I know that when I travel, my body is going to feel pretty average for a few days after I get there. The longer I'm on a plane, the worse that's going to be. So you just kind of account for that in your preparation for an event. But it was nice last year being based in Iceland for a longer period of time. That really, really helped being based in one spot. And I'm sure as I look towards competing again, I'll be basing myself somewhere for a consistent amount of time.
And before I let you go, what are your thoughts on the men's competition this year?
Oh, it's good. It's good. I'm excited to see how this weekend plays out. These tests, I really like them. I think they're very rounded, and what that means is at the end of the weekend, the guys that are standing on the podium, they're going to have to have gone well pretty much across the board. You can't really, with only 3 spots on the line, you can't really have a hole. So seeing how everyone kind of shapes up, I'll be curious to see what the podium looks like. hopefully James is on.
Yeah, I hope to see James as well. Well, thank you for chatting with me, Khan. It's always great to talk to you. You never know, you might have yourself a position in the commentary box next year next to Pip and Jeremy. Would you ever do that?
Oh, absolutely. Love having a waffle.
Well, there you go, guys. Back to you, Jeremy, and maybe Khan will be with you next year.
Khan Porter, you legend. There he is. Sad to see him not on the competition floor, absolutely sending it like he does every time he's here. But great to have him around. We might even touch base with him over the coming days. We'll get a progress report on what he thinks is happening in competition. Not just the individual side of things, but team as well, because taught him anything over the last couple of years moving into that team competition. He knows a lot more about that. Coming up to the 10-minute mark for Heat 2 for the individual men. Temperature really heating up at Pat Rafter Arena. It's in the last hour or so. You mentioned earlier, Pip, today's our hottest day here of the three. The longer it goes, the hotter we're going to get. Just at about 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So in about probably an hour, hour and a half. So the next two heats are probably going to cop it a lot worse than what it was like this morning.
Athletes are just getting over the halfway point of their 2-kilometre assault run. We saw in the women that some athletes look much more comfortable on the assault runner than others. The assault runner does reward good running technique. As soon as you start to get sloppy on that belt, it stops moving as fast, which means your legs are working harder.
Luke McMahon from Tumut. I don't know where Tumut is. It's the middle of New South Wales. And a palindrome. Don't know what a palindrome is. Words that are spelled forwards and backwards. There you go, Pip. You've learned something new today. Race car is another palindrome. There you go. We got some race cars on the assault runners here. Rob Watt being one of them. Down there in the blue shirt left of screen, looking very comfortable. Some athletes like Luke McMahon, just to the left of Rob Watt, look like they're struggling. Really, they're just working at what their body's given them. They're working at their full efficiency. It just looks like they're working harder. Harry Cavalier's shoes and a big hamstring pull required to get these assault air runners rocking.
That's right, self-propelled treadmill, if you will. It's an air runner, but if you aren't familiar with it, it is like a treadmill, but it doesn't have a motor. You don't press a button to get it going. Your legs have got to get it going.
Start to worry when you see the judges start to fidget a little bit. It's nearly time to put the hand in the air. Now Harry Cavalier, bottom of screen, coached by Michael Gillum. Coach is Bailey Rogers. She's got a message from Bailey saying she's watching along. Didn't make the trek over this year, so Bam Bam, thank you for joining us. Darcy Hancock. CrossFit CQ, Central Queensland. Another one of our rugby league players. We're going to see more records tumble with load tomorrow rather than times today. James Thomas. Oh, quick CrossFit Newstead. '28-year-old. Another of those team sport players, played rugby as well, did his ACL. Okay, it's time for CrossFit, we're in. Well, he actually never had ACL surgery, so he doesn't have an ACL. So if we're going to be doing some agility stuff side to side, he's going to fall straight on the ground. But as long as it's straight line running, that knee's going to stay intact.
I was going to say, you don't really need an ACL for this test, do you?
Not straight line stuff. It's the CrossFit Games in 2015, they're running sideways and sprinting, you're going to be in all sorts of bother. James Thomas, your leader. Bottom of screen, Rob Watt, Luke McMahon. James Thomas just got recently married as well. And lives 100 metres away. He can legit walk here. As you mentioned earlier, Pip, the important part of this portion of the test is making sure those feet stay planted and don't move while you're pulling the rope. You can adjust in between, but you can't move your feet while you're pulling the rope. And probably something that a lot of athletes around the world haven't tried or tested.
That's right. In the past, when there's been sled pull tests, usually you've had to stay behind a line or stay in a box of some sort, but you were allowed to move your feet. But for test one this year, they're not allowed to move their feet while the sled's moving. And that's why we're seeing them use their hips on this pull. Fast hip extension out of the bottom of a squat. And then as they're standing up, they're pulling, not just using their arms, using the lower body as well.
Rob Watt about to take the lead. He's in the blue shirt. He'll go straight to the ski with James Thomas.
Rob Watt is a tall athlete. He can do some damage on a ski erg. Just having that longer reach, it makes all the difference. We see it on the rowing machines as well. Same thing with a ski erg. If you can reach all the way up to the top, he's going to get so much more out of his pull.
Thomas, bottom of the screen, Rob Watts in the blue at the back. And Luke McMahon. Luke McMahon under the tutelage of Luke Starr as well. Rob White, he's under the pump each and every day. Partner Julia, she's a national sprinter and beach sprinter, and way faster than him. It's actually quite devastating for him. So he's got something to prove out on the floor today. Fun fact over Christmas, Rob and Julia drove from Melbourne to Perth.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, yuck, all right. It's a long way. For those joining us from the US, it's about probably the width of the United States of America as well. It's a long way to drive.
They're through the desert.
And there's nothing there. And when I say nothing, I mean the road is there and that's it. But a great three-way battle. And Rob Watts in the blue shirts leading the charge. Luke McMahon to the left. James Thomas down there in lane number 3. Your top 3 in heat number 2.
700 meters down for James, 700 down for Rob.
One test record tumbling already in heat 1. Zach Thomas at 21.54. We're less than 2 minutes away from that. And they're a little bit slower than Jason Hopper's split time, 19.50. So last week, semi-final, North American East semi-final. The first couple of splits were way faster than the ones that were here. It is that last segment where the Oceania athletes are coming home strong. Thomas, Watt, hands in the air for the judges. Now McMahon. Thomas. Now, do you see what he's done with his rope? He's tucked it into his chin. You know why? Because him and Katie Brock train together and they do the same thing, and you'll see Riley Smith do the same thing in the next heat. They've all practiced it. They know what's going on.
They've practiced transitions.
That's right.
Which paid off.
Something that a lot of athletes don't do. Rob Watts, so powerful on this pull. It's getting over a meter each time.
Luke McMahon, though, creeping up. Two very different athletes, but it's great to see them head to head.
James Thomas on his way back now.
And Rob White's got like 2 meters of hip extension on that 6 foot tall frame.
Oh, 6 foot and the rest. I'd give him 6'3" at least. But that time from Zach Thomas has come and gone. So no test record for heat 2. But we'll still fly the flag. Final lap. Rob White takes a quick break. James Thomas in position. Luke McMahon coming down. Four more pulls for Rob White. There's one. The second. 2 more efforts. This will be it. 23.08. James Newbury ahead of that time.
Oh. James Thomas now.
Rob, you don't need to win the sprint, you need to win the race. And you've done that. Tell Julia that as well. James Thomas, a great result from him.
Not so little, Lukey McMahon.
Not so little anymore. Third place finish for Luke McMahon in Heat 2. Still 6 minutes on the clock. Torian Curtis. Check that passport for that age. Wow. Years of age. Finished third, 2021 CrossFit Games 16-17 division. And done just on 25. He's still got another length to go. He does. And he's one of 7 siblings. Talk about strategy coming into this, going out of the gates too hot, getting the balance right. How's fatigue going to creep in? All these questions. You should know most of the answers to them. How do you stop your brain from overthinking all this stuff?
Oh, I'm still trying to figure that out, Jeremy. But you can only control what you can control. Everything else that is out of your control, you have to just leave alone and just worry about you and do you. The things you can control are knowing the workout, knowing what the standards are, where you need to be, where the equipment needs to be. If you do all those things, then you can worry about the effort you're putting in.
And talking of effort, Bailey O'Brien collapsing over the finish line in lane 8. Darcy Hancock, Jaden Mazapati, Hiko Tarangi Curtis. Pulling with everything they have. Darcy Hancock looks like he'll be next best finished.
Darcy Hancock with just a few pulls remaining.
Darcy Hancock lifts up the 225-pound sled and throws it over the finish line. He's going to do that with a sled. What's he going to do with a barbell tomorrow? Harry Cavalier on the way back. 2 lengths to go. He's got time to get it finished. Hiko Tarangi Curtis done. Jaden Asapati. 3 pulls to go. Jaden Asapati. CrossFit Botany.
You okay? Good job.
Two boys from Star Strength, Jaden Asapati, Luke McMahon, comparing notes. And Pip, in the last 2 minutes, the temperature's got really cool in here and this wind is starting to blow. And if you're wondering why I'm talking about wind in a stadium. It's actually an indoor-outdoor arena. So open air, but we've still got a roof over our heads.
Yeah, there's no air conditioning in this building.
No.
It is fresh air.
It's anything like last year, we had a lot of rain come in sideways. No rain for the next couple of days though. A temperature probably going to suit the athletes as it gets cooler now, with a little bit of cloud cover coming in.
As an athlete, I prefer open air to air conditioning any day. You don't feel like a dried up sponge as much at the end of the weekend.
Harry Cavalli, about 10 metres left, and about 40 seconds.
The athletes have to pull that sled over the red line. The sled has got their chip timer on it.
Cavalli, last pull, and done. Rob Watts, the turkey, he's back. Heat win. Started out steady. Tell you what, once he pulled ahead, he just reefed that sled down the floor.
Yeah, they all started off very steady. There wasn't really any clear dominance until after the run. And then the little race between Rob Watt, Luke McMahon. Still some very respectable times getting put up in heat 2 of the men. A couple of times are going to hold from the previous heat as well.
Our results from heat 2, Rob Watts, 23:11 official time. James Thomas and Luke McMahon rounding out your top 3. And all competitors under that 30-minute time cap. Seen the shake-up on the team leaderboard early this morning. And I have no doubts over the next couple of days we're going to see a jumble. Day 1 action at the Torian Pro 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal at Rafter Arena. What an arena! Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Caleb Banfield with you. This is the Torian Pro, the home of the Oceania Semifinal presented by TWL. And it is heat number 3 of the individual test 1 for the men.
3,000 metre echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 2,000 metre run, hand over hand sled pull, 1,000 metre ski erg, and finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand sled pull. The sled weighs 225 pounds for the males, 102.5 kilos.
All athletes in Heat 2 getting under that 30-minute time cap. And athletes like Zach Thomas in Heat number 1 only needing 22 of those minutes. Test record flying in Heat 1, 21:54. That's our heat list for Heat 3. Sees a couple of familiar names, including Luca Fowler coming out of team competition and into individual. Youngster Johan Roberts as well. Third place at the CrossFit Games last year in the 16-17 division. And old schoolers like Reese Machel, who has been in competition for a very long time. Rodriguez ready to jump from CrossFit Adelaide. Third heat underway, one more to come. All trying to chase down Zach Thomas's time, 21:54.
Now, if you were tuning in for the females earlier, we were talking about Annika Roberts. Annika Roberts.
Annika was last week.
And her son, Johan Roberts. And that is him in lane number 4. First ever, we believe. We'll have that confirmed. But first ever mother-son competing in the individual competition.
Unbelievable to imagine. Andrew Sandwell underway, Benny Newland. Like to see what he does with a barbell tomorrow afternoon as well. Quick chat to Andrew yesterday as well. Very happy to be here. Head into our first couple minutes of test number 1. Johan, the youngest in the field. Not too much to say, wants to do all his talking on the floor. Said yesterday he was pretty nervous about heading out on the floor for the first time here. I said, what about the CrossFit Games? He goes, no, not so much.
It's the youngest out on the floor at 18 years old.
Newland. Unassuming, but can send when required. And a great field. There's George Regas on the far right, and for more on George, let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
George is a fellow Adelaidean, just like me, from Adelaide, South Australia, and George is pretty impressive in the sense that he is not only a high-level athlete, but he's also an incredible businessman as well. He's got a number of businesses under his belt. He owns a cafe called 94 West. He also owns a bit of a cookie cereal bar called Leroy's. He owns a mechanic as well, which is quite different to the other two. And I know he's got a couple of other businesses under his belt. So to be managing so many things back home, yet being able to compete at such a high level really is incredible. And we do see a lot of athletes who also run businesses, and I think there are pros and cons of combining the two. One of the pros is that you get to set your schedule a little bit. So one thing that he said to me is when he needs to train, he's able to set boundaries in his working life and say, look guys, I'm switching off and now I'm going to go train. And he's able to kind of set his schedule out in a way that works for him. But also anyone out there who runs a business knows that sometimes you can't set a boundary as the business owner. You've got to tend to things that might be urgent and that come up kind of out of nowhere. So it is a lot to take on mentally, I think, to be a business owner and an athlete, but it's just something that I think is really worth celebrating, because to be running so many things at once and be competing at such a high level, it's really great to see him out here on the competition floor.
Kayla, you had me at cookie bar.
I agree, Kayla. As a retired athlete, I think anyone who's splitting their time between their sport, business, study, whatever it might be, it's very impressive and something that should be celebrated.
Your leader after the first 3,000 metres on the Echo bike, Andrew Samble, bottom of the screen. Steel Coast CrossFit's now that first sled pull, looked like it was on ice skates. Got a feeling heat number 3 is going to be a little bit tighter than what we've seen in the previous two. Still trying to chase down Zach Thomas's time of 21:54. Test record for test number 1. Ben Newland going okay as well. Reese Machel as well. Trying to track him down. Isaac Newman, West Australian boy. It's Machel coming down the floor now. Another one of those teen CrossFit Games athletes. Samble, spot on split times. Jason Hopper from week 1. Rodriguez doing very well. Isaac Newman, second in. The man who can snatch 1,000,000 kilos, Isaac Newman. He's going to relish tomorrow, test 4 and 5. Riley Smith, one of the old brigade. Training partners with James Thomas and Katie Brock. So he'll be another athlete putting that rope in his mouth and take it down the floor. Exercise physiologist as well. Partner Jenna's in the crowd somewhere. But as a 26-year-old, he has had so much experience. Doesn't mind a good time on the floor either. You look at athletes like Riley Smith and Isaac Newman, and they're well over 6 foot, and you've got Rob Watt as well. Some of these movements are difficult because of the range of movement. You pull into athletes like Zeke Grove physique, or Luke Fowler, for instance, that are a little shorter in stature, but you've got to be able to go through everything and be good at 95%.
It's an argument you hear a lot about if it's an advantage to be taller or shorter. I think it eventually washes out for the most part, especially with such well-rounded testing. On a test like this, being that little bit taller is going to help on the ski erg. It might help if you're a good puller and utilizing the right technique, but we have seen some of these middle-sized guys moving that sled very easily and making easy work of the ski erg.
time update, Zach Thomas, 21.51. We talk about stature. Lukey Fowler in the middle, bookended by two gigantic human beings. And the number of strides you take is going to be different. Your stride length as a taller athlete is going to be greater. But what are you doing with that stride length? Are you pulling hard enough? Is Luke Fowler got more steps, but able to be more efficient and get that belt rolling a little bit quicker?
I think on this shot you can see those markers on the belt, how quickly they're moving. It gives you a good indication of the pacing of the athlete. You can see Luke Fowler's belt's not moving quite as quickly as Riley Smith's. Riley Smith's pulling that bit harder through his legs. It is a self-propelled treadmill, essentially.
Isaac Newman, his little white markers on that belt are going... I'm going to stop looking at them. I'm going to...
Makes you dizzy.
Get hypnotized.
The assault runner does reward good technique and a fast turnover of the legs. The slower you go and the more you slip back on the back of it, it does hurt the legs more. Use those hamstrings more to pull the belt.
Isaac Newman out of WA, Hustle and Harvest. That opened up a couple of years back. Believe it or not, he played volleyball. He just stood there with his arms up. Best player on the team. Couldn't get the ball through. Talk about great support for your team. Luke Fowler, their whole family sitting up with us again behind us. Turn the lights on here at Pat Rafter Arena as well. Things getting a little bit dark, even though it's still only 2:30 in the afternoon. It feels a lot later.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think Riley Smith has made up a decent amount of ground on this assault runner, just going off his pace. Andrew Samble was first onto the assault runner, but Riley Smith's pace has not changed from start to now.
Probably one thing that athletes have done over the last couple of years is improve their efficiency in running and swimming and all these things that weren't in the original CrossFit Games programming when they started to expand the demands of what athletic capability is. You've got to go and test all this different stuff. What are we going to see next? Not sure. Hey, we saw some parallel bars at the CrossFit Games last year.
I think what else though is that the athletes to beat are all really good runners and swimmers. I mean, look at Tia Claire Toomey.
The water's scared of her. Tia, if you're joining us from way over in the US, congratulations once again to you and Shane and little Willow. As Andrew Samble hits 1,300 meters, 700 to go. And 14:18, our split time from Jason Hopper last week. Something to keep an eye on. Give you a gauge of where these athletes are in Heat 3. And also keep in mind, although Zach Thomas did very well in Heat number 1, he didn't have faster split times leading into this. I mentioned before, athletes like Zach Thomas with that upper body strength, big, tall athletes, they are relishing this ski erg at the back end. Probably going to see something similar from Isaac Newman and Riley Smith once we do get past the second round of sled pulls.
Yeah, I think what we saw from Zach Thomas was that he got off the runner and put his foot down on that ski erg, got himself further ahead. He wasn't in recovery mode, he picked up the pace.
Reese Machel. Top 10 last year. Always under the radar. Will this be a breakout year for him? And you mentioned it. And the local boy gets a big cheer from the Pat Rafter crowd, Riley Smith, as he pulls ahead of Andrew Samble. Riley Smith nearly got his arm ripped out of his socket.
Crucial.
And we have seen that a number of times. And it is attention to detail that is going to cost athletes spots to the games this year.
Even seconds with a trip on the rope counts at the end of this test.
Machel is off. We see you, buddy. We see you. You're not hiding this weekend. Samble with a big lead early, but has dropped down now to fourth as Isaac Newman and now George Regas both grab their sleds and move them into position. I just got a message from Tia. What's up? Of course she's watching.
Hey girl.
Hey girl, how you doing? We miss you. We wish you guys were down here. Riley Smith, third and final. Tia just sent a video through little Willow having a bit of a sleep, and she's chilling out on the lounge watching the broadcast. So thank you for everybody who is tuning in right around the world. We're going to have a new champ down here. Riley Smith with that massive frame. And you think about the ski erg as a piece of equipment. Riley Smith at full extension, he's way over that. So he doesn't have to reach up all the way to stretch out his arms.
But if you've got that extension, you want to use it to your advantage. You're not going to have to pull as many times as someone who has shorter arms. He's got a really long, powerful pull. If he can keep that up for 1,000 meters, widen the gap between him and the other males.
Isaac Newman jumping into second now. Reese Machel. And I'm absolutely loving what Riley Smith is doing with this ski erg right now. His pace is beautiful. Isaac Newman, short, choppy arm movements, and he's got some pipes on him too, so why not use them?
That may hurt when he picks up his last sled pull though.
George Regas, another one of those athletes just sneaking away, lane number 8s. Talk about opposite ends of the spectrum with what you do for a living. Cookie bar and a mechanic. they're joined together. Got a cafe attached to your workshop. That'll be a lot easier. Johan Roberts. A name we are going to hear for probably the next 10 years on this competition floor. Down the competition floor, let's head down to Kayla with someone special.
Thanks, Jeremy. I found a rogue Ricky Garrard here in the sidelines, and we're all used to seeing Ricky Garrard on the floor. Unfortunately, Ricky had an injury this year that prevented him from being able to compete. And Ricky, do you want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, so I was out riding my mountain bike and went off a jump that I'd done before, nothing out of the ordinary, and just made a small mistake and ended up going over the handlebars, and my shoulder took a beating to the floor, and I ruptured my AC joint, which required surgery and 12 weeks recovery. So yeah, made me miss out on this, which is sad.
Yeah, it sucks, and it's not the first time you've had to sit out of competition. How do you handle this mentally and keep coming back?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a small speed bump on the road for me. I'm not going to give up. I'm definitely going to come back, and as long as this shoulder comes back 100%, which it's tracking really well, it's healing really fast, and I'm happy with the progress and working with lots of physios. But just never lost that belief in myself that I can be one of the best in the world at this sport, so that's what keeps making me turn up and waking up every day and putting in the work.
And coming here watching, does that give you more motivation as well?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. It's different being on this side. It's yeah, it's a lot longer events. Like I'm amazed that people get like lots of people here watching and stuff. Like I give credit to them for sitting here for this long, because some of these events are pretty long. But when you're out there, you don't really think about that. You're just in the moment and you're just loving it. And the atmosphere here is building right now. I can't wait for the nighttime events.
It's going to be great for sure. Thanks so much for the chat, and hopefully we'll see you back out on the floor next year.
Yeah, I'll be out there soon. Thanks.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Kayla. Thanks, Ricky Garrard. Energy just probably won't be the same without him out there frothing at the mouth. Riley Smith. He's close. Zach Thomas' time of 21:51. Halfway through for Riley Smith. Machel about to bring his rope down. Let's see what he can do. Try and reel in that lead from Isaac Newman, who is currently in second. Samble made up some time on the ski. Riley Smith now, about 12 metres.
You can really see from this angle, this last sled pull, just how punishing that sled weight is. 102.5 kilos. No foot movement allowed.
23:08 unofficial time. Faster than Rob Watt's time from the previous heats. Isaac Newman with a little bit of time. I don't think you've got that much time to go and chalk and move your shirt out of the way. Riley Smith, 23:06 official time. Machel, millimetre short. It's Isaac Newman. If you're pulling heavy barbells off the floor, a heavy sled pull, it's going to be comparable. Rachel catching up some time, but probably not enough. Newman with probably one sled pull remaining. Make that 2. Newman. Round 24:30.
You just said centimeters still just harder.
Good result from Isaac Newman. Rachel, 2 pulls left. Make that 3. You mentioned, Pip, the last quarter of that last length. George Rodriguez finishes up as well. It's really been stumping them.
Yeah, I think at the end of a test like this, they're forgetting that their chip timer is on their sled.
Let me pose something to you. This is going to sound a bit weird. They're so focused on green line to green line to green line. Green line means go. You get past the green line, you're good. Are they struggling getting past that green line on the last thing and having to go to the red line?
I think it's just under fatigue. You're focusing on one part at a time.
You look at traffic lights, red and green. You look at that red behind you, you go, oh, is it something that's stopping them mentally? I know the physical component is there.
Let's go. Come on, bro. Red line.
And you just heard Andrew Samuel just then. Red line, red line. Not go faster. You need to pull to the red line.
Go.
You talk about moving the goalposts. We're not moving it too much. It's giving you a little bit extra to do. Benny Newlands finishes up. You look back to James Newbury's time of 23 minutes, which is pretty damn good.
Still have one heat of males to go, but Newbury's time's looking like it could be competitive.
Rob Watt with 23.11 winning his heat. Riley Smith 23.06 winning his heat. Things are looking good for a young James Newbury. Johan Roberts finishing up Luke Fowler. Now shake those nerves out, they're gone. It's time to get to work. Fowler with 2 minutes and 2 lengths. Make that 1 length. It's just a long one.
We were talking about athlete height being an advantage or a disadvantage earlier. Luke being one of the shorter males out on the floor. This might not be the test that he shines in, but we know that there is some things coming over the weekend that he is going to excel at.
Keep in mind, you look at his hip extension compared to everybody else's, and it's almost as good. Just over 1 minute now. And Luke Fowler gets the job done. Again, all all athletes under that time cap of 30 minutes for test number 1. Grueling way to start competition here at the Torian Pro. The Oceania semi-final. Riley Smith, 23:06. Which will probably put him into 3rd spot.
Yeah, early on, Andrew Samble made very quick work of that sled on the first round. But once they got on the assault runners, Riley Smith just took off and he did not slow down. Just giving him that bit of distance. You can see the fatigue really setting in on those last few sled pulls, but he'd already done all the work needed and had enough distance between him and the other males.
Results from heat number 3, individual men's competition. Riley Smith, 23:06. Zach Newman, 24:27. And George Regas sneaking ahead. Chris Machel, 24:51. As I mentioned before, again, second heat in a row where all athletes under that 30-minute time cap. Plenty more coming your way. 3 heats down, 1 more to come for the individual men for test number 1. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena, the 4th and final heat of the individual men. Seeing them on the floor for the first time. And we are going to kick off competition. Individual test number 1.
3,000-meter echo bike, hand over hand pull, 84 feet, 2,000-meter run. Hand over hand pull, 84 feet, 1,000-meter ski erg, finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull. The sled on that hand over hand pull weighs 225 pounds, 102.5 kilos for the men, and they've got a 30-minute time cap. And what I love is that our time to beat is still from
heat number 1.
First heat. Outstanding.
And I believe our second best time is going to be James Newbury from heat number 1 as well. Hey, U8, no pressure. A heat list for our 4th and final heat for test number 1, day 1 of the Torian Pro. Bailey Martin in 1, Zane Shellabere-Healy in 2, Jake Douglas in 3, the Prince of the Pacific, Jay Crouch in 4, Walkani in 5, John Champion in 6, Peter Ellis in 7, and for CrossFit Underway down in Melbourne, Jack Clark, lane number 8.
Now in the previous heats, I've been pretty good at picking who was dominating this test, but in
no pressure.
this heat, I have no idea at the moment. It is anyone's game.
Underway. I don't think it's going to take him 30 minutes. I'm excited to see the extra work that Jake Douglas has put in over the previous 12 months, because I know how close he was, you know how close he was, and I think that's probably sitting in the back of his mind for the last 12 months on how to chase down this man, the guy that knocked off podium place getter at the CrossFit Games, Jake Crouch, finishing first here last year. Our recipes for success thanks to RP Strength.
Use your hips on the sled pull, which we are going to see. If you've been watching, you've seen a lot of it. Don't start too fast and run steady, pull hard.
Some athletes leaning over, Jake Crouch included. Some athletes upright, Jake Douglas doing just that. You've got to work with what you've got. The guy we spoke to yesterday, John champion bloke, and just so reserved. No fuss, I'm just going to get in and do work. And he came close last year with a real chance.
Look, he could do some damage on test one. He's always a bit of a dark horse amongst these big names, but I never count him out. He's got such a calm head. It counts for a lot out there in this top heat.
.5K nearly down for Jake Crouch. Jake Crouch only with one win last year at the Torian Pro. If you think about it, Jake Douglas started the competition last year with a 25th. That is not going to bode well for you, but finished with an 8th, 6th, 4th and 1st. So came home with a very wet sail. If he can get a good start, anything can happen.
Makes that Echo bike look so small.
Makes everybody look small. Sneaky Pete Ellis, CrossFit Peak Blaxland. One of those athletes who is just putting nothing to chance, and he is going to do whatever it takes to step up to that next level. He reminds me of a very young Jay Crouch. Back in the day, got a bit of a sniff what he's capable of and wants to follow through with it. Now poor old Jack Clark, as we pan to the right here, he's the only guy in the sun. He's got his shirt off, so that's okay. He'll get a bit of a tan as he's getting through his 3,000 meters on the Echo bike.
That's gonna get steamy down in lane number 8.
Bailey Martin, bottom of screen. Finished in 6th place last year and a 20th. Strongman Diane last year really knocked him out of contention. And no surprise to see Bailey Martin. He is after this, and John Champion. Get to work, boy, get to work. Zane Shellabere-Healy is about to pull himself into the lead with this sled. Lane number 2. There's another WA boy, John Champion, got to the sled first. Zeke pardon me, Jake Crouch, Zane Shellabere-Healy, level pegging after the first sled pull. $21.51 is what we're looking at as an end time.
And if you're just tuning in, the athletes are not allowed to move their feet on these sled pulls. They are allowed to use their hips though, which is preferable. So you see them all getting down into a bit of a squat stance and then exploding up with a hip extension to help with their arms.
Don't forget to buy your tickets now for the 5th annual Rogue Invitational taking place in Austin, Texas, 27 to 29 October this year. Just scan that QR code and pick up your tickets now. And our split times have been beaten now. Zane Shellabere-Healy sneaking just under Jason Hopper's first split time of last week of 6 minutes after the first sled pull. Throw a blanket over them. John Champion just the last to finish his first sled pull and get to the 2,000 metre assault runner. Let's head to Kayla.
I'm poising myself as a little bit of a weather reporter today here at the Torian Pro, giving a little bit of a weather report. I mentioned this morning that it was really quite cool down here in the stadium. And then once we hit 12 o'clock, the sun really came in and it started to feel quite hot. And now in the evening, it's picked up quite a breeze. So Jeremy, you mentioned earlier that Jack Clark was unfortunately in the sun when he was on the Echo bike, but one thing that the athletes do have working in their favour is quite a breeze. And I noticed that because there was quite a fair bit of chalk flying around in the room earlier. I looked down at my shirt and I had chalk on it, so there's so much wind in the stadium right now. We're almost seeing a little bit of 4 seasons in one day over here in Brisbane, which I thought was more kind of typical of somewhere like Melbourne, but we're getting a lot of different weather changes in here which will affect the athletes from heat to heat. And the other thing I wanted to talk about that we see typically in day one is, well, it's actually not typical, is of athletes setting heat records or setting test records, in heat one. So as they're coming into the competition on day one, it's going from seeding leading into this event. And then as we go through the weekend, we really start to see a lot of those top athletes coming into that final heat. But on day one, it can often be a little bit of a mixed bag. And right now, our test record holders are sitting in that first heat, which is quite strange. But I wonder if we'll see that test record being broken in this final heat, Jeremy.
The way they are tracking, I have no doubts. Crazy stuff happened in the individual women's competition with the test record being set in 2, beaten in 3, beaten in 4. And Zach Thomas 21.51 from heat 1 with the current test record for test number 1 worldwide. When I grow up, I want to be Jake Douglas. Snake CrossFit at Tamworth.
We were saying yesterday how his arms could be some athletes' legs and still be stronger.
Mine included. But dad of 2 kids as well. Frankie, 5-year-old daughter, and 2-year-old Johnny. And fiance Ellen. And apparently Ellen's the glue, as is always the case. Boys go out to play. So a lot of family-orientated people here this weekend. Family time, it's important. Trying to get that balance, as you know, Pip, working, training, juggling 2 kids, it's difficult.
Oh, it is. But we love it. Now we saw in the previous heat that a lot of time was made up on this run. Now Zane Shillabert-Healy has not slowed down since he got on that assault runner. Each runner has got little markers on the belt. We're able to see a bit of pacing by how quickly those markers are turning over.
Mentioned Zane Shillabert-Healy. Wonder how he's progressing. That's exactly how he's progressing. So 1,150 meters down, 2,000 meters required. Got a fairly short stride on him, but it seems to be working. You just can't discount at any stage, Jay Crouch.
That's right, Jay Crouch in lane number 4.
He just seems to fly under the radar without causing too much stir, but always ends up at the right spot at the right time.
Jay Crouch would have to be arguably one of the most well-rounded athletes we have in the Southern Hemisphere.
Without doubt. Been to the games 5 times now, 3 as an individual, 2 as a team member. Qualified Sparky as well, Jay Crouch. Say Sparky, I mean electrician. Talk about flying under the radar, Will Carney.
Will Carney's been plugging away in lane number 5. He snuck onto his assault runner just behind Zane.
One of those guys who works full time for Proven. And I know they are tuning in over in the US. Good day to everyone over at the Proven crew. He started back with Shane and Tia way back when he was a 15-year-old. And he's one of those athletes you can't rest on. And he came in as one of our top qualifiers after quarterfinals. And is he going to punch his ticket to the CrossFit Games for 2023?
He's definitely one of those athletes on the bubble to watch.
Met his partner Jordan yesterday as well. She's out all the way from the US. First experience, Torian Pro, how about it? Have a go at this. We've got fire. I know everyone around the world is very jealous of our fire and our confetti cannons. Zane Shillabert-Healy, partner to Grace Walton from Western Australia. CrossFit Dignus is off. The first chance to look at athletes like Zane Shillabert-Healy for test number 1 for the weekend.
Zane just struggling to get that hip extension on his first few pulls. But individual test 1, if you're just tuning in, 3,000 meter echo bike, hand over hand sled pull, 84 feet, 2,000 meter run, hand over hand sled pull, 1,000 meter ski erg, and finishing with a 92-foot hand over hand pull. That sled weighs 225 pounds. It's 102.5 kilos for our metric system users.
Will Carney jumping into second. Worked really hard on that assault runner. Here comes Jay Crouch. Some very punchy sled pulls. Zane Chalabert-Healy still in the lead, lane 2. Will and Jay. Be a good race down the floor. Bailey Martin onto his sled pull. Jake Douglas about to finish up on the assault runner. Pete Ellis, he is done.
Will Carney, Jay Crouch, a neck and neck in the middle of the stadium. Lane 4 and 5.
Zane Chalabert-Healy about to head to the ski erg. Now Zane Chalabert-Healy is 30 seconds ahead of Jason Hopper's time from last week. Are we going to see that test record from Zach Thomas tumble all the way back in heat 1? It was like hours ago.
Now I know we've been talking about hip extension on this sled pull all day long, but when you've got arms like Jake Douglas,
you don't need to.
What hip extension?
Now, Jake Crouch getting the jump on Will Carney. That sun just starting to creep through at the feet of Will Carney, just to your bottom left of screen. It will be right in the eyes of John Champion and Pete Ellis once they get there. In torque capacity, is this where Jay Crouch takes the jump and overtakes Zane Chalabert-Healy? Big names missing in the male competition. You're Jay Crouch. You are the incumbent champion. Is there more or less pressure on you with all these youngsters coming through?
Look, I don't think pressure is something that bothers an athlete like Jay Crouch. I think he just gets on with the job no matter what. But I would dare say that this weekend Jay would be saying, what other names?
Well, he'd have a goal of finishing first again, regardless of whatever else is happening around him. But his movement at the moment is just impeccable. He started to pick up the pace on this ski. Jay, aware of everything that's happening around him as well. Where are people at? Where's the sun? Is there a wind blowing? As Caitlin mentioned before, is the chalk going to blow in my eye? Zane Chalabert-Healy, 42 strokes a minute at 150. He's got 250 metres to go, which is roughly about 40 seconds, give or take, by the time he gets back to the sled. And still holding off Jay Crouch.
I think these last few sled pulls are really going to hurt Zane. He's really strong on them, but he just looks to be in a bit more discomfort than Jay Crouch. But it comes down to how bad do you want it?
I know how bad he wants it. It's his first Torian Pro appearance. He wants it pretty bad. Jay Crouch, 154. And about 200 metres, so Zane with a little bit of a buffer. And interesting, partner Grace Walton, same strategy, out hot, hang on. Is it going to pay off? Race with one of the best times, top 10 times from the females. Jade Crouch isn't far behind. Will Carney, he's not going to be far away. What does Jay Crouch do? Does he go on the attack or is he just content? Zane Shellabere-Healy, one full length ahead for the sled pull. He is right on schedule, 21:51. Our time to beat from Zach Thomas. We didn't think it was that quick back then, but wow, it's amazing time so far. Yes, it's a long weekend. We've got 7 tests ahead of us. But you come out of the gates with 100 points. That is massive. Jay Crouch making up some distance. The last sled pull length. Zane Shellabere-Healy, he's got 31 seconds. Has he got enough in the tank? Jay Crouch like a caged tiger walking up the floor. He knows what's going on. Has Jay got enough now to catch Zane Shellabere-Healy? Bailey Martin is coming. Here comes Will Carney as well. But Zane Shellabere-Healy will grab second and he'll grab 96 points. Official time for Zane, 22:06. Jay Crouch. I wish he looked like he was hurting a bit more.
He looks like he could go another round.
For another 22 minutes. James Newbury's time is now. Will Carney not too far away. Rob Watt's time has passed. Riley Smith's time has passed. These seconds are crucial. Jake Douglas, one length to go. Will, 2 pulls and he's done. Will Carney, 23:34. Bailey Martin now needs to get a wriggle on. Here comes Jake Douglas. 2 guys that battled 5th and 6th last year are now battling in lanes 1 and 2. Douglas is done. 24:22. touch over 5 minutes left. Test 1. If you think of fatigue factors creeping into the weekend, long endurance events, probably not too much muscle fatigue.
That's when they don't have 102 kilos sled pull
Yes.
in them.
Riley Martin finishing up. Jack Clark just ahead of Pete Ellis. Jack is done. Final 2 athletes, Pete Ellis, lane 7. Just about to drag that sled over the line. And John Champion. So we cast our minds back to last year, King Arthur on the floor here for their first experience on the competition floor, Torian Pro 2022. A lot of barbells, a lot of fatigue, burpee box, jump overs, running, everything in there. A lot of them had a lot of muscular fatigue going into the second part of the day and also the second day. This one doesn't seem too bad. The distances aren't too great. The sled pull, yes, it's heavy, however, not too long.
I think considering the test we have coming, the sled pull might play a little bit of a part in forearm fatigue. Because they're not just doing one sled pull, they have done a fair few of them over the last 30 minutes.
John Champion rounds off heat number 4. Probably not how we thought things would shake out over the 4 heats of the individual men. But Zach Thomas, foot on the accelerator. And good result from Pete Ellis as well. Jake Crouch, some awesome work from him as well. Let's head down to the new kid in town with Kayla Banfield.
Zane, I saw your face as you were coming off the runner and you looked like you were in a world of hurt, but you managed to maintain yourself throughout the entire test. So how did you pace and strategize that particular test?
I actually thought the running was the easiest part, so if I looked bad off that, it's probably not great. But I thought just coming off the runner, the last 100 meters, just try and maintain, just control my breathing a little bit more, because I knew the last little part was probably going to be the hardest of the whole workout. So yeah.
And you had your coach Costa hanging over the edge. I heard him yelling at you, be smart, don't stuff it up. What does that mean?
He's usually not as polite, so usually it's a lot worse things that he says to myself during training anyway. So I think just being smart, he knew that the running would be good for me, but just to kind of bring my heart rate down and kind of just control myself coming into the last part, because he knew that the other boys would be coming pretty hard, and I had to just maintain the pace that I was going, not to let them come too close. So.
I definitely filtered it for TV. That is not what he said. There was a few other words thrown in there, but not appropriate for television. Last question. You're not here by yourself. You're here with your partner who's competing in the women's side. What's it like managing a relationship and also trying to be an athlete at the same time?
I don't think we try and manage the relationship. We kind of keep it separate, even though we train with each other every day. When we're in the gym, we're there to train. And then when we're at home, we kind of just take our mind away from training as much as we can. So our heats were a little bit further apart today, so I got to support her and she got to support me, which helps enormously, because usually we're going head to head and we can't really be there for each other as much. So yeah, I couldn't ask for anyone else to be here with me, so it's awesome.
Well, thanks so much for the interview. This is our first time chatting, but hopefully we'll chat again this weekend. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You kid, all right. What a way to start your first Torian Pro.
we said it at the start, we weren't really sure who was going to run away with this one. Such a stacked field of males. Zane Shilabert-Healy, he was outstanding from that first sled pull. He dropped the hammer, got off that runner, and he didn't take his foot off the pedal. He managed to hold off Jay Crouch. Jay Crouch, Will Carney, also with great performances. Test 1. But they couldn't catch Zane. Very impressive. First time out on the floor and a heat win.
If you're holding off Jay Crouch, you're doing okay. The guy that went as the #1 qualifier from this semi-final last year goes to the CrossFit Games. You beat him. That's okay in my book. Zane, 22.06. So just outside of that time from Zach Thomas of 21.51. Jay Crouch, Will Carney, and Jake Douglas. All names we expected to be there. Bailey Martin as well. How does that shake out over the overall results? We'll have to wait for those. But an interesting start to competition for the men. And one, I knew he'd do okay. I didn't think he'd come out with a Heat 4 win.
Well, I think going off all the other heats as well, we didn't really know who was going to come out and do what, because we got winners from Heat 1, we got records in Heat 2.
James Newbury's still ripping it up in Heat 1 as well.
It's anyone's game at this point.
I did actually say that at the start, anything could happen this weekend, and it's already happened. We've still got 2.5 days to go.
We're not going to survive.
And our results after test 1 for the individual males. Zach Thomas in 21.51, Zane and Jay in that final heat, the 4th heat. 2nd and 3rd, James Newbury. What a result for James Newbury. I did predict it. Something special going on with James Newbury this year. Riley Smith doing well to round out that top 5. Will Carney, good result from him. That's going to be an important one at the back end of the weekend. And Luke McMahon wrapping up that top 10. Individual competition now complete for the moment. We got more team action coming your way. Day 1 of the Torian Pro. We'll be back very soon.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true. I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You gotta start from somewhere.
Just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
There is a 6-word phrase that we say, what is CrossFit?
CrossFit is constantly varied functional movements that are executed at high intensity.
Es una definición de 5 segundos que dice todo, pero no satisface a nadie.
It's a strength and conditioning program that mixes weightlifting, calisthenics, powerlifting, running, rowing, biking, in a whole bunch of different ways so that you get a broad range of fitness and you're never bored with your workout because they're changing all the time.
At the end of the day, it's just working out with a good bunch of people, having a sweat, letting off some steam, and getting healthier and sexier at the same time.
It's family, it's community, it's fitness. It's a no BS approach to bettering your life, not only inside the walls of the gym, but also outside the walls of the gym.
You have to realize that when you step into a CrossFit gym, you're not just seeing the fittest competitive athletes in the world. You're seeing athletes that are just like you or me.
The beautiful thing about CrossFit is that absolutely anyone can do CrossFit.
Regardless of any demographic, age, ability level, or background,
todos, não como pode, como devem, né?
It is designed for anybody to take part in.
If I looked at each individual person that walks in every single day here, it's like everybody's absolutely different.
It could look like my 80-year-old dad. It could look like my kids.
There's an option for you that fits you exactly where you are on your fitness journey.
It'll meet you right where you are at, and it'll take you to places that you never even thought you could go in terms of your fitness.
I've seen people change their lives. I've seen people lose 50 kg, relationships be created, babies being born from people who've met at the gym and they got married, etc.
Para mí CrossFit fue encontrar una familia fuera de mi casa.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that it will change their life.
Not because it's just a fitness program, not because of the community, but because the greatest adaptation that occurs in CrossFit happens right here.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. An incredible day one so far. The Oceania semi-final. All part of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal series. The second week, and we have delivered. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Caleb Banfield with you, and we are back to team competition and team test number 2.
Team test number 2 in male and female pairs. For 15 minutes, complete as many rounds and reps as possible of 3 synchro muscle-ups, 1 partner on the rings, 1 partner on the bar, 5 synchro thrusters, 65 pounds for females, 95 for men. 1 pair works while the other rests and switch, and each round they're going to be adding 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters after both pairs complete the round. They've got a 15-minute cap.
Now this is going to get pretty nasty, considering there is some interval work at play. You get to work, but then you get a whole round off as well. And if your partnership's very well balanced, it's going to be the same amount of work and the same amount of rest. Sun streaming in here to Pat Rafter Arena. And this place is going to get very full in the next couple of hours. Look at our heat list for test number 2 for our teams. CrossFit Papamoa, Mangopare, lane number 3, Picton, CrossFit NTRS in 4. CrossFit Play Star Strength from Sydney in lane 5, and CrossFit Mecca, another one of our teams from New Zealand in lane number 6. Underway for the start. And we talk about strategy, Pip. You can't come out too hot or you're going to burn out real quick.
No, that is correct, Jeremy. This test, they have increasing reps after each round. It's going to be a lot of strategy come into play. You can really only work to your weakest athlete on a test like this on the rings and the bar muscle-ups. You can't move faster than what someone is able to do.
Now test 2 records for the teams, 269 reps. AB CrossFit Mayhem from North American. East semi-final last weekend in Orlando, Florida. And a lot different to the test we saw this morning for the teams. A lot of grueling work. This is short, sharp, punchy, and it is going to hurt and hurt hard if you come out of the gates too hot.
Yeah, this morning we saw the teams do a bit more of a grueling test. This one is going to come down to strategy, teamwork, and technical gymnastics. The teams that have got all 4 members with good muscle-ups on the rings and on the bars are going to be rewarded. The thrusters will be no problem for any of these teams. 30 kilos for the women, 43 kilos for the males. In pounds, that's 65 pounds and 95 pounds. The muscle-ups is where it's going to be won and lost. Team members have to wait at the top of each rep for the other one to be finished, so they're synchronized. Makes it that bit harder on the grip if you've got a team member that's a bit slower to the top of their muscle up and the other one's hanging onto the bar or the rings waiting. 269 reps, our score to beat. Unbeaten so far
even at the North American West semi-final, which went on earlier today. CrossFit Franco's Misfits were close, 265 reps, but AB CrossFit Mayhem taking that title. They will take that quite possibly into the final week, maybe into the record books for the end of time.
That is a lot of muscle ups.
To give you an idea of where we are sitting, that was the round of 13 muscle ups and 30 thrusters. And the second partner's getting in 7 reps on the muscle up before they were called for time. Jolly Neville and Mitai on screen, very good combo. Know each other very well. And their synchronization couldn't be any better. Go Wad, maximise your CrossFit performance with Go Wad's tailor-made mobility program. Try it now with a 14-day free trial. Scan that QR code and get started. Sealy. Let's throw down to Kayla Banfield.
I'm standing at the end of the field and I thought I'd do a little social experiment with myself to see what it feels like to be standing in the sun. And Jeremy, it is actually terrible. It's really difficult to concentrate. The sun has hit that afternoon point where it is gleaming directly onto the competition floor, and a lot of these athletes, especially doing the ring muscle ups, are going to be staring directly into the sun. And as I said, it can be really difficult to concentrate. You're squinting. Sometimes it can hurt your face. So the athletes are going to be dealing with that. We can see right now an athlete on the rings who's just jumped down. He was our athlete that was wearing the sunglasses this morning. And you know what? I think there is something to be said about bringing a pair of sunnies onto the competition floor and maybe even a little bit of sunscreen for the rest of the weekend.
Aiden Poco always looking the part. And I thought he brought the sunnies out a little bit too early, but he knew what he was on about. And they are very well needed. But you think about things that are going to hamper you throughout your process at a semi-final event, and for a lot of athletes around the world, sun is not one of them.
No, there's not many events around the world that are outdoors at this level anymore. Obviously, we do have Rogue Invitational, various parts of the games obviously outdoors, but semi-final level athletes aren't generally used to it.
We're talking more about strategy. Not so much required with the thruster. You've got to pick your battle when it comes to ring muscle up versus bar muscle up versus who can do what, what's their capacity, what can you handle, how are you going to break these into sets, are you going to go unbroken? All these questions that need to get asked obviously prior to coming to competition, because you can't be sorting that out when you're on the floor.
These synchronized muscle ups on the rings and the bar are a movement that you would hope that these teams have practiced in their gyms. It's probably not one you want to come and test out now on the competition floor.
Cody Campbell and Dan Groot, you can see the sun streaming into the camera. It's exactly what they're looking at. Halfway through our time cap. It's an MTRS.
terms of making easy work of these thrusters. For most of these athletes, these weights of 65 pounds and 95 pounds are not going to be any problem.
I just noticed on Dylan Seeley's thrusters right at the bottom, he's getting really deep. Is that going to be an efficiency issue, or is that going to be a timing issue?
It might throw their timing out. They have to be timed at the top because he's going that little bit deeper. But they're having no problem with it at all. It's obviously something they've practiced, but communication's important, and just watching each other for signs that someone's going to slow down or drop it. They've also got to reach full extension at the top of the rep, which means extended elbows, head through the arms, extended through the hips, completely locked out overhead.
And if you think bang for buck for movements that are going to give you the best response to CrossFit programming, thrusters has got to be one of the best, even though it is one of the hardest.
Well, I think everybody hates to say it, but it is the one that's going to give you your best bang for your buck. If you want to be fit and strong, do thrusters.
Lauren Fitzgerald and Greg Lewis back for CrossFit Play Star Strength. Sorry, Chapman, Jess Green, get to work. Jolene Neville, Dylan Mitai. See what the athletes are dealing with, not just the sun streaming through, the shake of the rig, all these other aspects you don't really think about when you go into competition. I'm sitting there in my own gym at home and everything's nice and pretty. You come out here, they're not exactly the way you want them.
One thing I always found really difficult was the way the rings swung off the rig at competition compared to how they're set up in your home gym. If the straps are longer, changes the way you swing, makes it that bit harder. The rings are also set to one height, so you'll see some athletes have boxes underneath them to help them get up. There's no lowering of the rings. You got to find a way to get up there with the boxes you're given.
Generally, the longer the strap, more difficult the muscle up is.
They're also set at a distance as well, which can be quite hard for some athletes.
CrossFit Play getting to work first in lane 5. Start of 25 thrusters. And not surprising to see some strategic breaks starting to creep in. Screen just having a look at her judge, asking the question, how many more have we got? Dan Groots, Cody Campbell head back for Papamoa, lane number 3. Dylan and Jolene done remarkably well and caught up a heap of time.
They are a little bit slower on the muscle ups, but they've made up a lot of time on their thrusters. Really good synchronization, and they didn't break up their sets too much.
Only 2 minutes remaining now for our first heats of the teams. Second test for the day, team competition. Once we are done with our 3 heats, we are back to individual competition once again. Different format this year at the Torian Pro. Dylan, Jennifer. This is where you can probably push a little bit harder, knowing you've got a break coming up. And the deeper you get in, the longer the break's going to be, but the longer you're at work.
That's right, it's only one pair working at a time. So while they're on the thrusters, the other pair are resting down in the muscle ups.
Marnie and Tegan. CrossFit Mecca back to the bars once again. Less than a minute to go now. Greg and Lauren to work, lane 5 in the purple shorts. Now with less than 30 seconds. Teams just need to hang on. There is no point resting now.
Your score is your reps, and every rep counts.
Oh, ouch. That was tough. Dylan Seeley is lying behind the rig and hasn't moved. Dylan Mitai. Just a glitch in the matrix for him. Fitzgerald and Greg Lewis. CrossFit Play. CrossFit Mecca looked pretty decent. And if you think about experience, them bringing so much of it in, something like this would really suit them down to the ground. Yes, it is work capacity, but it's a lot of communication and a lot of synchronization.
That's right, and the muscle ups might not have been the strongest part for them, but they really made up for it with time on the thrusters.
There they are, the team from Mecca. And coming in that final qualifying spot, 20th position. A little bit concerned coming into the final leaderboard adjustments. Start of test number 2. The team competition for day 1 of the Torian Pro.
Team test 2, a 15-minute AMRAP of the synchronized ring muscle ups and bar muscle ups. Synchronized thrusters. They're adding reps each round. Very level pegging across these teams in this first heat. It's unclear who finished where. They were all neck and neck at the end.
When you think about the synchronization that we have had in the past, we've had all 4 team members doing something. We've had pairs doing synchronized pull-ups or muscle-ups on the same implement. A little bit different ring to bar.
It is different, and what I liked was that they were able to switch around too and manage that fatigue. Very different to just having one team member on the rings the whole time and one on the bar.
Heat 1 of our teams all done. Our second of our heats are coming up. See the end of the day for the team competition. And for all scores and updates, head over to games.crossfit.com. to get all your official results. Check out everything that happened in the North American West semi-final. South American will kick off tomorrow. Well, we're having a bit of a rest. 3 days of competition here at the Torian Pro. It is great to be back. Which teams are going to be heading to the CrossFit Games? We thought we knew at the start of the day. We'll find out what happens in a couple of days' time. But as we say down here in Australia, it's a bit of a dog's breakfast. So it's all over the place.
Confusing the world with our weird sayings.
Great shots of our VIP area here, Torian Pro. We got fire, we got VIP areas, we got everything going on. So thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone and Kayla Banfield with you for team test number 2.
In male and female pairs, for 15 minutes, complete as many rounds and reps as possible. 3 synchro muscle-ups, 1 partner on the rings, 1 partner on the bar. 5 synchro thrusters, female 65 pounds, male 95 pounds. 1 pair works while the other rests, and then they switch. And they're adding 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters after both pairs complete the round. They've got a 15-minute cap.
Heat list for heat number 2, the second of 3 heats here for the team competition. Plus 6'4" CrossFit Plan B. The other 6'4" Army team taking 100 points. Test number 1 earlier this morning. CrossFit Townsville jumping up, doing well. Test 1, as we've seen in previous competitions. Doesn't matter what you did in the previous test or the previous day, it's what you're doing right now. CrossFit Chocolate Box, quick to work and no surprise. Georgia Wellsman on the competition floor here as an individual last year. Missed the cut by 2. Guess who missed the cut by 1? Mackenzie Woodhouse, who's in her team as well. So we expect to see CrossFit Chocolate Box go deep. The weight not too heavy, the reps not too bad. Mackenzie from 6'4" Army Plan B went to pick up the other barbell. Partner Louis goes, no, 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 that's mine. Don't know why you'd go pick up the heavier implement, but anyway. Maybe she wants a challenge. But they are going to move both barbells forward.
Muscle-ups and 5 thrusters. That's going to add up very quickly on those muscle-ups, especially when you're having to hang out at the top and wait for your partner.
And for some more info, let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
I'm in a great position down here on the competition floor. I get direct access to the athletes while they're both competing and also after the events as well while they're hanging out backstage. And I managed to pull aside Picton CrossFit, who just went in Heat 1, and I asked them how they found this particular test, and they said it was so much better than the first test today. They said anything with a little bit of gymnastics skill is way better than the grunt work that they had to endure in test 1, and they said that there was resounding feedback that that sandbag was possibly the worst part of the entire day. So they were very relieved to have day 1 done, but yeah, feedback is sandbag was not fun.
Pep, I think you said that about 100 times this morning. That sandbag was not fun.
No one was having fun on that sandbag this morning.
Great to have some insight on how the athletes are feeling. Very fortunate to get great access here. And at such a great event as 6'4" Army Plan B. Finish off another round. And they were the first to move their barbells into the next segment, which will be 7 muscle-ups and 15 thrusters. Liv Lambourne and Steve Chevsky. Liam Ford in the background. Star Strength CrossFit Geo. Chocolate box quick to move. Now Liv Lambourne, just to the right of screen in the black, she is ripping that barbell down to get her cycle rate a little bit quicker.
She has a very fast cycle rate, just lowering that time under tension. You don't want to be holding onto that bar longer than you have to. It's almost a push up and a pull down when you're moving that fast.
Max Jolly and Georgia Welsman through another round. Kenzie Woodhouse and Jake Lauder for Chocolate Box continue their progress down the floor. Chloe Foster, Kyle McKenzie, partner mullets, I love it. GoWad, designed for athletes, trusted by the best. Start today your GoWad mobility journey with a 14-day free trial. Just scan that QR code on your screen to get started.
So your leaders, plus 6'4" CrossFit Plan B, are your first team.
Peak Blacksland, they are back. Coming into competition, semi-final level, you've got to have all your ducks in a row. You might have your team of 20 odd athletes at your affiliate. Selecting the team to come here, the potential to go to the CrossFit Games, you've got to be balanced right across every aspect. So you can't just pick the super strong guy to do all your heavy deadlifts, or your gymnastics specialist to do all your muscle-ups, or your endurance person to do all your running for you.
It was a little bit like that back in the day when we were on teams.
Yes, it was.
When it was 6-person teams. You could a little bit rely on some stronger team members, but now with teams of 4, as we will see as the weekend progresses, you really can't rely on any individual at all. It really does come down to teamwork, and the way that it is programmed as well is to do that. It's to test them as a team, not as individuals. On a test like this, all the teams obviously making easy work of these thrusters at 65 pounds and 95 pounds. But the muscle ups, you can really only work to your strongest, to your weakest athlete rather, as we said earlier. You can't make someone do 10 muscle ups in a row if they can't do 10 muscle ups in a row.
We're good, we're not that good though. This is probably one of the tightest heats we've seen across team and individual all day. Francesco Lapaco to the right. Aileen Horn on the left. They look like they are moving really well. Team from CrossFit Botany in Sydney. Let's head to the other end of that raft arena. 6'4" Army from New Zealand. This is the team Plan B. Louis Foster and Kyla McKenzie, bottom of the screen.
Now, my calculations are probably way off.
Okay,
but
let's hear it.
I believe CrossFit Chocolate Box are in the lead. No surprise, they've got very, very strong muscle ups. CrossFit Chocolate Box in lane number 4. CrossFit Peak Blaxland in lane number 5, also looking very strong.
Chocolate Box are about to finish off their last round of thrusters as Peak Blaxland. Georgie Lloyd with her back to us. Chris Campbell looking straight down the barrel. Tight races, 6 minutes left. You want to separate yourselves. And every rep, as you said, Pip, every rep will count. Olivia Lambourne, Stephen Machevsky. One of the most experienced judges on the planet, Graham Beath to your left, letting them know they have 1 rep to go. Great to see Graham on the competition floor once again. All the way back, 2008. He started his judging at our first regional here, Pacific Oceania region. Great to see those people still around helping the sport out. Jesse Ward, second team in from bottom of screen. Looking okay. 6'4" Army Plan B having a break. Chevsky and Lambourne. All trying to track down that 269 reps. AB CrossFit Mayhem. The North America East semi-final in Orlando, Florida last weekend. The middle weekend of the semi-finals, 1 more week to go. When we start looking at Europe and Asia regions. Peak Blaxland still trying to hang on to that lead. They are centre of screen in lane 5. St Georgia's taking a quick break. Botany now moving down to the right-hand side. Francesco, Aileen on their next set. Communication with your partners is important. Outside of CrossFit, bring that into the CrossFit floor. Is it better or worse?
Oh, I think if you're a new team out on this floor and you're not used to all the noise and the crowd, it's probably going to be a bit harder than you realize. It gets very loud in this stadium, especially as the weekend progresses. So you're finding you're having to yell at each other. If they've practiced enough though in their home gyms, then probably just making a sound at each other is going to signal something.
CrossFit EXF, Matthias, collapsing at the bottom of that thruster. And the run back's almost the worst bit. Just over 90 seconds left. And 6th for Army Plan B. They have taken the lead. They are into the 13 muscle ups. One guy with no off switch is that guy on screen, Stephen Machevsky. He can go. Very small statured, but he is strong and he is quick and has 0 off switch. Tousell, they've got a minute. CrossFit Geo back to tag in for the round of 13. Your 2 leaders in lanes 1 and 2.
6-4, CrossFit Plan B, 11 strong, 50 seconds.
The end of the test is where you're going to see little mistakes being made with communication breakdown as they start to get tired. They've got to hit the top of the rep at the same time. They've also got to have their elbows locked out.
Yeah, that always helps. You don't want to be getting no reps on thrusters of all things. And complete and utter exhaustion. Talk about being put through the ringer. Plus 6-4. I think they're just a couple of reps ahead to not finishing the first pair of 13. So we're talking about 230 odd reps for plus 6-4 CrossFit Plan B. Still a little bit away from that 269 from AB CrossFit Mayhem last week. Crazy stuff.
I don't know if that 269 reps is going to be beaten. That is a lot of reps in 15 minutes.
Well, you've got a team like Invictus who are going back as the same 4 that went to the CrossFit Games, and they got 251 reps. But a challenge for the teams on day 1 of competition.
It was a tight heat. None of the teams really seemed to have any trouble on the muscle ups. They're all level pegging for most of the 15-minute time cap, but plus 6-4 CrossFit Plan B. They got that bit of a lead in the last half of the time cap and they stayed there. Very fast thruster cycling time and very strong muscle ups, which just helps with fatigue levels when you are strong on muscle ups. You're not spending extra time at the top of those rings or at the top of the bar.
For all your official results, make sure you head over to games.crossfit.com. Check out all that's happening around the planet. Week 2 of semi-finals. That exciting time of year, we find out who's representing your region. And a few changes to the season as well. North American East, North American West, splitting in 2. Europe having their own division once again. We get to find out who is representing Oceania at the end of Sunday afternoon. 2 heats down, the final heat for the team competition for test number 2 coming up soon. And here we go, heat number 3, team test number 2. And are we going to see another shake-up of the leaderboard after this one?
Team test 2 in male-female pairs for 15 minutes. Complete as many rounds and reps as possible. 3 synchro muscle-ups, 1 on the rings, 1 on the bar. 5 synchro thrusters, female 65 pounds, male 95 pounds. 1 pair works while the other rests, and then they switch. And they're adding 2 muscle-ups and 5 thrusters after both pairs complete the round. 15-minute time cap.
Teams getting into position. The Flames heating things up here at Pat Rafter Arena. And our start list for our third and final heats. And our last test of day 1 of competition. Torian Mayhem. A little bit of a hole. I wouldn't say a massive hole, maybe just a divot. But they really need to bounce back with this one. With 6-4 Army Endgame. What an outstanding performance. Test 1 with 100 points. Doing everything they need to make sure they book their ticket to Madison, Wisconsin in a couple of months' time. Lanes 4 and 5 is where the focus will be. Started for test number 2 for team competition. The final time today, and they are going to probably go away and go, I earned my rest tonight.
Especially after test 1 this morning. All these athletes are happy to be rid of that sandbag hold.
Previous 2 heats, something very similar has happened. The rotations come through, the quick rounds of muscle-up thrusters happen. Then we sort of dig into that 6-7 minute mark when things start to get a little bit nasty, and that's when the field starts to separate.
I think everyone's going to look good on 3 muscle-ups. It's really around that third round.
Speak for yourself.
Around that third round, where we see the teams that have all 4 members with strong muscle-ups are going to be able to break ahead.
Army Endgame in the lead, only just. Concept crew down in lane number 1 having a few issues at present, and finally they move forward into that first segment. Kendall Peterson, Peter Hansen. The 6-4 Army Endgame in the center of that synchronization of barbells. What a shot. It's like a pistons of a car.
You can see how they're pressing that over their head and then pulling it back down on themselves to get that bar cycling speed.
Creative from Melbourne. Two Kiwi teams battling it out, 6-4 and East Tamaki. We're used to seeing Zach's pack, East Tamaki, but this one's Jack's pack. And a pack of youngsters trying to fly the flag. BFC CrossFit 307.6. Vijay Tafiti and Holly Heine finishing off their round. Go What, designed for athletes, trusted by the best. Start today with your Go What mobility journey with a 14-day free trial by scanning that QR code getting started.
The athletes don't have to lock out at exactly the same time at the top of the bars and the rings, but they do have to both be on top of the bars and the rings at the same time. Same with the thrusters. Locked out overhead at the same time.
Jermaine Jensen, Alexandra Bullock on screen. PFC CrossFit 3076. One of those teams sitting on the bubble, as we mentioned earlier today, potentially could go back. Jermaine Jensen, Holly Heine, part of the other side team that did go to the CrossFit Games 2 years ago. Funny, you get a taste of that. Hey, I want some more. Get a Hansen, Clint Cole. They are just in the lead. Abby Osborne and Sam Fowler, yes. Fowler's everywhere. Luke in individual division. Ben injured this year, trying to come back to the CrossFit Madrid Championship later on this year. There's another one as well, Tim Fowler. He qualified as a team competitor.
5 reps to go from +6, 4, 5 reps to go. On their done.
Mum Linda sitting up behind us.
Currently leading the pack is Golden Tyler, +6, 4 CrossFit.
Now, going into this, Torian Mayhem seem like they are pacing this maybe a little bit too slow.
Look, we're not even halfway to the time cap yet, so I think that might be a little bit too early to say that they're pacing too slow. We know that they're all good at muscle ups on Torian Mayhem.
Third of the way through team test number 2. Let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
I'm here down on the sidelines, sitting right next to CrossFit Creative, and something just happened in the middle of the test where the judge made them go backwards and run over the bar rather than around the side of the bar. So if you're at home and you're wondering why these athletes have been sent back, it's a safety issue. So not only do you have to learn how to handle the bar and move it in a thruster, you also have to learn how to move your body around the bar as well. So if we had athletes running around the bar all the time, we could potentially find ourselves in some very dangerous situations, some collisions. So we have these safety things set out for the purposes of looking after the athletes, and if they're not following these rules, they will be sent back by the judges to make sure that they're tracking in line with the rules to make sure that they don't get in the way of the other athletes. And another one of those things as well is dropping the bar in front of you and not behind you. So controlling the bar on the way down, which is super important to look out for the other competitors.
And a big thank you to all of our volunteers who come out each year to the Torian Pro. Massive numbers, over 500 volunteers this year, so thank you to all of you. As Torian Mayhem now take the lead, and my pacing issue I was worried about 2 minutes ago is no longer relevant. They've sped up, obviously. I love getting proven wrong. It happens quite frequently.
But we are adding reps each round, and they are definitely all used to volume, so we know that won't be a problem for them. And easy weights as well. 65 pounds for the women, that's 30 kilos, and 95 pounds for the men, 43 kilos.
It's almost like Boz is dangling that carrot going, come on, you can do this, it's only this weight. And then your brain goes, yeah, I can do that. And then you get to a point and your body goes, no, you can't.
And when I say it's easy, it's obviously not easy for everyone. Some people that might be heavyweight, but at this level of competition in the top heat of the semi-finals, this is easy weight for these athletes. So it does allow them to move that bit quicker, dangles the carrot to hold on and not be breaking them up. They'd also be looking around going, well, no one else is putting it down, so we better not.
Marnie Sykes, Brandon Swan finishing off their round of 29, which is the 9 muscle ups and 20 thrusters. So they have now ticked off 148 reps.
There you have it, guys. 8.5 minutes in.
Brandon Swan, a couple of hours ago, in an absolute body bag. We saw it last year with Ricky Garrard. He did it, scraped himself off, come back with an event win. Can Torian Mayhem do that with a test win here for the Torian Pro 2023?
I think not just Swanee by himself, but the team as a whole have got enough experience for him to shake it off and come back.
Just a reminder as well, Royce Dunn doesn't look 100%. He hasn't been very well all week. He's a little bit under the weather. But if anyone is going to draw any inspiration from this crowd, it's going to be Big Royce. Benfi, the fluoro green and black to the right. Kendall Peterson in all black. 6'4" Army endgame. Kelly lives in Milwaukee. Stone's throw from Madison, Wisconsin. Tries to go to the CrossFit Games and stay at home. We've already got 100 points from test 1 in the bank.
Behind CrossFit Torian Mayhem. Mayhem just getting onto the rings and the bar muscle-ups a little bit quicker.
But then you talk experience-wise, this is where athletes like Marnie Sykes and Brandon Swan are going to shine. Marnie, last 2 years, CrossFit Games competitor in a team. Qualifies as an individual, decides to keep that dream going of going 3 times in a row. Again, situation unfazed. No expression whatsoever. It doesn't even look like Marnie is breathing. It's almost robotic.
I don't think they would need to talk to each other. The game plan would be unbroken.
And done. 220 reps down. We have 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. To the round of 13 muscle ups, 30 thrusters. Now we're getting to that nasty point of the thrusters. 269 reps. AB CrossFit Mayhem. What if they're sitting back going, what if anyone's going to beat our score? Just staying up to watch.
CrossFit Torian Mayhem have not looked like they're slowing down on these muscle-ups. I think that's the first time they've dropped off.
Pierre Clint. One of my favorite Frenchmen, Clint Cole. Speaking to their coach, Hannah Mitchell, a couple of days ago when they arrived, and he said they were going to cause a bit of a shake-up as they compared their results in training to the ones that came out at the North American East semi-final, and he said we're on cue. Proved himself right in test number 1 earlier today. But getting that 100-point win. ...233 reps now down from Torian Mayhem. Chasing 269 with 90 seconds.
Royce and Christy, just such good movers. Absolutely no question about their squat depth or lockout at the top.
Christy telling big Royce, oi, get off the ground, we're keeping on going. 45 now on the clock. And a decent enough lead for Torian Mayhem to take this out. Probably just a little bit of damage control now for 6'4" Army Endgame. They don't need to break any records here. It's all about placements. They've done enough work in this heat to get to this segment. .30 thrusters required. That'll take them to 263 if they can make it. 10 more seconds. Have they done it? We're gonna have to check the official scores, but that's gonna go very close.
Wow.
Looks like it might be 263 reps, which is only 6 short of that test record from last week. If you wanted to bounce back, that's the way to do it.
And you thought they were going too slow.
I knew that was going to come up.
I wasn't going to let you get away with that one. Those two on the muscle-ups, outstanding.
Well, Marnie and Brandon Swan have been sitting there for the last couple of minutes not doing anything. So they're fresh, they're ready to go. Christy and Royce leaving it all out on the floor. A good bounce back from Swanee. Bit of a hole after that sandbag hold. Eb Simmons, Jono Dunlop, Torian Black. And I don't think you could get two different tests that are more miles apart than the two we've had today. Team test number 2 all complete, and this was heat number 3.
Our top heat of teams for test number 2. Fast barbell cycling on the thrusters. Those weights, no problem at all for these athletes. And Royce and Christy, Torian Mayhem, they were just so smooth on the muscle-ups. And Marnie, with all that team experience, they really did come out and do some damage control from test number 1. Unofficial 263, we believe. Pretty close to last week's score of 269.
Great bounce back from Torian Mayhem, exactly what they needed to do to propel themselves up that leaderboard. Team competition now done for day 1 of the Torian Pro. Individual competition still to come, and a packed house of Pat Rafter Arena awaits us on Friday evening here, Brisbane, Australia. We'll be back with more action very soon.
You know, if you're interested in the games and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there, truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you. Not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested therefore in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're gonna see in the expression on the field of play.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to them, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she gonna do it and what's that gonna look like? I don't think it's gonna look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
All horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's now.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah.
Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's been hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath. He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Gerard will do it, and Medeiros will do it. Here we go.
Your way. Thank you for having us. Got it.
row.
As the sun sets on day one of competition, the Torian Pro, the Oceania semi-final. We have seen some great action so far. Plenty of people filling in and plenty of happy faces. Some sweaty bodies as well. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games semi-final. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone and Caleb Banfield with you. Team tests done for the day. See what that shakes out like on the leaderboard a little bit later on. But now we are back for individual competition and the females to kick things off. Our standings coming up very soon. Start things off for test number one. It was 6-4 Army endgame. Kicking things off with a 100-point win. Torian Mayhem, a little bit of a glitch, but they are back now. And they are sitting in second spot. PFC CrossFit 3076. One of those bubble teams coming in. Rounding out our top three. Equal fourth with Concepts, Torian Black. Fifth team we thought was going to do well, East Tamaki Jackspac, sitting in seventh, not too far back. And with a number of tests coming up, anything could shake up. Energy starting to build here at Pat Rafter Arena. So our ladies from Heat 1 enter the competition floor for the second test of the day. No, they're not going on a hike. They have got Go Ruck pack on their back. Big thank you to Go Ruck for providing the equipment for all of our athletes for test number two. And individual test two has got a lot of moving parts, but not as complicated as it reads.
Individual test two, as many reps as possible in 3 minutes. 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, and then max burpees over the box. Complete 3 rounds and rest of 1 minute between rounds. Your score is the total reps across the 3 rounds. Females will wear a 10-pound ruck and burpee box, 24-inch box. Male 20-pound ruck and 30-inch box for their burpee box overs. In kilos, that's 4.5 kilos and 9 kilos. They've got an 11-minute cap.
Grueling first test this morning. Team athletes coming out and doing a short, punchy little number just before. This is going to be something very similar. Annika Roberts looking a bit nervous, and the big deep breath. She is sitting in lane 4. What did you do on the weekend? Mother and son. Oh, we just went and hung out Torian Pro and competed on the same competition floor, which she is doing with son Johan, who is in the individual competition. One person I am going to keep an eye on in this heat in particular, Laken McCloof in lane 3. She's lost nothing of her gymnastics prowess. The Go Ruck. Adding a little bit of an annoyance, really, to test number 2 for our individuals. As we get underway, now we talk about complexes of things, and normally when you're talking complexes, we're talking barbell, and we're doing a deadlift or a power clean or a hang power clean or a shoulder overhead. Now, introduction of a gymnastics complex. Talk us through it.
This is the first time we're going to see a ring complex, and with added weight as well. So not just the complex by itself, that is already hard enough. They'll do one toes through rings, one ring muscle up, and then one ring dip at the top. They are allowed to break the complex up, however. And you will see some athletes use that strategy if ring movements are not their strong point, but not for this lady. Rings are her strong point.
I might have mentioned that about a minute ago. Keep your eye on Lakin McCloof. Loves a little bit of gymnastics, and she was quick off that complex, or the 5 complexes. Single leg squats, the order of the day up next. And having to complete 5 on each leg before progressing to the next stage.
And they're not allowed to put their foot down in between each rep.
We talk about 10 general physical skills of CrossFit. Balance is one of those. And we are seeing exactly what balance looks like. Not just a single leg squat, which is difficult in its own right. You got to go ruck on.
That's right, and for those watching at home that have no idea what those backpack-looking things are on the athlete's back, that is a go ruck. It has a weight plate inside it.
And now Smoothie makes her way out. And Nicola Robertson and Shelley just in behind.
2 minutes down, 1 minute remaining. Interval type test for test number 2. Olivia Smoothie trying to get through as many burpee box jump overs. And the go rucks, not just difficult because they've got extra load. You've got to carry like a tortoise shell on your back while you're doing everything.
That's right, and as you can see on the athletes, it moves around a bit, which is quite distracting.
Lakin McCloof with 10 reps down, and she's only got 15 seconds before that time cap hits. Every athlete required to move the box every 10 reps once they do complete their 3-minute rounds. They will be resting for exactly 1 minute. Lakin McCloof with about, I'm going to say 15, 16 burpee box jump overs to start things off. This will lead you into a false sense of security as well. We've just done all this work, and now we're going to rest. Some of the most difficult tests that you do encounter are the interval tests. But this isn't one where you need to knock off number of reps to finish the test. You need to get as many as you can to win the test.
That's right, but you have to get to the box to get the reps.
Lakin McCloof, second athlete in. Toes through rings, muscle up, ring dip. And let's just not even let go of the rings.
Mate, Lakin and McCloof using that big knee kip to get to the top of her dips, taking the pressure off her arms. Even though the ruck is 10 pounds, that's 4.5 kilos. Any little bit of extra weight on top of the rings, if you've ever done anything on the rings weighted, is too much, in my opinion.
Let's head sideline to Kayla Banfield.
We've been talking lots about Lakin McCloof, and I wanted to share something that I saw earlier on today in test number 1. So I am fortunate enough to be sitting here at the finish line, and I get to see what happens after the buzzer goes off. And most of the time we see the athletes laying around on the floor, rolling around, giving each other high fives, going to encourage each other. But I kid you not, the minute Lakin crossed that finish line, she didn't even hit the floor. She went straight into the stands. she grabbed her child and became a mother. She went from athlete to mother in a transition of, I think, probably half a second. And Jeremy and Pip, you can probably both relate to that. Parenting never stops.
Even when they turn 17, Kayla, it gets even harder. No, you never flick that switch off, ever. But great to see so many mums, 7 of them in the individual female field at the Torian Pro this year, just in the individual side of competition. Lakin a little bit slower on this one. Not sure if you noticed. Not sure if you noticed when we went back, the ring dip got a little bit harder on round 2. Now, recipes for success, well, thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, if you can, fast burpees and make sure your ruck is tight. Now, unbroken complex is not going to work for everybody, but we have seen that the athletes that do go unbroken on the complex are rewarded on their burpee box overs. Your score is your reps of the burpees. It's not the reps on the rings, but you need to get there first and have enough time.
30 seconds now for Lakin McCloof to get as many reps as she can done. She's hit 20. So I was pretty close on my guess of 16. Olivia Smoothie trying to get to the box to get at least 1 rep, or all of this work will be for nothing. Lakin all the way out in front. Looks like it's 23 reps for Lakin McCloof. Two rounds down, 1 round to go for our first heat for test 2. And that go ruck proving to be so difficult. And if Lakin McCloof is coming down from the rings, you know things are getting a little bit spicy.
I think a lot of people at home have probably trained in a weight vest at some point, and with the go ruck, the weight placement on your body is just so different. When you use a weight vest, it's evenly distributed on the front and the back. Yeah, it's still uncomfortable, but with a go ruck on gymnastics movements especially, the weight's pulling you backwards. So you see these athletes having to do bigger kips on the rings. See that their lockout on their ring dips are going to be a lot harder, a lot stickier.
A lot of AMRAPs in competition. CrossFit Open, quarterfinals. Not sure what an AMRAP is. As many rounds as possible, as many reps as possible. We don't often see that style in generic CrossFit programming at semi-final events like the Torian Pro going on right now. We have seen it, however, at the Torian Pro. Mike Towner, John O'Snape, when they had control of the programming here, it's something that they would try and test the athletes, see how far they could get or how quickly they could get things done.
And tests like this are so unforgiving and deceiving as well. You look at it and go, oh yeah, I've got rest. But you can put all that work in on these weighted ring complexes, but if you don't get any reps on the burpees, your score is 0. So all that work for nothing.
Sydney Wells last week, unable to get any as well. Still managing to qualify for the CrossFit Games later this year, proving how difficult some of these movements are. Annika Roberts. And I love the fact that there's a second dip in there. Challenging. Annika thought she was done. She's been called back by her judge. We talk weighted single-legged squats. Most of the time, if you've got a weight in front of you, it's easier to balance. The weight is now behind you, making it even harder challenge.
It just makes it awkward, and the extra part where your foot isn't allowed to go on the ground for balance. It just adds complexity to the test. But as you can see, once these athletes start moving on these single leg squats, they get a little bit of momentum going, it is easier to balance.
McCloof moving forward the last 30 seconds as Amber Cohen in the background got a little bit of a wriggle on and found a little bit of efficiency on those rings, and she's going to get a score on the board here. It might just be one, but it will be enough. Amber Cohen, go you good thing. Here we go, couple of seconds. Good girl, she's done it. Wow, tough test. Amber Cohen. Maybe just trying to work out how best to get those complexes done in the first 2 rounds. Wow, floodgates open on that third one. But Lakin, outstanding young lady. Welcome back to competition. Even the judge is saying to you it's tough, it's tough. And Annika Roberts thought she was done, but she still had one more complex to go. Unforgiving. Lakin heads off. Not as fast this time to go and collect her child, but I'm sure that'll be the first thing that occurs backstage. Test 2 for day 1 of competition.
Now, first time seeing a ring complex with a go ruck. Lakin McCloof, we knew she would do well on this one. Gymnastics background, very good on the rings. That go ruck proving no problem for her. We're not sure officially how many burpees she got, but approximately in the 20s. Could be competitive.
It'll be late 20s. And by her own admission, she did compete in gymnastics, but she wasn't any good. Her words, not mine. Yes, you are, Lakin. You're going okay.
I think having any bit of gymnastics experience helps in CrossFit.
It sure does. Heat 1 done. Heat 2 coming up soon. Welcome back. At Rafter Arena is electric, and it's going to get even louder and busier over the next 2 days as Heat 2. The individual females for Test 2 hit the floor. We've just seen how tough Test 2 really is.
Individual Test 2, as many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, then max burpees over the box in remaining time. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. Score is the total reps across the 3 rounds. Females have a 10-pound ruck and a 24-inch box. The time cap is 11 minutes. And if you work in kilos like we do, 4.5 kilos in that ruck. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're hanging off the rings, it's quite an inconvenient amount of weight.
I like that. Inconvenient. The heat list for heat number 2. One to look out for. If anyone's used to running around and doing stuff with something on their back that's heavy, it's going to be Danny Ford. And a 5th place finish in test number 1 could propel her way up the leaderboard at the end of day 1 here at the Torian Pro. Grace Walton, another athlete to watch. Come in 9th after test 1. Away for our first 3-minute interval.
Now the athletes are allowed to break up the complex. They don't have to do it unbroken. So if you do it unbroken, you are rewarded with more time for your burpees at the end. But it is very fatiguing holding onto those rings with a ruck on.
That recipe for success, thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight.
Speak about the ruck. Big thank you to Go Ruck as well, providing the rucks for the athletes this weekend at the Torian Pro and right across the semi-final competitions. The waist belt, an important factor to consider, especially when you're probably just used to wearing a backpack with 2 straps over your arms.
I think the waist belt is a must when you're swinging off the rings with the backpack on. It's probably going to move around a little too much, maybe a few cops in the back of the head with the weight plate, which wouldn't be ideal, but the weight belt does help it from moving around too much. It's still going to move more than a weight vest.
Grace Walton. Not the position she wanted to be in coming into this competition, being further down the heats. Let's head down to Carla Banfield on the floor.
I've become somewhat of a professional eavesdropper at this point. I've got a little bit of gossip from backstage again. As the 2 heats were transitioning, I heard Maddie Schelling talking to Elise Scott, and they both trained together at CrossFit Selwyn. And what Maddie was saying to Elise was, use your legs. She said it's so much harder out there than what they had anticipated in training. She said she did it twice in training, it felt so much easier, but coming out here onto the competition floor, she said it was so much harder. And her one piece of advice on those rings was to use your legs, use your hips, and not rely on your arms. And she mentioned to me that she was quite disappointed because normally in competition, a lot of athletes expect to do better than they do in training, but in this particular workout, she said that unfortunately she didn't do so well. And when I asked her why, she said she wasn't quite sure. Perhaps it was the width of the rings, which, Pip, you mentioned earlier, can really change the game for these athletes.
10 more seconds remaining on our time cap before the first interval is up. Grace Walton still out in the lead, and that will do with 5 seconds to go. She's going to pull the pin. Clever or no? Do you use every second to make sure you get every single rep available to you in that time?
Well, as Kayla was saying about the athlete saying it felt harder out on the floor, I would have to agree with that. The standard of the rings out on the floor is so different to how a lot of rings are set up in home gyms, and a lot of these newer athletes out on the floor might not realize that the rings are one height, they're one width, and they're probably a lot wider for some of these girls than what they're used to at home, where you can bring them in closer together.
10 seconds to go. Interval 2 underway. And Grace Walton, last year, finishing King Arthur with all of those muscle-ups, has gone away and done her homework. 17th position out of 30. And for her to have gone away and done the work and now leading heat number 2, that's going to be an important factor when we get to the end of Sunday.
Yeah, that's huge for Grace Walton, because that was a hole in her game from last year, and good on her for going home off-season, working on the weaknesses. Doesn't always mean you're going to come in and win those events the next year, but if you can creep up a few more places and just, you know, seal those holes one at a time, it does make a huge difference on your confidence as well.
And no reps here are going to be costly. Grace back onto the rings. That go ruck hanging off the back. Go ruck providing the ruck for all athletes at competition. Not just here, but right around the globe. Great to have the support. So many great vendors. Speaking of vendors, outside here, vendor alleys, chock-a-block, the community events going on today, tomorrow and Sunday as well. It's about 700 athletes competing. The beer gardens out there, the DJs are pumping.
And we were saying yesterday that we think that we're possibly the only semi-final where we have the most athletes with their own businesses outside in the vendor village, hustling in between events.
Cara Saunders is out there, James Dewberry, Brandon Swan, you name it, they're all out there. And less than a minute to go now. Alice Scott, bottom of screen, Adrian Geary left in the red and black. Red and black, the colour of Test 2 in Heat 2. The last 30 seconds. Grace still a little bit of a lead. Probably one of those interval segments where you can ease off a little bit. What can Grace get done in the next 10 seconds? Down for Grace Walton. Another minute interval break coming up before we hit our last 3-minute segment. Your Costa Illich, your Grace Walton's coach, what do you tell her to do on this last segment? Do you go and fight for every single burpee box jump over and maybe get to 30?
Of course you do, and you try to get no reps, which are going to be very costly in this last round. Already under all that fatigue from all the complexes you've already done. You want to try and grab as many burpee box overs as possible. You need to try and keep those reps legit. Don't make your judge no rep you.
Name of the game, make it easy for your judge to count. About to get underway, our third and final segment for Heat 2. Test 2 of the individual women for day 1 of the Torian Pro, the Oceania semi-final. Grace, first complex, finished, into the muscle up, into the ring dip, there's 2. She drops. You're probably gonna feel enough fatigue on that second ring dip to go, you know what, I don't have another one.
I noticed the difference between Grace Walton's complex and Lakin's from the heat before. Lakin was using a big kip on her dip as well as her muscle up. Grace has a great kip on her muscle up, but then she almost is doing strict dips, not using her knees much at all to try and pop off the top of those rings.
2 complexes remaining now for Grace Walton. An interesting feedback from Maddie Schelling on the way out to use those legs. You wouldn't think gymnastics complex that legs are going to come into it much.
Well, when you're swinging on the rings with a ruck on your back with weight in it, anything to make it go faster.
Last complex for Grace Walton, centre of screen, and Mackay, Danny Ford. On the outside, the 2 Kiwis. Here goes Grace. She's got 90 seconds. There's muscle up and the ring dip. And now, can she get 10 in a minute 15? That will be the telling factor. Her single leg squats have probably been the best so far that we've seen. She's going to have to hustle. This time is running out quick. Not that I've done a lot of go ruck, burpee box jump overs. Where are you going to feel fatigued the most?
Oh, look, neither have I, to be honest. But the burpee box overs really are just get them done. If you get to them, get as many done as possible. The ruck on these probably poses more of a discomfort than a weight issue.
35 seconds to get as many reps as she can. If she can get 10, she'll be in the lead. She's 3 down. This is 4. She's got 20 seconds. She'll easily do another 5. "12 seconds for 3 reps. Is she able to get it done? Move the box up. And Grace Walton happy with that. That could be a massive separator in the coming heats. It looks like Grace got her 30 done. So a little bit of a cruise on that second interval. The West Australians. Shelby Healy for the men, and now Grace for the women. Talk about going to do your study, go and do your homework. You tell your kids that all the time. Grace has gone and done her homework, and the rewards have paid off.
Yeah, that's right. Ring muscle ups, not her favorite part of last year, but this year really didn't pose much of a problem at all, and weighted as well in a complex. She looked like she had a plan from the start, and by the looks of the smile on her face at the end, it paid off. She had no problem getting on top of those rings with that ruck.
Some athletes you expect to do well didn't do well. Some who haven't had much time on the rings have worked out how to do it in the last couple of weeks after these tests were released. 2 heats down. We have 2 to come. Stick around. Day 1, Torian Pro. test 2 hitting the floor. Torian Pro for 2023 is on fire. Great day of competition. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Kayla Banfield with you. And we're at heat 3 of test number 2 for the individual women.
Individual test 2, as many reps as possible in 3 minutes. 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 2 single leg squats, max burpees over the box in remaining time. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. The score is total reps across the 3 rounds. Female 10-pound ruck, 24-inch box. That's about 4.5 kilos. They've got an 11-minute cap. Their total reps are their burpee box overs.
Do the work, get the reward. Score we're chasing, 30 reps. Grace Walton in the previous heats as we look at our heat list for heat 3. And keep your eyes on lane number 4, Maddie Sturt. If anyone's had experience with all of these aspects, not in the one test, she's done it and done it well. Katie Brock, great start to competition this morning. Daisy McDonald, Wolfton CrossFit down in Melbourne, part of the team last year. Moving into individual. Katie Brock smiling, of course she should. She's coming 4th. So get underway for the complex. Katie, a bit of an issue there with the ring swinging around and jumping down. And that's one aspect that I hadn't thought of in the prior 2 heats.
Yeah, that's something that maybe a lot of people aren't aware of, and I think new athletes coming into the semi-final aren't aware of, is that the rings are set up very differently to how you might have them at your home gym.
Getting all the way there are our recipes to success, all thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight. And we just saw Maddie Sturt do just that, unbroken complex.
Ellie Hutchins, one of our taller framed athletes, a long way to go, and this is going to depend on a lot of ankle mobility. Maddie, as expected, wow, she is getting out in front early.
And you know what? I think the hardest part of this test for Maddie will be the single leg squats. She'll have no problem on the rings, burpees no problem. If anything, the single leg squats will be a little bit slower.
Maddie progressing well. Change of hairdo as well for Maddie Sturz, tinge of orange. She doesn't look like she's being affected at all by that back injury that's hampered her over the last couple of months. We hit the 2-minute mark. We have a minute remaining. Every 10 repetitions, judge will ask the athletes to move the box forward. And Maddie Sturt, the first to 10 reps. How many can she get in the next 45 seconds? Previous heat, Grace Walton. First one was good, third one was good, second one, bit of damage control and recover.
Yeah, Grace Walton did cop a couple of no reps on her second round, which proved to be costly on her reps of burpee box overs.
Ellie Hutchins, one of our South Australian athletes. To the left of screen in the black and white. Maddie Sturt has bitten off a massive chunk in this first 3-minute interval. And Maddie, the smile said it all. She's happy with that one. That's a good start. Hutchins and Rachel To'omua-Falmoina as well, lane 8. 3 of our athletes moving into the second segment. That'll be a guide, you guys watching along at home, who is actually leading this. Try and keep you up to date with as many reps as close as we can, but that'll give you a gauge of every 10 reps and where they're staggered on the field of play. Hutchins looking strong at the top, and that bounce straight back down. Maddie doing the exact same thing, getting that reflex spring back out of that ring dip.
Yeah, she's using her legs to pop off the top of the rings and into extension. She's not just doing a strict ring dip with 10-pound ruck on your back. You're going to blow out really quick. If you can use your legs, there's a bit of a kip in that extra dip. Take the pressure off the arms.
Onto the single leg squats.
So balance seems to be the major issue for Maddie at the moment. You said that was going to be her worst part of this, which when you break it down, the test of 3 parts, this is going to be the worst. And the ankle mobility, which is a testing thing, but it seems to be the balance. She looks like she's walking a tightrope.
Yeah, I think for Maddie, the single leg squat and not being allowed to put her foot down in between to balance herself. She's got a little bit of tight ankles, and she's always had that over all the years that she's been competing, and she's made it work. Just that added factor of not being allowed to put your leg down like you normally would like to. It's a bit more complex.
Maddie way out in front. Once that box is moved, that will be 20 reps signified. There you go, there it is, 1. So getting 19 in segment number 1. Ellie Hutchins trying to play a little bit of catch up now. This segment will be finishing at 7-minute mark. Maddie gets to move her box. She moves into the lead.
And we should see Maddie advance the box and take that lead off the race.
.30 reps for Maddie Sturt. 1 rep, and she will be your new leader. And decides to pull up stumps a couple of seconds short. So 32 reps for Maddie Sturt.
I think what also works in Maddie Sturt's favour for this test is that she's had 4 games experiences. She's worn a ruck before, she's worn a weight vest, she's done all of those different events at the games over the years. She's used to this kind of thing.
.61 reps chasing down Emma Lawson from week 1. 61's hefty. This one proving difficult. You can't buy experience, Pip Malone.
No, you can't. You can only get experience through years of effort. Tears, pain, sweat, blood.
Lots of tears.
Oh, yeah. And trial and error, a lot of trial and error.
This interval finishing at 11 minutes, so that is just over a minute away. And Maddie Sturt, she means business. Talk about tears, tell you what, she's sitting on that podium at the end of Sunday. I think there's going to be a few. It's been a minute. Maddie coming in 7th position after test 1. If you look at the grand scheme of things, in relation to that test and the other 6 that were coming after that, you take 7th position any day of the week.
Yeah, that's right. We know that you don't have to win every test across the whole weekend to get your ticket to the games. You have to be consistent across the board.
Maddie dispenses with the knee sleeves, no longer needed. And now it is time to get to work. I think 61 reps from Emma Lawson week 1 is pretty safe. Maddie's been so close, so many years, and just missing out. Her commitment to the cause, to training. You get so many knockbacks, but you stay consistent and you keep fighting. The last 30 seconds, our 3rd heat, one more heat to come. And almost the pressure feels like it's off Maddie Sturt being in this heat. She can get out in front and just do her thing. Ellie Hutchins coming home strong as well, and Gemma Hoke sitting in 3rd currently in heat 3. And sneaks in the last rep. Maddie Sturt, take a bow, young lady.
Well, we knew she came here this weekend with one thing on her mind, and that is getting her 5th trip back to the CrossFit Games. It's only early days, but she's had a great start today.
Change of diet back in October 21 as well, going plant-based. It seems to be working okay for her. 3 heats down, and we've seen some great performances. People who need to go away and do some homework have done that. Grace Walton, one of those. Great to see Ellie Hutchins bounce back as well. Gemma Hoke coming 3rd in heat number 3 as well. And let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
Maddie, you're dragging that ruck around like a pro. It's not your first time working out with one of these. How do you feel like your experience both at the games and at semi-finals events helps you in these experiences?
I feel like it definitely does help, like just knowing that staying calm, or like having to learn that staying calm is probably one of the most important things, and not getting too caught up and ensuring that you're still running your own race. I think that really pays off.
And how has the last 12 months been for you in the lead up to this competition?
It's been good. It's been a bit tricky. I've been battling a bit of an injury, and Rob had to remind me going into this weekend that I almost didn't get through quarterfinals because of my injury. So I'm just really grateful to be here and be competing.
Well, we're super excited to have you back. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Maddie Sturt, smile from ear to ear, and why not?
Look, we knew this heat was going to be hers. She's always been strong on the rings. She's no stranger to wearing a ruck. A little bit wobbly through the single leg squats, but no problem at all because this is where it counts on the burpee box overs. And as she said, keeping a calm head, running her own race, not worrying about what was going on around her.
And that's rep counter. Will be very competitive with only one heat to come. 3 down, 1 remaining before we get to the individual men later on. Torian Pro day 1 has not let us down so far. We are 1 heat to come. Fourth and final. The ladies have hit the floor. A grueling test 1. Test 2, going to be a little bit shorter, but probably won't be much better. And our number 1 qualifier comes into test 1 and takes a first place. What will happen test 2? We are about to find out in 11 minutes or less. Individual test number 2.
As many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, max burpees over the box. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. The score is total reps of the burpee box overs across the 3 rounds. Females are wearing a 10-pound ruck, jumping over a 24-inch box, 11-minute time cap. Now, Jeremy, my eyes are going to be darting around this field because there are about 4 names that could do damage to this test.
I think one in particular is going to be in lane 5, Jamie Simmons. I think her gymnastics skill, her experience is going to pay off. I'm excited to see what actually happens and the race that is going to progress down the competition floor. But Caitlin Van Ziel, can she back up her first win, test number 1, and go 200 points?
And look, I'm going to put it out there early and say lane 2, Georgia Pryor. If we remember her muscle ups from last year, she's got some gymnastics skill.
We all remember last year with Georgia Pryor and the statement she made here at the Torian Pro. Laura Clifton breaking up from the get-go. Jamie Simmons not interested in that at all. But our recipes for success, all thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight. Unbroken complex could be the game changer in this heat.
Jamie Simmons out in front. Her pistols are exceptional, but gets a no rep. Now, if you look at speed, compare Jamie to Caitlin Van Ziel, and grabbing that foot just out in front. Balance not an issue. It will come down to the burpee box jump overs. We know how big an engine Caitlin Van Ziel has got.
The athletes have to do all their reps on one leg without putting their foot down. That might be a little bit different to how you do single leg squats at your gym.
So a fast first segment from Jamie Simmons, 1:23. An interesting strategy from Caitlin, dropping down instead of jumping down. Jamie's got the double jump happening. Caitlin's walking down off the box. Thoughts?
Look, that's something we're going to have to ask Caitlin. She might be trying to conserve energy. Maybe she doesn't like how the ruck is bouncing on her back when she jumps. Jamie doesn't seem fazed at all by the ruck bouncing around.
Jamie Simmons, your leader. 50 seconds left. 2-rep lead over Caitlin Van Zyl. Ellie Turner in touch, as is Bryony Chalice and Georgia Pryor. Bryony Chalice into third. Remember, all chasing down Maddie's third from heat 3. And I just think that drop down from Jamie Simmons is just a little bit quicker than the step down from Caitlin Van Zyl.
Yeah, the jump down is quicker. It's probably a little more taxing, but for Jamie Simmons, a burpee is absolutely no problem at all.
Jamie Simmons, welcome back. Great to see you here on the competition floor. Massive thanks to Go Ruck as well, providing the gear for the athletes this weekend and right across the world. Got a Go Ruck myself at home.
As do I.
Take your mobility to the next level with GoWat's personalised program. Start your free 14-day trial today by scanning that QR code and get started. Interval number 2 underway. Eyes on Jamie Simmons. Travelling halfway around the world to get here. Former rugby player, New Zealand native, ready to punch another ticket to go back.
Jamie Simmons has such a great hip on her muscle up. She gets her hips up really high to those rings, taking all the pressure off her arms.
And as expected, the other girls just starting to break them up and slow down a little. Another no rep from Jamie Simmons in the center of the arena, just in the background. Last 5 single leg squats for Jamie Simmons. And walk the first time, a little bit of a hop, step and a jump that time. Jamie Simmons, expected that she would do well, probably not this well.
If you think about an athlete like Jamie Simmons, we talk about going home and doing your homework. Jamie Simmons has all that experience coming off a 3rd place finish in 2019, unfortunately getting injured. And then last year when she came back, she was like she was just not quite back to 100% self yet, and she's used it as a training year to come back better.
Georgia Pryor making a move in lane 2. Yellow knee sleeve just to the far left of screen. Jamie Simmons ticked off 30 already. Still got 30 seconds on this interval. Another 3-minute interval coming up. Georgia Pryor from CrossFit Snake. As you mentioned, we're amazed by what Georgia Pryor put out last year when she got hold of those rings. Emily DeRoy just flipping her box into screen. About 5 seconds left. Jamie Simmons, that's 40 reps down. So your new leader, 100 points would be nice to go home with tonight, wouldn't it?
Be a very nice way to start the weekend.
Georgia Pryor making a move. Segment number 2. Third and final coming up. We bid adieu to the females for day 1 of competition. And our last 4 heats of individual male competition hit the floor. A few deep breaths from Jamie Simmons. Underway, can she knock out all 5 complexes in this final round? She's not just moving efficiently, she's moving fast.
Even if you watch her ring muscle up, even her hips are fast into her kip. She explodes so fast up onto those rings. She's spending the least amount of time as possible up there.
And now decides to take a break. I think fatigue going into day 2 and day 3 of the Torian Pro. This is where you don't want to smash out those triceps too much, considering Linda, test number 3 coming up tomorrow. She has got her blinkers on. The goal is in front of her. She knows exactly what she needs to do to go and get it. Now, Mum Anita and Dad Michael, they are here as well to watch along, so they've flown over to watch Jamie compete this weekend. Of course, married to Elliot Simmons as well. And for a little bit more, let's head down to Caleb Banfield.
You can really see the difference between experienced athletes and inexperienced athletes. Before, when Jamie Simmons was on the rings, something that they have to factor in is the swinging of the rings back and forward. And I watched her hit the top of that muscle up and wait until she found her rhythm before she pressed out. I feel like that's experience that tells you that sometimes waiting is actually the best option.
Patience, not my jam. I'm always in a rush. Jamie Simmons is in a rush. She's about to knock off 40 burpee box jump overs with just over 30 seconds left. And that's 50 down for Jamie Simmons. She is going to be 100 points better off for this effort. And what an exceptional effort it's been. She has been by far the best of the field in this test. She'll take those last 2 seconds to just chill out. Take it all in. Georgia Pryor looks like she has jumped over the top of Caitlin Van Ziel. Still a good result for Caitlin. Caitlin looks like she is absolutely out on her feet. Talk about weaknesses and trying to exploit them as a programmer, Adrian Bosman. does a great job of doing that. And something so simple. Let's do a gymnastics complex. And people aren't ready for it.
With weight added.
With weight added. Outstanding performances on day one here at the Torian Pro. And let's head down to Kayla Banfield.
I'm standing by with Jamie, who's trying to get undressed, and I'm sorry to keep you hanging here with the ruck for longer than you have to. General consensus with a lot of the women was that this was actually a lot harder in competition than it was in training. How did you find that test?
Yeah, definitely. You sort of panic a little bit more on the rings. I know in training you might not go as hard on the burpees, and you get to the rings and, oh no. So I did feel that a little bit, but again, you get that push, so you go a little bit harder.
And you've had a rough couple of years, but it's so great to see you come out with an event win. How are you feeling coming into this season?
Feeling good. I think I'm just enjoying it again. Like, I was so panicked last year with injury and everything along those lines, and now it's just been so good not being home, but closer to home, and having my family here and getting to see them. It's like definitely worth traveling all this way to this region.
Absolutely, and you mentioned travel, and that's something that a lot of the other athletes here don't really have to factor in, not only interstate travel, but you've done overseas travel. How do you prepare for an event where you've got to travel across the sea?
I think it's just getting here early enough and like not sort of having that mindset, being like, I'm so lucky I get to come here. Like, I don't get to see my family once or twice a year, and like, that motivates me. I get so excited to get on a plane and get here and see them guys.
It's all about the attitude, right? Jamie, I'll let you take off your ruck. Well done on test 2, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Jamie Simmons, first semi-final test victory. Backs it up with 4 regional event victories previously to this. But great to see family is still at the top of the list. But how good, Jamie Simmons?
Jamie Simmons needed that 100 points at the end of day 1. No surprise at all that it was on this test, because this test had her name written all over it. Just showing all these youngsters that she's still got it, she's still here, she's better than ever.
And coming back from that shoulder injury is not easy. If you're going to do weighted muscle-ups and ring dips on the back of that, that repair is completely healed, and look what she can do. Great stuff from Jamie Simmons. Caitlin Van Ziel still in touch. Georgia Pryor, an important result for her as well. Jumbles on the leaderboard, I love it. And plenty more coming, I am sure. Women are done for the day, day 1. They can go put their feet up and rest, or come back out here and watch exactly what's happening out here. Plenty of action at Torian Pro. Individual males coming up next.
I've always been anxious about stuff, and it really came back with a vengeance just after my father died back in 2012. He was a great big character and very funny and everything like that, and to lose someone like that leaves a gap in your life, obviously, and it's not just me, but everybody.
He was not engaged with the world as much as he could be, I would say. He was generally sluggish. He wanted to sleep a lot, and he wasn't actually enjoying life.
Mental health in particular is a massive side effect of not being healthy. If you're not healthy, the brain's not going to perform particularly well for you. It's not going to give you its best. So I was aware that fitness is a thing, it's just that I've avoided it like the plague for a very, very long time. But I knew that if you got the body moving and got a bit puffed out and moved more, you will enjoy the results. And that's when I started to explore the idea of taking some exercise.
So first time I met John, he had never done any gym work in, I think it was like 20 or 30 years. I don't think he knew what the gym was about.
It was a CrossFit gym, but I didn't know what CrossFit was, never heard of it. And I thought, I can't just turn up and walk through the door, that's going to be a bit scary. So I thought, well, maybe I start a conversation. Sent a note to Glenn saying, I'm in my 50s, I'm desperately unfit, I don't know what to do, how can you help?
So we come over, we had a chat, and the idea was to start off with, we was just going to be one-to-one to warm him up to see if he would like to come and try a class. And John, knees out, hips extended all the way at the top.
I wanted somebody to encourage me, to cajole me, to push me a little bit.
That's it. But wait for it to get to the shoulder before you come back down. That's it. From there, we had 5 or 6 more sessions, put him onto a class. He's such a people person, he gelled with everyone.
Well done, John. Big job.
Glenn worked with John obviously intensely at the start when he went to CrossFit, and he's shown him that no matter what age you are, no matter how fit or unfit you are, physically and mentally, you can do it.
Getting fit is you know, you just don't do a workout and you feel fit. It's a process. What I found was suddenly about after a month, I thought, I'm not tired in the afternoons anymore. I wasn't like that a year ago.
John's just improved so much. It's great to think that we've had a bit to play in that.
CrossFit is an essential part of my life now. I can't imagine life without it. If I'd known the benefits of getting fitter and doing CrossFit and stuff like that, I would have started decades ago.
Day 1 of the Torian Pro. Welcome to it. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. And this is the official Oceania Semifinal, the VIP area. Don't know many semifinals have got a VIP area, but we got one. We got flames, we got all sorts of stuff going on, and some exceptional performances. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Caleb Banfield with you. And the teams have been ticked off for test 1 and 2. The ladies have ticked off for test 1 and 2. The men, test 2 coming up for them. Excited to see what is going to happen on this floor and where the cards are going to fall. 7 tests overall over the 3 days of competition here in Brisbane, Australia. Thanks for joining us wherever you are right around the world. If you're in the US, you are up very late. I know there's a few of you still up. So Heat 1 athletes hit the competition floor. And one guy in particular I'm going to focus on because he has had a great morning. That is no other than Mr. James Newbury.
Yeah, James had an excellent start to his weekend this morning with test 1. Now, we did speak to him yesterday, and this one's not his favorite. And it is individual test 2, as many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, max burpees over the box in remaining time. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. Score is total burpees over the box across the 3 rounds. Males are wearing a 20-pound ruck and jumping over a 30-inch box. They've got an 11-minute cap.
3 intervals of 3 minutes each, separated by a minute break, which will give us our 11-minute tally. Our heat list for heat number 1, and James in lane number 5. Got some proficiency in gymnastics. Maddie Gilpin doesn't mind getting on the rings either, nor does Riley Martin. As we found with the females though, it's all about strategy and how you can get through those ring complexes without sustaining too much damage. Rachel Case, CrossFit Uplift. Lithgow, New South Wales, just west of Sydney. Interval 1. Let's throw it back. You represent Australia in trampolining.
A very, very long time ago. A distant memory.
We're going to see, before we get to our recipes for success by RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight.
Making sure your ruck is tight. Imperative to make sure that you can get through the single leg squats and burpee box jump over proficiently. You represent Australia in a lot of different sports, weightlifting. Canoe slalom, if I'm not mistaken. Trampolining, CrossFit. You've got this wide variety. Is there a point when you get to CrossFit programming like this where there is too much variety in one test for one body to handle?
Well, for me personally, this would be hard. I'm comfortable with what I'm comfortable with. Add a ruck, and it would be something that I would have had to have practiced to be comfortable with it. But it is something that these athletes have to get used to now because they're constantly upping the game with the programming of these tests, always looking at how they can make it more complex to test their fitness and strength and skill.
You mentioned, Pip, that James, probably not his favoured event. But he'll probably get to the point where he'll get to 3 or 4 burpee box jump overs, and that will probably suit him. Now, there's some other tests coming up later in the next couple of days that are really going to suit him. But our leader in front, Riley Martin, and one of those athletes that just loves that gymnastic ability on top of the rings.
Yeah, obviously this test rewards athletes that are really strong on the rings without any weight, because adding the weight isn't going to change it much for them. If you already struggle on the rings with no weight, then obviously adding a ruck with weight in it is going to make it a lot harder.
And adding a little bit of height as well, excess weight, excess height, make that challenge just even more difficult.
Speak about how a lot of the athletes would be used to training in a weight vest regularly, but with the ruck, the weight is distributed differently. It's on your back, it's not in front as well. So on those rings, when they're swinging, it is going to pull their weight back. They're going to have to adjust their kip technique to make up for the weight on their back, which is 20 pounds for the men, which is about 9 kilos if you use a metric system.
Zach Thomas just getting a little bit of advice from the crowd. Interval number 2 underway, and this is one of those tests that get put out that you can't prepare for unless you've been doing the work.
That's right. Gymnastic skill is something that they have to go away in their off season and really work on. It's generally not something that you can make a lot of gain on in a short season. It needs time, it needs a lot of repetition and practice.
James Newbury breaking up the complexes as he needs to, and Zach Thomas now starting to struggle a little on those ring dips. Fast forward to tomorrow with Linda with some dumbbell bench press, and that tricep extension is not going to get any easier. again back out in front. Zach Thomas, I think, just pushing the boundaries enough to get through. Mitchell Case now finished with his complex, as is Matt Gilpin. James Newbury at the back, trying to play a little bit of damage control.
If you're watching at home and wondering why they are wobbling all over the floor, it's because they are not allowed to put their foot down in between their single leg squats. They have to keep their foot off the ground. Just a bit of added complexity, and with that ruck on their back, they're having to hinge forward over their leg just that little more to make up for the weight that's pulling them backwards.
Riley Martin at 20, make that 22 now. Burpee box jump overs. Big thank you to Go Ruck as well, providing the athletes with the gear today and right around the world. Talk about families on the floor with Johan and Annika Roberts. Brothers here as well with Bailey and Riley Martin. Both qualifying as CrossFit Games teenagers. Second interval nearly up as James Newbury gets through 20. And he might have had the right strategy coming in, breaking it up early. Zach Thomas with a great test one. $21.51 for Zach Thomas, CrossFit Wollongong. Riley Martin taking a little bit of extra time. Seven tests overall for the Torian Pro. Same tests right around the world. 2 today, 3 tomorrow, and 2 to finish off Sunday. We are going to be here all weekend. Find our new female champion of the Oceania region.
It's been a long time.
It has. Tia Claire Toomey, Danae Brown and Cara Saunders hold the last 8 titles. Third and final interval. James coming down early, same as Matt, Mitchell and Zach, but Riley Martin continuing on. Almost that little bit of a kipping ring dip, rhythmic motion.
His second dip looks easier than the first dip.
Which doesn't make sense, but it's working for him, and he doesn't have to do any more. Riley moving over from New Zealand a couple of years ago. Mitchell Case, now Zach Thomas pulling level. Zach Thomas is fairly tall. He's single leg squats. Get through them fairly quickly. Matt Gilpin now getting a no rep on his complex. That's going to hurt. And 90 seconds now. Riley Martin put a stake in the dirt and go, here I am, Torian Pro 23.
That's what I love about how brutal this test is that They've made these athletes do all that work on the rings to then potentially not even get a score in the test if you don't get to the burpee box overs. But you've still had to do work anyway to get a score of 0. Brutal.
Zach Thomas ramping up. He's got 40 seconds. Newbury now, Gilpin moving forward. James Newbury, what can he do here in 30 seconds? Zach Thomas has put the accelerator down, but he won't catch Riley Martin. Riley Martin taking the heat win for test number 2. We spoke about it right throughout the female heats. The more efficient you are at that complex, the more time you are going to have. Single leg squats aren't going to slow them down too much, and then it comes down to what you've got in the tank. The damage control from James Newbury will be interesting to break down the end of tonight and tomorrow morning. He seems pretty chuffed with himself, as does Zach Thomas.
Thank you.
Riley Martin. Great finish to day 1 of competition. Heat 1 down, 3 heats to come. The individual male competition will be back in just a little bit.
Test 2 for the men. It rewards those that have the capacity to go unbroken on the ring complex. So those athletes that had to break it up, just spending a bit too much time on those rings. The burpee box overs is where it's won and lost. Riley Martin, no problem at all. Collecting his reps on the burpee box overs. Putting up a score for the next heat to chase.
Day one of the Torian Pro is nearly at an end. 3 heats of the individual male competition to come. Great results in test 1, test 2. Proving efficiency is king. And individual test number 2.
As many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, max burpees over the box in remaining time. The athletes have to complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds, and the score is the total reps of the burpees over the box across the 3 rounds. Males have a 20-pound ruck and a 30-inch box. 11-minute cap.
Between that 11-minute cap, we have 2 1-minute intervals of rest. 3 on, 1 off. Variance all the way through to 11 minutes. The weather here at Rafter Arena getting a little bit colder. We look at the heat list for heat number 2. And we talk about experience and gymnastics proficiency. Look no further than lane number 7, Luke McMahon. And that's something that he's been very good at for many years. But one of those skills that you have to maintain. You can't just go, hey, I'm good at that, tick the box, move on. I'm sure his coach, Luke Starr, has kept him honest. Underway. Our 3rd last heat of the day. And our recipes for success all thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight. Now we are seeing more and more athletes do this complex unbroken, and it's paying off for them on their rep count with the burpees.
Harry Cavally doing just exactly what you were explaining before. This is how you do well at this test.
It's obviously not something that every athlete has the capacity to do, but if you can do it, it pays off and you are rewarded with burpee reps.
Temperature dropping here at Rafter Arena to about 18 degrees inside. Plenty of people rugging up as the wind is up a little. That's getting you down to around 62 Fahrenheit for those tuning in from across the globe. Cavally. Taurus athletes under the guidance of Michael Gillum. There's a lot of people back in New Zealand cheering for Harry. Will be the 2nd athletes to get to the box. The first being Darcy Hancock in lane 5. Nico Tarangi Curtis, 3rd athlete to the box. Luke McMahon, the 4th.
Now, if you're asking about how the ruck affects a burpee box over, in all honesty, it's discomfort. That thing pops you in the back of the head each rep, but that is why they have the waist strap, though, to stop it bouncing around too much, but it is still uncomfortable to be doing burpee box overs with.
Darcy Hancock picking up his box and moving it. We've seen athletes in the previous 6 heats slide it along the floor. Not sure if it's a good strategy or not, but picking it up and moving it and putting it exactly where you want it. Harry Cavally doing the same. Launching it. I like it. Bailey O'Brien, far right of screen, just outside Luke McMahon, and what a transition from Luke McMahon. He actually pushed the box and slid it along and jumped down onto the floor to start his next rep. Efficiency of transition, we like it.
Planning ahead.
Athletes taking a break. Not a whole lot in it after interval number 1. O'Brien runs Bay Fits in Sydney, north of Sydney, Castle Hill. Tightness of the gymnastics kip, probably the important factor in getting on top of the rings. As you mentioned before, and we saw Maddie Sturt do it, we saw Jamie Simmons do it in the previous heats. Getting on top of the rings is the important part for stability. Then you do the work you need to do to get on top. And Luke McMahon has jumped way ahead on this next lot of complexes, and we'll have a look at what he does on round number 3. But his kip swing was something really amazing.
That's right, and what we mean by getting on top of the rings is getting your biceps up on top of the rings and not landing deep on the inside with your delts in between the holes, where it's a really difficult position to dip out from and fatiguing.
And when we talk delts, we're talking shoulder muscles.
I would hope so.
Let's head down to Kayla on the competition floor for more.
You know, when I'm watching these athletes, I'm always trying to put myself in their shoes, which I really can't do because I'm absolutely not at that level. But I am familiar with CrossFit workouts. You know, I am familiar with muscle ups, not muscle ups with a ruck on. And the first thing that comes to my head is how costly it is to get a failed rep. And I think if you're watching from home, or, you know, you're in the stands and you've never done a muscle up before, or maybe you haven't even done CrossFit before, something to factor in is that a failed rep is so much more than just not getting the rep, right? If you fail a rep, sometimes that can actually fatigue you so much more than getting a rep. A failed rep can be really difficult to recover from. Sometimes it can put your body in a really compromising position, and it can really fatigue you a lot. So these athletes not only have to factor in not getting the rep, but also how that's going to make their body feel when they jump back onto the rings again.
Thank you, Kayla. And she's spot on. Sometimes going to that full extremity, full fatigue is just going to drain you completely and you've got nothing left.
That's right. It's hard to come back from failed reps, especially on ring movements. Once you start failing those dips, it's very hard to regain any strength in your shoulders and your grip.
You talk muscle ups as well, the tricep, one of the smallest muscle groups. Once that fatigues, it's not coming back for a little while.
Well, on most of us, it's only a little guy, maybe not Jake Douglas, who's coming up in the next heat, but it's not the biggest muscle to rely on.
Darcy on the way back. One of 3, Darcy Hancock, Luke McMahon, Bailey O'Brien. Before the storm. This is heat 2. 2 more heats to come, and that will conclude day 1 Torian Pro for 2023. We are a step closer to finding out who's going to be stepping onto the podium. Now Luke McMahon, he was the first athlete. If you look at the kip swing of Luke McMahon. His feet are almost touching his head. Watch this. The flexibility and probably the looseness of his receiving position at the top of the rings. Probably a little unorthodox, but it seems to be working.
He's also making up for that weight on his back that's pulling him back a bit. Obviously, swinging with a ruck on your back isn't going to look as pretty as when you don't have a ruck on your back. You've got to account for that 20 pounds you're carrying. Now, Luke McMahon has just had a costly failed rep.
Rob Watt. Leaders are changing here like I'm changing my clothes with the weather. So now Rob Watt out in front. Bailey O'Brien in second. Darcy Hancock in third. Now the race here is going to be between Darcy Hancock and Bailey O'Brien. Rob Watt back a little bit with the burpee box jump overs. And now Luke McMahon back, stuck on the rings. And in the background, Harry Cavalier missing a rep as well. So a number of times we've said crucial muscle up misses, just so costly. Darcy Hancock maintaining that lead, catching Rob Watt and overtaking Rob Watt. Chance for Darcy Hancock to pull away here in the last 50 seconds. Here comes Bailey O'Brien as well. Less than 30. Darcy Hancock, he's going to reef it up again and go.
We're seeing that fatigue kick in this last set of burpee box overs where that weight on their back is playing a part in making that jump really difficult, having to heave their knees up high.
Darcy Hancock. And get this thing off me as quickly as possible.
I think I'll stick to using my ruck for hiking, thanks.
Yes. When you're ready. Luke McMahon, a couple of failed reps, cost him probably about 30 to 40 seconds. And at a 3-minute interval, that is an eternity. Bailey O'Brien doing well. Looks like he's probably finished second in the heat. Darcy Hancock taking the heat win. For a big framed athlete, 92 kilos of him. It's about, what, 195 pounds?
He really didn't want an extra 20 pounds added to that.
Yeah. It's a lot of weight to shift, especially when you hit the ground and get over a 30-inch box. And heat number 2 started with a bang.
Heat number 2 of the men for test 2. Go Ruck Ring Complex. And we saw a lot of fatigue come into play. These guys were pushing it just that bit more. It was a bit more of a race between them all, and we saw that on their last set of Ring Complex. Luke McMahon just copying a couple of no reps at the end. It's a bit different when you're out in front by yourself, but when you've got a whole heat neck and neck.
CrossFit CQs. Darcy Hancock takes that one out. 2 heats remaining. Everyone getting comfortable here and getting rugged up at the same time. we'll be back with our final 2 heats for the individual men's competition in a few minutes' time. Two heats remaining. Individual competition for the men for day one of the Torian Pro 2023. Individual test number 2, and the final 2 heats remain.
As many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, max burpees over the box. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. Score is total burpees over box reps across the 3 rounds. Male have a 20-pound ruck and a 30-inch box. Time cap is 11 minutes.
One of those tests leads you into false sense of security. Give you a little bit of a rest in between. The 2 minutes of rest in between those 3-minute intervals. If we look at our heat list for our second last heat of the day, and athletes like Reese Machel, Luke Fowler, smaller framed athlete, very good gymnastically, probably going to be the key, even though they have got an extra load and extra height on the box.
I'm excited to see what Luke Fowler is going to do on these rings wearing that ruck. America have the Smith brothers, we have the Fowler brothers down
All
here.
4 of them, and a whole Fowler family behind us as well. Underway. 3rd heats of individual test number 2. And what an intriguing day 1 of competition. We expected some fireworks and some jumbles, and we got it. This is individual test number 2, and the recipes for success thanks to RP Strength.
Recipes for success: unbroken complex, fast burpees, and make sure your ruck is tight.
You mentioned in heat number 1 about wearing a weight vest compared to wearing a ruck. A big thank you to Go Ruck for providing the athletes with the opportunity to wear the ruck in a test like this. Weight vest, you have that weight balance front and back. With a ruck, it's all on the back.
That's right. Wearing a weight vest for gymnastics movement like a ring muscle up allows you to kip evenly, front and back. But with the go ruck, it's only on your back. There's no weight on the front. So the athletes are having to adjust their kipping technique to make up for the fact that the weight is pulling them just that little bit more backwards. Also, obviously adds to fatigue levels of the forearms and the shoulders in the dip.
It's Andrew Samble in lane 1. Steel Coast CrossFit in Newcastle. Getting a good start. We are 1 minute and 20 seconds out from the end of our first interval.
Now Luke Fowler, being one of the smaller guys out on the field, no problem with the gymnastics, but he's having to do a really big jump up onto that box with that 20-pound go ruck on his back. That's got to be uncomfortable.
It's almost like a max effort box jump every time. It's still moving well. Taller athletes like Riley Smith, Isaac Newman. Less trouble getting over the box, more trouble putting that frame on top of the rings. Sam will move his box forwards. First 10 reps are done. Penny Newland sneaking away there in lane 2. Riley Smith, those taller guys we've been talking about all day. Machel just gets his box moved and gets an extra rep in the kit bag as they send it back for their 1 minute rest before they hit interval number 2. Riley Smith happy with proceedings. He'll be happy after test number 1. Samble with an 18th. Riley Smith with a 5th position after test 1. $700 points up for grabs right across the weekend. We're going to have a jumble tomorrow with 300 points over the 3 tests, a back-to-back as well. Surprised with the amount of feedback that we've been given through Kayla, through the other athletes on the floor, that more athletes aren't using the kipping ring dip a lot more.
I think especially for if we're talking about the males, a lot of the males are very used to just doing dips strict because they can.
And we're stubborn.
And I'm jealous of it. But if you can use a bit of a kip on that second dip, just take the pressure off the shoulders.
Benny Newland. Doing okay in interval 1, jumping up into the lead. Alongside Andrew Samble in interval 2. No reps from both athletes at the same time.
And it is still your first lunge on the
Samble. Here the judges call chest to the ground. They know exactly what they want, and athletes have got to deliver. You've got a 20-pound ruck on your back. I think the only way is down. Try and stay off the ground.
You wouldn't get off the ground, Jeremy. You'd still be lying there.
There's the challenge. The Samble moves his box forward. The next segment's ticked off. Just over 30 seconds left of interval 2. Riley Smith. It looks very similar to some of the other heats we've seen, where it's let's send a little on interval 1, let's recover interval 2, go back, send it interval 3.
I mean, we're only on day 1, but I'm really liking Riley Smith's attack on these tests. He seems to have a clear plan.
Sam, a little bit worse for wear after those. And he was a little bit slower off the complexes.
Still having a good time, though.
Oh, you've got to have a good time here at the Torian Pro. If you're not having a good time, you're doing something wrong. So one more heat to come, and that will conclude day 1 of competition. Rodriguez, he's had a great day as well. Rodriguez in 14th after test 1. Now it is time for athletes in heat 3 to really start pushing the boundaries. Samble having a break, while Johan Roberts is just plowing ahead. Johan Roberts, easy on interval 1, but have a look at 2 and 3.
18 years old.
How
so
good.
Impressive.
And here comes Riley Smith again. You're rocking onto the Torian Pro stage for the first time. Your nerves are through the roof. At what stage do the nerves start to dissipate a little? Considering this is test 2.
I think the nerves change as the weekend progresses. It's a roller coaster, Jeremy. They definitely don't peak like they do at the start for that first one, but it is a roller coaster because everybody's got their tests that they like and they don't like, and ones they're anticipating. So it is a roller coaster, and also depends on how you're going as well. If something doesn't go to plan, that might put pressure on the next test to come. You might have a bit of disappointment. You might have a bit of adrenaline that you didn't think you were going to have because you did really well. It's just an absolute roller coaster.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Joanne saying yesterday that he was very nervous. He couldn't barely speak to me yesterday at registration because he was so nervous.
Look, he looks a lot happier on the floor tonight for test 2 than he did for test 1.
And I think do a little bit of work, have a rest, you can recover a little, come back and do it. It's going to suit him well. And pulling up a level now. I'm not exactly sure what's happened with his box, but he's got to have his box a certain way up, so you can't flip the box over. The Samble moves back into the lead just ahead of Riley Smith, and in third it is Johan Roberts. Johan 24th, test 1, so this is the bounce back that he definitely needed. A little bit of a boost to the confidence too. He finished third at the CrossFit Games in the teenage division. you're going pretty well.
And it probably helps that his mum is out there competing as well as an individual.
And in the warm-up area, and doing the same thing he's doing.
Which I'm never going to get over. It's amazing.
Ever. And Samble will take it for heat number 3. Higher. Joanne can blow out some cobwebs after that performance. What a great bounce back for him.
He's still smiling after that.
Rachel, pretty happy as well. This crowd, I cannot get over how loud they are. And it's only Friday. Luke Fowler with some work to do. Days 2 and 3. '28th in test number 1, not the start of competition you need or want. Samble, probably the happiest guy at Pat Rafter Arena, I'd imagine, and the precinct, including the community events going on outside. And the second last heat had good times all around here.
Oh, look, Andrew Samble from the get-go, so strong on the rings, smooth, but I really think this is where he won this heat, was on his single leg squats were so smooth and easy. He didn't wobble at all. They proved to be a little bit of a problem for some other athletes, just getting their balance. Not being able to put that foot down in between. Seems to be a hard factor for a lot of athletes. I guess you get used to doing it a certain way in training. But Andrew Samble,
pick a spot to lie down. It's on the floor, it's on the box. Doesn't matter where it is. But it's time to rest. It's time to rest soon. And we are about 30 seconds away from the final heat of the day. Individual men's heat 4. And we're in sunny Queensland, and if I said it was a little bit cold, you wouldn't believe me if you're watching the live stream, but it's getting a little bit chilly.
Oh, it's chilly, all right.
And way to heat things up. Let's get some fire going here at Pat Rafter Arena as the athletes come onto the competition floor. And a number of athletes we're looking for. And our final test of the day, test number 2.
As many reps as possible in 3 minutes of 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, max burpees over the box in remaining time. Complete 3 rounds, resting 1 minute between rounds. The score is total reps of the burpees over the box across the 3 rounds. The males have a 20-pound go ruck and a 30-inch box. Time cap is 11 minutes.
Interval style workout, 3 on, 1 off, 3 on, 1 off, 3 on, go home is the order of play for the next 15 minutes or so. And Jay Crouch is going to be the person to not only watch, but to step forward and take 100 points, because I don't think there's going to be much that's going to stop him. Zane Shellabere-Healy in 2. Sitting in second spot, 96 points for your first test at the Torian Pro ever, and you come second and you beat Jay Crouch. And the lighter guys like Pete Ellis are going to do well on the rings. Maybe struggle with the weight later on. Big guys like Jake Douglas will have no issues with that extra loading. Final 11 minutes of day one, the Torian Pro underway. And John Champion immediately failing the muscler. But our recipes for success, all thanks to RP Strength.
Unbroken complex, which we're going to see a few of these guys do. Fast burpees and make sure your ruck is tight.
Big thank you to Go Ruck for providing athletes with an implement they can add to their repertoire now of having ticked off. Jay Crouch out of the blocks very quick. And take your mobility to the next level with GoWatt's personalised program. Start your free 14-day trial today by scanning your QR code. Riley Martin with a very loud no rep. Jake Crouch on his last 5 single leg squats. Jake Douglas keeping in touch as well. Bailey Martin and Pete Ellis. Jay will be the first to move. And about 90 seconds for max reps. Jack Clark in lane 8. Keep your eye on him. He's at the far end. Now, front of screen. We're going to have a tight battle here. John Champion still at the back, trying to get through those complexes.
And as we saw in the last heat, there was a few guys that were equally as strong on the rings, but the single leg squats was the separator. Andrew Samble just being so much smoother and quicker, not having any issues with his balance.
Jay Crouch moving his box forward, and he's got an interesting way that he steps up on the box. You've got to have both feet on the box at one time, but he steps up with 1 foot only, not 2, steps over, and that will be a Rob Forteism.
It's impressive. I would trip over and fall on my face, personally.
Trying to think about doing that each time is hard enough.
Something tells me he's probably done thousands of reps like that.
But if you're going to minimise the fatigue, distribute it through 1 leg, not 2. It's just like stepping, just like walking over the box. Interesting. Will it pay off? We'll wait and see. And interval 1 concludes. 2 more intervals to come of 3 minutes. Zane Shelley-Healy got the position he wants to be in. Maybe might find his groove on these complexes in intervals 2 and 3.
Yeah, some athletes have come out of the gate hot on round 1. For others, it's taken a round to find their groove.
Jack Clark, he was impressive in interval number 1. Down in lane number 8, those sneaky edges. Athletes can creep down, jump up and surprise you. Jake Douglas, eyes on the prize. He was close last year. Is this going to be the chance for Jake Douglas to get his first CrossFit Games appearance underway for interval number 2? One guy we haven't spoken about in the last 3 minutes is Will Carney, who's right next to Jay Crouch. About 10 reps back on the burpee box jump overs, but Jay is looking impeccable. That push away from the second ring dip, straight into transition for the next toes to rings.
You can see the dip's absolutely no problem for Jay. He's kip into his ring muscle up. Probably just a little bit more aggressive than what he would normally do if he didn't have the go ruck on.
Let's head down to Caleb Banfield.
I caught up with Andrew Samble just as he was coming off from that last heat, and I asked him how he found that test. And he had a very relieved look on his face, and he said that was so much fun, which is kind of different to what a lot of the women were saying. And I said, you know, what made it fun? And he said, going into that event, he felt so much panic. He said, as he was jumping up onto the rings, he was really concerned about transitioning into the catch. So he wasn't quite sure how the ruck was going to feel on his back, and it made me realise that there were a lot of athletes that weren't able to actually practice with that ruck at home. Pip, you said it, most athletes have a weight vest where that weight is distributed on their front and their back, but they're not used to this ruck. And what he did as a bit of a makeshift ruck is he put his weight vest in a backpack, but of course that doesn't have the front strap, so every time he landed in the rings, he hit himself in the back of the head. So his experience of this test leading up to this was quite negative, so out on the competition floor he was all smiles.
Come in traumatised, the poor
I
guy.
know, poor bloke. Oh, amazing stuff. Thank you, Kayla. And Andrew Samuel, no wonder he was having such a good time out there. And our final minute coming up of interval 2. Pete Ellis levelling up with Jake Crouch and Bailey Martin. Jake Douglas caught up some time on Jake Crouch on the previous complex. And Pete Ellis now could move into the lead. Very close to Jay Crouch, but Jay now moving on with 30 seconds. Bailey Martin pulling level. Jay always aware, just sort of the right of the screen. He's having a look around, seeing what's happening on the floor, seeing where people are at.
Big Jake Douglas seems to be copping the fatigue from that extra weight on those burpee box overs.
Three-horse race in our final heat of the day. Jolita, the Prince of the Pacific, and your incumbent champion from last year, Jake Crouch. Doesn't have to win every test. He's got to beat the right people. Finish top 5 and you will secure your spot. Now that was a good one from Bailey Martin as well. Bailey sitting in 16th, so he needs a bounce back. Zane in second. And now, time to empty the tank in the final 3 minutes of the day. Breaking up the complex. How is this going to go for Jay Crouch this time?
The final heat of competition here for Torian Pro, day 1.
So he's just got a no wrap. If I can lip read, I believe it's because his feet came up too high over his head in front of him as he kicked.
Now someone like Jay Crouch, he won't get unnerved by that. Just clarifying with his judge on how many reps he's done. Now this is the stage where inexperience can get the better of you. You can let this stuff eat you up, ruins your entire weekend. Jay Crouch will shake this off. He would have had, no doubt, Rob Forte, his coach, no rep him on things that he got good reps for to see how he would react.
That's right. Jay's been out here long enough to know how to do damage control for some no reps.
Pete Ellis needs a bounce back from his 17th. So our almost bookends, Pete Ellis, Bailey Martin. The two guys that need to make a move, as does 12th place Jake Douglas after test 1. Will Carney back in 4th. Will's currently in 8th. I'm reminding you so he doesn't sneak up on us later on.
He's on the bubble, Jeremy. He's not going to sneak. He's on the bubble.
We're going to keep our eyes on Will Carney. Don't you worry about that. Pete Ellis, lane 7, battling with this man on screen, Bailey Martin. Bailey Martin, the first to move. Pete Ellis looks as though he's about 1 or 2 reps behind. So Bailey got the opportunity now to put some distance between him and Jay Crouch as Jay now moves to the box and needs to get a wriggle on. And he's moving a lot faster now. 15 seconds. Jay will pull ahead of Will Carney and Jake Douglas. Looks like Jay is going to finish 3rd here in this heat. But Bailey Martin, talk about bounce backs. Leaderboard shake-up on the way.
Bailey Martin needed that finish, but he also needed something to go wrong for one of the other athletes, and unfortunately Jay Crouch copped a no rep in there. Spent a bit of time having to do damage control. Still not a bad finish at all.
He's just explaining to Coach Rob Forte in the crowd exactly what happened with that no rep. Pete Ellis, wow buddy, what a great response. Bailey Martin all smiles as well. Pete knows he's done well, just needs to stay humble, stay focused. 16th place, Bailey Martin has done extremely well. 17th place, Pete Ellis. Jake Douglas has done himself some favours as well, and he'll jump into the top 10. And Will Carney sitting in 8th. We'll see how the results pan out. Oh, love all round. I know where that's going. Going straight back to Tamworth. So you think the lessons Jake Douglas learns over the past 12 months, it's probably been immense. He's probably broken down every single minute of last year's Torian Pro and gone, okay, what did I do well? What did I do wrong? What can I improve? He's done a lot of homework and he's done a lot of training.
I think we're still going to see the best of Jake Douglas to come day 2 and 3.
And let's head down to Kayla Banfield on the floor.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm with Peter and Bailey. And guys, what a great way to finish day 1. Now, Bailey, we spoke a little bit before this test, and you mentioned that you were a bit concerned about how the ruck was going to feel because you weren't able to train with it at home. How did it end up feeling?
It was great. I enjoyed every bit of it.
You're lying.
A little bit different, just with all the straps and keeping it high, and it's annoying, but just got to grit your teeth and get through it.
Great job. And Peter, you guys were discussing at the end what reps you got. You're not really aware of kind of where the other athletes are at in the middle of the test. Is that something that goes through your head, or are you just focusing on your own game?
On that last one, I heard that me and Bailey were pretty close, so I was sending as fast as I can. I did think I was going to face plant one of those last reps, but it's all in the name of the game.
A face plant is worth an event win, right?
Definitely is.
Great job on day 1, guys. Go home, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The 4th and final heat of the day, and it did not disappoint.
No, it didn't. Level pegging at the beginning, anyone's game. And in true semi-final fashion, something always happens that throws a spanner in the works. But Bailey Martin, super impressive throughout this test. Jake Crouch, unfortunately, just popping a costly no rep on that last round. Still a good finish for Jake Crouch, though. We know that he doesn't necessarily win tests, but he is consistent.
Doesn't get flustered too much with what's going on, even if he does cop a no rep from time to time. He's got the experience. He's won the entire event, Torian Pro 2022 last year, and Ricky Garrard's in the field, and Ricky goes on to podium. So you know you've got a little good thing going on. Big day for Jake Douglas coming up tomorrow as well, and some results that came out of today that I didn't think were going to come out, but it's going to jumble things up and make it even more exciting if that was possible.
Oh, we love a jumble, especially on day one. Normally we're used to seeing the jumble on day two, but we've started early this year, and it's going to make for a very exciting couple of days.
I think Jake Douglas, one in particular, is probably the athlete to watch tomorrow, especially with what's in store with Linda, and we've got some heavy snatch barbells to get through, and a little bit of running, which he's been working on.
I'm also interested to see how these athletes pull up after test 2 coming into Linda. Maybe some athletes that normally would do really well in it, we'll have to see.
Well, one of those guys back from 2018 was James Newbury, who finished Linda in 12 minutes. Now we've got a 17-minute time cap tomorrow, but we've got some dumbbells, so it could be a little bit different.
Yeah, we know dumbbell bench is a different beast to a barbell bench.
And you think about the tests that are coming up tomorrow. We've had 2 tests today, so 200 points are gone now. We've got another 500 points, 300 points tomorrow. Now, we talk about Saturday being moving day. We've got 300 points on the line. Where do those points go for the teams, for the females and for the males?
I think if today is anything to go off, we really are going to see a fight amongst all these rookies that want to get their ticket to the games.
Torian Mayhem got some work to do. They did put themselves in a little bit of a ditch, but they came back, bounced back very well, and the individual females and males, we've just got things happening all over the place. That's going to mold itself over the next couple of days as well. But team competition, I'm excited to see what happens first thing tomorrow morning, and I'm sure Torian Mayhem are going to go away and do some homework. And we had some great competition from the teams today. We started, it feels like about 10 hours ago, and it was. And the first test for the teams, and one that I'm sure they don't want to repeat anytime soon with that sandbag.
Yeah, that sandbag proved to be a bit of a nuisance for all of the teams, but not for this team. 6'4" Army, they did what they said they were going to do. They were going to throw a spanner in the works, take an event win off of Torian Mayhem, and that they did.
They did. PFC CrossFit 3076 from Melbourne getting that 3rd spot as well. Exciting for the teams coming in that are on that bubble with that opportunity to potentially go to the CrossFit Games for the first time. For some of the athletes in the field, they're going back as repeat competitors, but in different teams.
That's right. Torian Mayhem, though, they showed their dominance in Test 2 as expected. Lots of experience and just so strong on the rings and the bar muscle-ups.
And me commenting during Test 2 that Torian Mayhem were maybe pacing themselves a little bit too much. Gee, they proved me wrong, didn't they?
Oh, they did.
Torian Black, one of those other teams that are vying for one of those top 3 spots in the Oceania region. And they're still in touch. And if they've been doing plenty of training with Torian Mayhem, they're doing pretty well. Our standings after 2 tests. The first day of competition, plus 6'4". Army endgame, 195 points. 10 points back to Torian Mayhem. Another 5 back to PFC. CrossFit 3076. Equal 4, so 15 points back. That's not too many positions. It's only 5-point spread for our team competition. So a makeup of tomorrow is going to be a lot different in those positions, 3s through 6. Now the women's competition, exciting stuff. We go back to the start of competition, Pip, and we say, hey, there's no Tia and Caro, who's going to stand up, and surprises all around the place.
Oh, we were surprised all day today. We were not short of surprises in the women.
So we go back to test number 1. And one of those tests that we knew on paper looked really good for Caitlin Van Ziel. and she went out there on the competition floor and wiped everybody up with it.
Look, Caitlin Van Ziel, this had her name all over it, and she went out there, test one, day one of the semi-finals, and proved to everyone why she was on top of that leaderboard out of the quarters.
Sled got a little bit difficult towards the end, but with enough of a buffer and really centered. And then we move on to test number 2 for the individual females. And we knew Jamie Simmons coming into this, we knew that shoulder was good to go. We didn't realize it was this good.
Jamie Simmons' pre-shoulder surgery was excellent at gymnastics and bodyweight movements, we knew that. But now Jamie Simmons having rehabbed that injury and back healthy and strong again, it should be no surprise to anyone that she absolutely wiped the floor with test 2.
Jamie Simmons, she just looked so far ahead of the entire field in test number 2. Georgia Pryor, those yellow knee sleeves, coming back very late. Jamie Simmons, she was only 6 reps away from Emma Lawson's 61 reps from the first week of competition. And our standings after our first day, Caitlin Van Ziel on top, 8 points. It's not a lot. 4-point spread for our individuals. Jamie Simmons in second. Maddie Sturt, how about that? She's on a mission. Emily DeRoy, a lot of damage control for test number 2. And Ellie Turner getting that top 5 position. Exciting to see what Grace Walton can do tomorrow as well. She had a great day 1 of competition. And we've got those tests tomorrow, the 3 tests with the heavy barbell, and Linda, that's probably going to separate a lot of athletes.
Yeah, we're going to see a big shake-up tomorrow, also known as moving day for a reason. There is a lot of heavy barbells, and we have Linda as well. A lot of different tests for the athletes from day 1.
Challenges are plenty. The male division, Zach Thomas. We talk about wiping the floor with tests, and we had a test record from week 1, and Zach Thomas just had no issue with it. It's in heat number 1. He gets backfilled after Ricky Garrard gets injured and doesn't come to compete here at the Torian Pro. He gets a test record worldwide with 21:51. He was minutes ahead of what happened last week. And we're going to find out what happens for the other semi-finals, but that time is going to be pretty tough to beat.
And doing it in heat 1 too, it doesn't usually pan out that way at semi-finals. But test number 2, so interesting to watch if you've been around CrossFit a little while, or even if you're new to CrossFit, but the Go Ruck just adding that complexity to an already complex movement.
And 2 guys who bounced into contention last year. Bailey Martin was one as a teenager CrossFit Games competitor, and also Pete Ellis, who gave us a bit of a spark of what he'd be capable of in the future. And these 2 guys really stood up, and they went rep for rep all the way down the floor. Jay Crouch with a little bit of a glitch on the complex, but he bounced back for a strong 3rd position. Zach getting that test win, 100 points for him, and sitting there at the top. Jay Crouch, plenty of space between him and Riley Smith in 3rd. And then we have a number of athletes, 4 right through till 8th. Zane Shelby-Healy getting the jump on Jay Crouch in test number 1. Well, that point spread all the way back even to James Newbury. And we talk about James Newbury. He's one of the oldest. He's been here for 10 years. Now we look at tomorrow. Linda, 2018. He wins that event 2018 in 12 minutes. There's a 17-minute time cap. Yes, we have got dumbbells. Are you excited to see what he does?
I'm always excited to see what James Newbury is going to come out and do. He is a different James Newbury to back in 2018, but the essence of it, he is the same. I'm excited to see what he's going to do.
All right, we're going to move now to the Rogue Don't Weaken. It's a clip of the day. And the Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day is a Caitlin Van Ziel. And you talk about pressure coming into competition. You come in as the #1 qualifier. Everyone knows you're the #1 qualifier. You've got to perform.
Yeah, she came out guns blazing. She did not pace that first test at all. She came out to put a statement on that first test and show everyone why she's come out with the crown on from quarterfinals. And I think she's going to want to stay up there as well.
Look, I've got no doubts that she's going to be in contention all weekend. 500 points still up for grabs. And getting to talk about her son Hunter at the end of it, she got a little bit emotional, and I think that nervous system started to crash a little bit, but you can see how much it means. You do all this training, you're forgoing a little bit of that parenting as well, but you've got to find that really happy balance, which is tough. Exciting day 2 coming up. We've had a great day of competition here. The crowds have been awesome. The weather's been all over the shop. It's been hot, it's been cold. But on behalf of the entire crew here for Kayla Banfield and for Pip Malone, day 2 for the Torian Pro coming up tomorrow. We cannot wait. We'll see you then.
Torian Pro, an official 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinal, is brought to you by The WOD Life. Discover what you're capable of at thewodlife.com. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. And Go WOD, the mobility app designed for athletes.